State Board will convene. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good morning. We have a full day today, and before we start, I have several announcements, and two of them are somewhat I do with mixed feelings. First, we would like to acknowledge the great contribution of our student member, Michael McFarland. This past year, he's been an exemplary member, participating in many key points, and he embarks on his college career at Stanford University this fall. So we shall meet again, and because he's majoring in political science. So I'd like to give you this memento from us. Thank you very much for your service.
Should I open it?
Yeah. Okay, the next certificate of recognition by the State Board of Education is for our departing Director of External Affairs and Director of Communications with the State Board of Education, Julie White. We will see her again too, however. She has accepted a new position as Director of External Affairs with the core districts. These are several large districts, including Fresno, Long Beach, Los Angeles, Oakland, Sacramento, San Francisco, Santa Ana. And so she will be building greater public awareness about how the collaborative efforts are improving classroom instruction. And it gives her career a lot more focus on local education and rounds out, I think, her abilities to have strong state and strong local capacity. So, Julie, if you'll come up, we will recognize that. You've done a great job. Okay, my next announcement is that we have pulled from the agenda at the request of the charter school items 5 and 12. They will not be done, and these are items concerning the Flex Public Schools, considering issuing a notice of intent to revoke pursuant to the California Education Code. This charter was relinquished by the action of the Flex Board and school, and it will be permanently closed effective 7/6/16. So I'll make this announcement again, but this charter school is closed. Number 4 on my agenda item is that we have 5 public hearings, items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. These are all charter schools except for item 7, which is the History Social Studies Framework. Our regular consent items on our agenda are items listed on the agenda and posted. These are consent items 14 through 22. Will be on consent. I'd like to announce that our waiver consent items are waiver 1 through waiver 10 and waiver 12 through 18. And so those will be consent, and any member wishing to remove items from the proposed consent calendars should advise Karen Staff Walters by 12 noon today, Wednesday, and we will take up waiver consent and waiver consent today and regular consent items tomorrow afternoon. Usual announcements about communications and housekeeping. Letters for the public and from the public are on our items are filed on the board members' electronic folder. The meeting can be fully accessed via the electronic agenda. The audience, please sign in at the table just outside the room. Binders are at the table with separate pages for each item number. Signing in on a page that identifies the item number in which you would like to speak will help ensure that we keep track of all speakers for a particular item. Item 23 is the general public comment item for items not specifically listed on the board's agenda. Anyone wishing to submit copies of materials to the board, please provide 25 copies. And please, speakers, introduce yourself before you speak so that we know who you are. Speakers will have 1 minute. There are additional seating with TV monitors in our lobby, in room 1103 and in our lobby. And please turn on your microphones when you speak as board members so the audience can hear you. So with that as the preliminaries, we're going to start right away then with item 1, which is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. And this is a general update that Michelle will give, and then we have an action item on alternative assessment concepts for the alternative assessment, conceptual design of it. And before we proceed, let me have the report of the superintendent then.
Thank you, President Kirsten. Board members, more good news to share, and I'll be brief, but while part of the education team across the state is taking a pause for summer breaks, I don't think any of our staffs have taken a pause for a bit because there's so much great work going forward and good news to share. First, excited to share that the CASP online test went well, testament to the hard work and dedication of our CDE team, and Michelle Center was right there, and it's going to tell us more about that as the day goes on. And Carrick Ashley and the whole team did a fabulous job. 3.2 million students, more than half of all California public students, went through the assessment process. On one day alone, May 3rd, more than 350,000 students were taking the test simultaneously. And you didn't hear much about it because it went smoothly, and that's a good thing. Measuring that academic progress, where 3 million students in 10,000 schools was phenomenal. And again, thanks to the team that made it happen, our principals, our administrators, our teachers, the school employees, and of course the students themselves. The smooth second operational year of CASP allowed individual districts and schools to access online results within 3 weeks of testing, much earlier than last year. Statewide, the other aggregate results will be being released around the end of August. The Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, I have some good news here that our CDE team, the Office of Standards Implementation, applied and received the honor or the special recognition to be part of a grant, part of a team of 8 states that will be working to participate and to shape policies in the social emotional learning community. The grant comes from the nationally recognized Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. And I'd like Brent Malakote to stand up and be recognized. He is the head of that office. I don't know if you've all met him, but he's doing a fabulous job and is in great part responsible for California getting this honor and this chance to participate. The budget came out well, the state budget. So the governor signed it a few weeks ago, as you well know, and I want to thank the staff, my CDE staff, and the staff of the state board, and all of the board members who were advocating for different important improvements in the budget. Per pupil spending will reach $10,600, up from $7,000 just a few years ago. So we're making progress. The budget contained $35 million to help with our most pressing problems in education, alleviating the teacher shortage by helping to recruit, train, and monitor more teachers, including $10 million for grants for colleges that offer combined programs so students can earn a bachelor's degree and earn a teaching credential within 4 years. $20 million is set aside to establish a program to recruit and train school classified employees who want to become teachers to become teachers. $5 million set aside a grant for a local LEA to establish and operate the California Center for Teaching Careers to recruit and help us retain top-notch teachers. And the Collaborative for Education Excellence got $20 million in the budget. So a lot of good news on the budget front. Of course, as I travel the state, I see the wonders that are happening with the money coming from the recovering economy, from the budget, and of course the $8 billion a year from Prop 30. And I'm out there supporting the renewal of Prop 30 or the continuation of some of the revenues in Prop 30, so we keep that $8 billion coming in and keep all these good things happening. We recognize a lot of good things happening with the Gold Ribbon Schools Award Program, and had 5 regional celebrations around the state, and it was a joy to see the teams from each of the school districts celebrate their progress together. Last year on the good news, we have an update, and you'll be hearing more from Trish and Eileen on the California Draft Science Framework. I started my teaching career as a science teacher, so I'm particularly excited about seeing this get to the stage. When you see students energized in the classroom, learning about the wonders of the world around them and the wonders inside themselves, it's just marvelous. So that framework will provide the guidance we know that it does. The comment period will remain open till August 29th, and then the board would take action in November. So again, a lot of good news and a lot of progress forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a good report. And Michelle will now present item 1, which is known as the mega assessment item. But also kudos to you, because you're the chief operating officer of this assessment within the Department of Education. Yes. And I read so much about other states that have had huge problems. One of the leading states getting a federal race to the top grant, Tennessee, they had no assessment last year at all because it broke down. This year they're using strictly a paper and pencil moldable choice assessment. So we have really, I think, succeeded in ways that were heartening for everybody. So you may proceed, but
thank you, President Kirst. Thank you.
Yeah, let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. I'm so lucky to have a small but mighty staff that stand behind me doing all the hard work. Good morning, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, members of the board. I'm Michelle Senner, the Director of Assessment for California. The item I have before you today is both an information item as well as an action item. After I update you on CASP, I will be asking you to approve a conceptual design for the California Alternate Assessment for Science and direct the CDE to implement the conceptual design for the first pilot year next school year. So Superintendent Torlakson did steal a little bit of my thunder, but I guess if someone's going to steal it, it should be him, right? But do want to go ahead and begin by noting what our schools, our LEAs, our counties, our CDE, as well as all of our partners have accomplished this year, because it was a great year for us. And President Kirst is right. Just take a look at the newspaper, have a conversation with those in other states, and you will soon recognize how successful we are being this year. So keep in mind the size of our state, keep in mind the complexity of our system when we celebrate the success that we have. So more than 6.3 million summative assessments were administered in both English and math. Nearly as many interim assessments were administered this year at 4.76 million. That's pretty impressive. At our peak, the 350,000 students testing online simultaneously without our system going down. There were 279,000 educators with digital library accounts, and 295,000 educators in California have online reporting system accounts. That is impressive if we want to have a system that allows us to use these results to improve teaching and learning. And despite our size, we met our goal of providing online results to our LEAs within 3 weeks of testing in just our second operational year. So I wanted a sound, I wanted like applause, but I didn't have to because you guys did that for me. So because we're such a large and diverse state, we have worked hard to make sure that we provide more tools and training to teachers, our schools, our school districts in California. And again, I've talked to those in other states, and let me tell you, we go way above and beyond in terms of the training and resources that we provide our stakeholders in California compared to what other states are able to provide for theirs. We conducted more than 260 training sessions for educators. Nearly 200 of those were conducted by our assessment fellows. We produced 16 training and information videos, and we broadcast 14 live webinars that were eventually archived. Our 11 post-test workshops were a great example of the innovative approach that we've been taking to training this year. More than 1,000 participants were trained in person, as well as doing a webcast, and I know Member Rucker was able to attend one of those. They were day-long sessions, and they provided school and school district teams, which was a very key change this year, an opportunity to discuss ways to connect the assessment to instruction and use the results as one indicator of student progress. Assessment experts facilitated the discussions, helping practitioners look at options for interpreting the data and finding ways of having that dialogue at their local sites. And the dialogue isn't about raising scores. The dialogue is about improving teaching and learning, and the scores will come. As we prepare for the public release of summative results, we're looking at expanding and improving our tools that we provide to the public that allows them to interpret those scores. We're nearing completion of a redesign of our public reporting website, which will go live in August. The new site will allow users to see results for both this year as well as last year. It will allow users to make side-by-side comparisons for up to 3 entities at a time. And in this fall, you'll be able to view the California alternate assessment results in that same website. Smarter Balanced, in conjunction with California, also developed and released a new website called testscoreguide.org website. The Smarter Balanced site is customized for California, and it allows parents to look up detailed information related to their child's performance, utilizing the information from their student score report. In addition to these new resources, new California teacher guides to the Smarter Balanced assessments have been developed and posted on our CASP website. They are designed to be used both with interim and summative assessments and to deepen teachers' understanding of the Smarter Balanced assessments, their alignment with the Common Core state standards, and their intended connection to classroom teaching. We work closely with WestEd with input from the California Teachers Association as well as input from California Federation of Teachers to develop these guides. The guides are grade band specific for both ELA and math, and they're available for grade spans 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and grade 11. Last month, we submitted our peer review to the U.S. Department of Education. We submitted over 200 documents of evidence to the U.S. Department of Education. That included samples of training videos, administration manuals, technical reports, samples of reporting materials. The process was labor intensive, and I would like to thank Dr. Eric Zilbert on my staff as well as the entire team across the department that helped us gather and submit this evidence to the U.S. Department of Education. We were recently notified that California's submission will be reviewed in mid-August. In June, we had a very successful Digital Library State Network of Educator meeting, and you get to see this great picture of our state network of educators here. I was impressed. These were educators that came together over their summer break because they wanted to spend time working on digital library resources. They were professional and very much engaged in the idea of using the digital library to improve teaching and learning in California. Together, these 33 California educators submitted and reviewed nearly 60 new formative assessment resources, and they also began building the instructional learning series, which I've talked previously about here at the board. Later this month, Smarter Balance will be hosting a state network of educator workshop in Dallas, Texas. In that workshop, Smarter plans to train new state network of educator members, allow members to submit and review additional resources, and train a group of members to work on retagging of resources to make it more efficient in terms of the search function that's currently in use in the digital library. 13 California State Network of Educators, as well as 3 CDE staff, are scheduled to attend that meeting in Dallas. This table here shows the new interim assessment blocks. They will become available in fall. You will see here we've added 18 new ELA blocks in terms of the interims and 11 new mathematic blocks. So now I'd like to turn to the action section of this item regarding the conceptual design for the California alternate assessment for science. We are excited about the progress we've made in moving toward an innovative approach to assessing students with significant cognitive disabilities on the California Next Generation Science Standards. I will share details about our recommended approach to our California alternate assessment for science in this presentation. And I'm also very pleased to be joined in this presentation by Dr. Jim Pellegrino. Dr. Pellegrino has served as the head of several National Academy of Science National Research Council study committees. We are so lucky to have him on our design team for this assessment. He has been the chair of the study committee for the evaluation of the national and state assessment of educational progress and co-chair of the study committee on the foundations of assessment, which issued the report Knowing What Students Know, the Science and Design of Educational Assessment. In addition to serving on the study committee chaired by Helen Quinn of Stanford, tasked with developing a conceptual framework for the new science education standards. Especially relevant to today's conversation, though, is the fact that he also serves on technical advisory committees charged with developing assessments for the severely cognitively disabled. So Dr. Pellegrino will join me later on in this presentation. So first, I'd like to, gosh, there's a lot of print on this slide. Okay, first I'd like to outline some of the core state and federal requirements for the science alternate assessment. The alternate assessment is available to students who have an individualized education program or IEP. The assessment must measure alternate achievement standards that are aligned to the academic achievement standards. As we all know, the assessment must be administered once in each grade span. Those spans are 3 through 5, 6 through 9, and 10 through 12. Critical to any assessment, these assessments must produce valid, reliable, and fair student results. Aggregate results must be publicly released for these assessments. Student participation in these assessments must be used in the accountability system. And also, student participation is capped at 1% for the alternate assessment, though there is a process by which if an LEA needs to exceed that cap, they are able to justify the reason for doing so. So in developing the California alternate assessment for science, we made a conscious decision to develop 4 guiding principles. So we already know what the requirements are. I just went over those briefly, but we also wanted to know what is our what's important for us. Right? These are the nuts and bolts, but what do we want to accomplish with this test? Because we have moved beyond just having tests to meet state and federal requirements to having them be meaningful. And so what were the guiding principles we came up with? One was we wanted to make sure that we provided meaningful information to both students and educators with this test. We wanted to support and promote educators' implementation of the California Next Generation Science Standards. We wanted to, if at all possible, embed these assessments in instructional practice. That was a big, big ask. And we wanted to make sure they were developmentally appropriate for the target population. So we carefully considered 3 design options that were submitted to us by ETS. I will discuss each of these briefly in the next few slides, but at a glance, the 3 options were 1, a linear on-demand assessment, 2, a multi-stage adaptive on-demand assessment, and 3, a collection of embedded performance tasks. So the first option is a linear on-demand assessment. This is, in a nutshell, a pretty simple assessment approach. It consists of a fixed set of questions that are presented in the order of difficulty. The starting and stopping points may be used to eliminate questions that may be too easy or too hard for a student. In terms of the limitation of this approach, it does pose challenges to showing alignment to the full next generation science standards. Additionally, this approach is not necessarily embedded within the instructional practice. The second option is the multi-stage adaptive on-demand option. Again, this model is used currently for the California alternate assessment for English language arts and mathematics. So while this model is appropriate for students with significant cognitive disabilities, not being able to embed this within instructional practice limits its use in terms of promoting the implementation of the next generation science standards. The multi-stage adaptive on-demand assessment adapts to students' ability level on a cumulative performance on a set of items. The difficulty level of the next set of items depends on how well the student performs on a prior set of items. So a little different than SMARTER, which is at an item-by-item level. So the third option, which is the collection of embedded performance tasks. This approach is one that involves the collection of student performance based on assigned tasks that are intermixed with classroom assignments and aligned to the structure and content of the next generation science connectors. Dr. Pellegrino will provide information about the connector shortly that will illustrate this point. Student work is collected over the course of a school year rather than produced in an on-demand assessment environment. The idea is to have a rather seamless flow of classroom instruction and assessment with selected tasks used to collect a body of evidence of student performance over the school year. Again, the tasks are integrated with or embedded in classroom work. Standardization evaluation tools are used to score so that we can document student performance and student learning. We have evaluated the three assessment approaches that I just shared with you in light of the core state and federal requirements, as well as the principles that I shared with you before. We also gathered stakeholder feedback. So we gathered stakeholder feedback from special education stakeholders, including members of the Advisory Commission on Special Education administrators of county offices, special education local area plan directors. I also gathered input from California Next Generation Science Standards stakeholders, including members of the California Science Teachers Association, California Alliance for Next Generation Science Standards, and the ETS and GSS design team. Additionally, we gathered stakeholder input from members of the California School Boards Association, Association of California School Administrators, California Teachers Association, California Federation of Teachers, and the California Parent-Teacher Association. I would like to also extend a special thank you to the California Science Teachers Association, as well as the California Alliance for the Next Generation Science Standards. They graciously co-hosted a meeting with us so that we could gather input from science educators on these approaches. I didn't even have to beg, just one little call, and they said, yes, we're happy to help. So after evaluating these models based on the principles that we feel are critical for the alternate assessment for science, we believe that a collection of embedded performance tasks is the best approach to evaluate the performance of students with significant cognitive disabilities. I'm now going to turn this over to Dr. Pellegrino, who will summarize some of the key factors that led us to this recommendation.
Michelle, can I just ask a question? I just think it's important to clarify the population of students for whom this assessment is intended. Sometimes I think it sort of gets lost a little bit. These are students who have very severe,
significant cognitive disabilities,
challenging learning circumstances. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that in your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here again and to talk to you about science assessment in California, except this time we're talking about science assessment for a very special population of students. And hopefully in the next few minutes, what I will focus on is trying to explain or get us into what does science look like, especially when we start to think about it in terms of the teaching, learning, and assessment for this population of students.
Jim, before you proceed, could you just give people some of your background? You know, you and I have known each other for years. But
we know each other for a long time.
You need to identify yourself, and you were the Dean of Vanderbilt School of Education and many others.
I won't go through the whole bio.
Yeah.
I'm Jim Pellegrino. I'm a professor of psychology and education at the University of Illinois at Chicago. And I co-direct the Learning Sciences Research Institute there. I have held faculty positions at Vanderbilt University, where I was Dean of Peabody College of Education and Human Development. At UC Santa Barbara, I spent 10 wonderful years at UCSB. And then before that, I started at the Learning Research and Development Center at the University of Pittsburgh. So I've had a long history in academia, as Mike well knows.
Yeah, right.
Can't hold the job either, right? Although I'm working on it. If you go across the 4 different places, it was 6 years, 10 years, 12 years, and now it's 14. So I'm getting better. When we talked about science assessment with respect to the NGSS, it is a challenging endeavor for the regular education classroom. And so what I want to talk about is a little bit how this looks when we start thinking about it for this population of students, oftentimes considered to be the, quote, 1% in the assessment arena. These are students who have severe challenges in terms of cognitive disabilities. And I think it's very important to recognize that although this might be 1 or 2% of the population of students in California, these students are extremely variable in terms of aspects of their communicative competence, their ability to respond, the challenges that they face. So this is not a homogeneous population at all. And so it poses some real interesting challenges from the point of view of both teaching and learning and assessment. But let me first focus on this idea of how do you go from the California NGSS to the development of a set of alternate achievement standards that are appropriate for this population. So what you see in front of you on this slide is a way in which we go from the performance expectations that are found in the actual California Next Generation Science Standards to a translation that involves creating what are called connectors for the California Alternate Assessment for Science. And so what you see on this slide is an actual middle school physical science performance expectation from the regular NGSS. This is one of the key strands in physical science where and it's related to knowledge and understanding of what makes substances the same or different chemically and what constitutes a chemical reaction, which is a challenging piece of content even in the regular education world. The idea here is to now translate that into something that is appropriate and that adheres to the key ideas of the science content as well as the reasoning we want students to be able to do with that content, which is the hallmark of the NRC framework for science and the NGSS. So you hear here the language of connector. A connector is something which is a translation that builds a bridge to the content of the performance expectation, trying to capture a key element of what is the underlying content and understanding. The focal knowledge, skills, and abilities attempts to then describe, okay, what is it that students should know and be able to do that is related to the original performance expectation, but in particular the associated connector. And then lastly, we have the essential understanding, which is some basic foundational or key idea or concept that is part. So one way to think about this is to try to take the original NGSS content and performance expectation and go through a sort of translation of that into something that adheres to the core content, at the same time tries to break it down into something that is more manageable and instructionally tractable and hopefully accessible for this population of students. So if I can do this right. So this next slide illustrates what is the actual content or some of the actual content with respect to the translation for this performance expectation. If you notice, the connector says here that the idea that we want to focus on is that students are able to identify evidence that proves that a chemical reaction has taken place. And some of the focal knowledge and skills is they have to be able to then identify evidence that such a chemical reaction has actually taken place. And what is the nature of that evidence? In addition, the essential understanding says they have to be able to identify examples of change in a situation. Some of those changes are changes in state of matter, color, temperature, other properties that are associated with the underlying sort of chemical reaction and the activities of substances. So there's an issue now of how do we make this content tractable in terms of instruction and assessment, and in ways that will allow the assessment, as Michelle said, to support ongoing teacher practice and instruction, because the content is challenging, and we want to make sure that these students are fairly and equitably assessed. So don't panic when you see this next slide. This is what I wanted to do with this is to illustrate a task that helps clarify what kind of things are aligned with some of the focal knowledge and skills. Now, this is not a sample of an alternate assessment item. In no way would we ever think about putting this much content in this form in front of this population of students. This is actually an item that was designed to be used in classrooms, in regular education classrooms, with teachers and students as part of ongoing instruction in helping students master key disciplinary content related to this performance expectation about properties of substances and chemical reactions. And what it's designed to get at is a very important thing that students need to be able to understand, and that is essential still for this population, which is what makes substances the same or different with respect to the underlying sort of chemical identity or not, as opposed to physical identity. So what you see in this task is a situation that we would modify, but the task is really designed to elicit evidence excuse me, in a regular education classroom setting about whether students can identify the properties of substances that matter with respect to identifying them as the same or different chemically, and then reason from patterns of data as to whether or not there are substances that are the same or different. Now again, this is meant to be used in a regular education classroom as part of ongoing instruction, and to provide feedback to the student and to the teacher as to how well they're understanding this very important point, that what makes something the same or different chemically is not just their physical properties, but key properties such as density and boiling point, which are associated with the idea of underlying the idea that substances are the same or different chemically. So what would we do with something like this? Or how would we try to take a situation like this and make it accessible for use in the special ed classroom, teachers and students? Well, we would do several things. One, we would break this down perhaps into multiple screens. Another, we would show visual things such as bottles of the liquids and maybe reduce the numbers. We would reduce the density of the information, but we would not sort of eliminate key parts of the information. And what we would typically do to still try to get at whether the student actually understands the key idea about whether substances are the same and different and what defines same and different from the point of view of chemical identity is to make the questions simpler. For example, we might first ask them simply to whether they think that given the data and the situation, any two of the substances are the same or different. Ask them then to identify one or more properties of the data that support that conclusion. And then maybe ask them to choose from a set of options as to why that answer is the appropriate one. The point I want to make is that we want to make sure that students can identify whether things are the same or different on the basis of the underlying chemical properties without burdening them, and making sure that they don't just sort of retrieve some vague fact that they don't really understand, but they can reason with the underlying core knowledge. This is a task that would be embedded in instruction, and it would be as a student and a teacher, we're working on developing competence towards meeting this performance expectation in the core connector. Now, the next task I'm going to show you is even more complicated. And again, this is not intended for this population of students, but it is intended for use in a regular ed classroom as part of ongoing instruction. And you might look at this task as one that is more of a culminating task. After students have demonstrated to their teachers that they do in fact understand what makes substances the same or different chemically in terms of key properties such as boiling point or density, this is now seeing whether they can actually meet the intent of that connector, which is whether they can identify whether a chemical reaction has occurred and, in fact, identify what's the evidence that supports that conclusion. So again, what we would do with something like this is we would make the situation simpler. We might extend it over multiple screens where we set the situation up for the student, and with each one we probe for a basic understanding of a key part, but still getting at whether or not they can demonstrate that they can reason about whether a chemical reaction has occurred using particular and identify the data or the evidence that supports that without overly burdening them in terms of the response demands. So I wanted to use these two tasks to illustrate, on the one hand, what we still want these students to be able to learn in terms of translating the next generation science standards content into something that is accessible for these middle school students, and how we might go about doing that through very thoughtful, careful task design. I think the essential thing here is to recognize the population, what we want them to know and be able to do, and how do we fairly and equitably assess them in ways that support the student learning and the teacher-student interaction while they are mastering this content. So the examples are really supposed to illustrate a little bit about what students are supposed to still know and be able to do, and also to illustrate, hopefully, the potential benefits to both teachers and students of having tasks like this, carefully designed, embedded in the instructional process as an ongoing part of the teaching and learning of science for this population of students. So I'm going to turn things back over to Michelle, who's going to discuss some of the larger design issues about using using a body of evidence based on performance tasks of this type as the model for assessing against the California alternate assessment for science. Thank you.
Before you do that, Board Member Rucker has a question.
Sure.
Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation, and also thank you for the work that you're doing in providing this level of technical assistance to our state on developing this alternative assessment. I did have some questions about the work you're doing and the work you're proposing to undertake in writing this alternative assessment. In looking at the two tasks you presented, as having been out of the classroom, both as a teacher and a student, I would prefer this particular instructional scaffold to be introduced to me if I were in a science classroom today. But my question really is about the students as the consumer of this assessment you are planning. One of the things that we're learning, and we are learning some things from doing the computer online assessments we're currently doing with our general population. And one of the things we're learning, particularly in the comparability studies, is that there's a difference in how well students respond to certain types of online items. For example, it's actually easier for students when the online assessment is a long reading passage. Students actually find it easier to consume and study and decode that particular item if it's in paper and pencil rather than on the computer, because it requires them to have some ability on manipulating the screen and moving in and around the screen, and so and moving back and forth in the passage. For the students that we're contemplating this assessment for, what do we know or understand about the differences in their performance in an online environment to use these tasks and to do this work, and in an environment that's not online? Are there some differences that you're contemplating or considering as you're putting this alternative assessment together? Are there some differences you're aware of based on what we've learned from the work we're doing?
You asked an incredibly important question. One that I'd like to be able to sort of say we have a lot of information that actually can address that, particularly for this population. What I can say is that many of the issues that you just highlighted with respect to paper and pencil versus online have to do with how much content is being presented and what the students are being asked to do with the content. And in the case of science now, particularly because of the kinds of thinking we want students to do, one of the challenges we have is to not make the items completely what I'd call text heavy,
Right.
so that it becomes a reading assessment as opposed to a science reasoning assessment. So that's where essentially we have to be careful about using various visual supports, graphics. These items that I showed you were not intended to mediate that. Although these items, I should tell you, are actually exist in an online platform that have been used with middle school students. But to get to your point, there have been some studies done or attempted with respect to this issue of paper and pencil versus online, and particularly for various kinds of technology-based tasks and enhancements. But those have been very small-scale studies, very difficult to do. The University of Kansas had a special education assessment grant trying to do this. I was on the advisory board for it. And we've learned a lot about regular ed, special ed, and in terms of this, but not as much as we need to with respect to this population, because it's very hard to get sufficient samples of students from this population to be able to test some of those things. But there are a number of things that are built into ideas about universal design and accessibility that one would take into account. Plus, I think there's a very important thing to recognize about embedding these assessments in the context of ongoing instruction and teacher-student interaction, which is different than what I would call an assessment that comes from outside on demand. And that is, this is where the teacher and the student have a history of interacting with each other, where the teacher is there to help mediate and support the student's access to the content. And I think that's very important to recognize. That it also makes for a fairer and potentially more valid assessment of what the student can do, and when it's appropriate for some of these tasks to be put in front of students to see whether they have in fact attained the outcome what we're interested in.
Okay, and thank you for taking the time to answer the question, because I realize I didn't ask it as artfully as I should have, but you actually did get to the point that I was looking at, because this is an accessibility issue, particularly for this particular testing population. And so one of the reasons why I asked that question is some of the numbers that Michelle didn't share in the public report was issues about the accessibility that was provided, the types of accessibility supports that districts use with the previous set of assessments. And I think we have to be both careful and, in developing the items, considerate of the type of accessibility issues for this population that have to be uniquely considered in how you construct the items. So I do appreciate how you explained that, and I know we don't have enough information at this point to know or to be able to test out how the assessment itself will work with those students or how they'll consume it. I'm talking about consuming and actually being able to act or interact with the embedded instructional item. But one of the things I also appreciated what you explained, it seems that for this particular population, their teachers actually may have greater autonomy to make decisions on how and when to embed or choose to use these particular tasks and working with the students. I've been in classrooms where the embedded activities that are currently going on are actually scheduled events, not autonomous decisions that classroom teachers actually make about when to use them. So I appreciate how you presented or explained this, that there has to be greater autonomy for the classroom teachers to decide how and the best ways to interact with students to use it. So I really appreciate the very detailed technical information you gave here.
Michelle will address this too a little bit later. At the same time, we want to maintain flexibility and autonomy. There has to be degrees of standardization
Yes.
with respect to what kinds of tasks and how they're scored, so to ensure that we are in fact providing a valid assessment
Yes.
of the content that is intended to be assessed by the California alternate assessment and the standards.
And then the last point, and the last question I want to ask, because there's always this tendency to want to compare the outcome of this data and what it means for the students in this population who took the test with the outcome and data from students who took the general assessment. And so, and I can, from the time I came to the board, every time we have a conversation about the alternative assessments and we're looking at the test results, I keep hearing this apple and oranges discussion about the difference between the standards these students were tested on, about what these assessment outcomes mean, and in comparing it with other students. Is there going to be a difference with these assessments from what we on what these outcomes are supposed to mean when we think about what the previous assessments are?
That's not my pay grade. I'm going to turn that one over to Michelle.
Okay.
It's a great question,
But you know, because you're designing the assessment, what the outcome is supposed to tell us.
But I think you need to think about these assessments in terms of what these assessments are designed to do is to get at the translation of the standards through that process into the core concepts and reasoning that we want the students in this population to be able to master in ways that we deem it's appropriate for them and useful for them to master that content. And to try to compare that to essentially what we would be even asking of a regular ed student with respect to that same performance expectation is, I don't think, in some ways it's a question that some people want to ask, but it's not an appropriate question for which there's any good answer. The answer is, have these students met the expectations we've had for them as determined by the special education instructional community and the science education community with respect to this population of students?
That's the answer I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Okay, Michelle.
So I think it's important to note as we finish up this PowerPoint and ask for your action today that we are taking this to you for action very early on in the development process. And we're doing that because we recognize that we're asking you to go down a different road. We're asking you to support an approach that we haven't implemented in California before. And we want to make sure we have that support before really starting development on these performance tasks. So this slide here kind of highlights the fact that we are in the beginning stages, because it talks about how these performance tasks can be developed in different ways. They can be developed by teachers, classroom teachers, using criteria that a state develops, and then a teacher would in essence develop their own classroom activity that meets our requirements for the criteria. That's one approach. Another approach is that the state develops the classroom activities, and the teachers implement either all of them or maybe a set of them. And the last approach is a combination of those two, where maybe some are out there as models, but they could also develop their own using a set of criteria. What I think is important to recognize today is that we don't need the answers to all of these right now. We were very deliberate in asking for 2 years of a pilot for this. And so because of that, we can hold off on answering some of these questions while we go through the process of finalizing those connectors, developing blueprints, developing some performance tasks, and looking at, the feasibility of whether or not teachers could do that, would want to do that. So I just want to point out that there are some things that we don't have answers to today, but that's okay. We can answer those later on. The pilot this first year's pilot would not tackle the hard task of teachers having to develop these. They would be state developed for this first pilot. But recognize whatever approach we would use, California teachers would be involved in the development process. So this slide here talks a little bit about some of the questions I think that Member Rucker brought up. It points out that the tasks are sampled at particular intervals. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we say teachers need to give task 1 in this month, or teachers need to give task 1 after so many years of instruction, so many days of instruction. It could mean after so many days of instruction, you need to at least collect so many of these so that it's spread out. Okay, so all of that is still in that phase of we need to work that out. We need to decide what's best for us. So please recognize that. They are administered and recorded by the primary teacher for the students. They reflect authentic student work. And that it's very important that they are scored using a state-defined criteria, even if they are teacher-developed. That the state is very much involved in the development of that scoring criteria and the training to make sure that it is done standardized throughout the state. So because of all this, we do expect that professional development of teachers who will be administering this is very critical for this to be done successfully. This particular approach has benefits and challenges that need to be worked through. We recognize it'll be critical to standardize the content representation, administration protocols, and scoring methods. One of the greatest benefits, though, is that the collection of embedded performance tasks creates a deeper connection between assessments and day-to-day learning, allowing for greater involvement of classroom teachers in the assessment experience. It also offers other benefits. It can be collected throughout the school year. It can demonstrate students' performance in real time. Imagine that. Imagine a teacher knowing in real time and then reteaching. You have an opportunity to do that with this approach. It very easily incorporates principles of universal design as well as the least restrictive environment. And it allows for improvements in teaching and learning in real time. It also can provide for a less stressful and less burdensome environment for this particular target population, but yet at the same time deliver challenging yet developmentally appropriate content for these students. There are a few challenges to a collection of an embedded performance task, and just want to point out that science is we only have to give that in 3 grades. So we only have an estimate about 15,000 students who will take this assessment. Otherwise, we probably would not be coming up here with this type of design approach recommendation, but it is a smaller number of students, right? So that's important to point out as we go through this. So we will struggle, honestly, with some educators seeing this as distinct from the instructional process. This is a paradigm shift and a huge paradigm shift, and honestly, I think we've gotten people a little used to the fact that we're doing big changes here in terms of assessment. So maybe they're ready for another paradigm shift, but it's a big one, and it's going to require very deliberate professional development and training on our end. And luckily, I gave you that long list of stakeholders that I reached out to, and I'm hoping they're right there beside us, helping us with this paradigm shift. And we need to really consider the resources that would be required. You know, we will have to do professional development. We will have to train our teachers. But this is training that is worthwhile. Think about this training. This isn't how you log on. Okay, there'll be a little bit of that, but this is training on scoring of a performance task. That is meaningful training. And so that is, I think, something that is worthwhile in terms of investing in. We will have to be diligent in order to make sure that this meets technical integrity. It's not insurmountable, but it will have to be something that is right there in the front of our minds in every decision that we make. To make sure that we have technical integrity in such a complex system that has some flexibility in it. So because this approach is very different for California, there are other states that use similar approaches, but for California, this is different. We need extra time, right? So what we thought about that when we brought you the timeline before. So we have 2 years of pilot and a year of field tests prior to getting to the operational tests. So I just want to point that out. that once we have, hopefully, your approval today to move forward on this, this will not be the last time you hear from me on this topic. We will come back with other decisions later on. So that is, well, that was long
Okay.
enough, right?
Yeah, thank you. But you did make the point about how our assessments are part of instructional improvement systems, not just end-of-year assessments
Right.
and quote the popular image of tests.
And you
That's-
can't say that more strongly than with an approach that I think we're recommending today.
Yeah, but, okay, other board member comments on this? Yes, Board Member Feliz.
I just want to go back to Board Member Rucker's comment about making sure we're not comparing this population, which is 1%, to the general population, and I totally agree. But there is a statement on page 2 that is bothering me, where it warns the public not to compare the SBAC results from last year to this year if the entities, the LEA or the schools, have different demographics. And I think that's the point, right? We want to know this is a whole different population. Having a cognitive disability is very different than being poor. So I would think that that's the goal, is for us to see how are certain students, poor students, students of color, faring in comparison to their white or Asian or whatever counterpart. And so I know that's a different conversation. That's going to be item 2. But I didn't think that that caution was needed in this item because, again, that is the goal. We want to make sure that we understand how our students are doing across the state, not in comparison. I don't want to know how my brown baby compares to another brown child. I want to know how they compare to other students that are in a better privileged position.
Right. So that's a good point. We'll have to make sure that when we add that note, we are clear. So I think it's important, for example, if people are making comparisons between different schools, one school's elementary, one school's high, that really isn't an appropriate comparison, okay? If you are comparing a high poverty school with one that isn't, you need to take that into consideration. So it wasn't meant to imply not comparing subgroup to subgroup. So that's important that we make sure that that's clear on our notes. So thank you.
Okay, Board Member Burr.
Thank you. Before we go to the science piece, I just want to again acknowledge all the work by your staff in pulling off what is just an amazing task. I think it does get lost, so I really appreciate you providing all of the details and the numbers, because it's so easy to gloss over, 3.2 million students. That is a big deal. But I also think we also have to acknowledge the work of our contractor, ETS, which has helps make this happen throughout the state. So again, kudos to everybody that was involved in that. I greatly appreciate that. Just one question really on the science piece, and it's really in the context of how it relates to the other subject matters that we're testing for this very challenged population. And I know we've talked about that over many, many meetings, and we've tried different pilots and all of that. So it would just be helpful to talk about how we see this subject matter fitting in with the other two that have to be tested.
So we did think about that in terms of we are recommending an approach that is different than the approach that we use for ELA and for math. We do think that the NGSS standards are a different set of standards and do deserve a different type of assessment than what we are doing for English and math. The other thing which I hinted at earlier was just the sheer number of students that we have to test for English and math versus the number of students that we have to test for science allows us maybe to use a different approach that just would not necessarily be feasible for English and math.
Okay, Board Member Holliday. Sandal.
I too want to go back before the science alternative assessment conversation to point out how many support programs you are providing for teachers and parents and students. And I think it's a hugely impressive list of all the effort that you're putting together. Are you sensing that some of these are more valuable than others? Are you constantly evaluating which ones will last for years and which ones may fade and that sort of thing? I'm particularly interested in the post-test workshops and your impression about how that is helping teachers and students moving forward. It's impressive, but at the same time, you're evaluating their effectiveness, correct?
Right. So at the end of the testing season, right about now, in fact, tomorrow I think I have 3 different post-test focus groups going on tomorrow. So we do a survey as well as focus groups. So tomorrow we are doing focus groups with our LEA coordinators, our site coordinators, as well as our test examiners for our alternate assessments. So those will occur, as well as a survey. So we will be analyzing that information when it comes back, looking at ways to improve. I think that honestly, it's difficult to evaluate some of the work that we've done because it's still starting to trickle down. We're such a large state, and it's difficult to get it in the right hands. And honestly, we're still struggling with that a little bit. So I think we may need to give some things some more time before we really determine whether or not that's something that needs to be changed.
Okay, Board Member Sandoval.
Okay, I think this embedded performance task concept, I'm very supportive of it. I think it really has a lot of promise and is going to show us new ways of learning about what students know, giving them the opportunity to demonstrate that through the year. So I think that's very important. And even though there's only testing in 3 grades, as you've said, I think it is important because with science, we want to ensure that all of our students are accessing the next generation science standard in every year. And I'm hoping that maybe this will help support that. And then I have a question about linkages with higher education, and you had mentioned all of the stakeholders, and I'm just thinking about the next generation of educators that are coming through the teacher education programs, and if there are any formal connections in these assessments and these new directions that we're taking, and with teacher education programs in our colleges and universities, and how we're helping the next generation prepare, in addition to supporting teachers who are already in the workforce.
So I believe there was an announcement just yesterday of a grant that was given to CSU to help a teacher prep for science, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm looking at Member Williams because she probably is more familiar with this than I am. I think it's probably an area that we can improve upon. It's more easily done with Smarter Balance because that's a formal connection in terms of representatives of higher ed being on the committees. So it's something we probably need to be more deliberate about in terms of science.
Board Member Sun.
Thank you. Just wanted to add to the general kudos around just the assessment this year. Just being at the school site, it did go very smoothly. I know we tend to hear about the glitches and all of those things. That's really just a very small handful compared to the massive work that's been done. And then to get our results back so quickly was amazing. So to this particular issue with the science, I just am very impressed by and very supportive of the innovative approach to this assessment. And I do think that we actually might learn for general ed as well. And I would be curious of any of the educators who might think that the performance task is distinct from instructional practice. To me, this is instructional practice. So hopefully we will learn from this for the general ed as well.
Okay, Board Member Rucker, then Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so because there are several things built into this item, including the science task, I also we didn't get a chance to go back and comment on some of your earlier statements. So one of the other, while people are giving kudos on the administration itself, I think we need to pay attention to the teacher guide that you crafted. That was a guide that was under development, and it was made as a request at a board meeting a couple of years back, and it's been under development for quite some time, and it's been a very trying process just to figure out how to make this both consumable and at the same time to give some guiding information. So I do want to give kudos about the teacher guide, not just because it's finally there, but because it's going to be an iterative development process. I know that this is the first cut at it, and probably the most important element in this guide was to give teachers an understanding both about the design of the assessment and then what they should understand about how to use the outcome or the results of the assessment to inform instruction. That also is another assessment shift because we've never actually given that kind of formative guidance because that's not a conversation we're accustomed to having. Usually the process of informing assessment is here's your scores, raise the test scores, and that's the conversation. This guide actually gives teachers another way to look at and to understand and to unpack the assessment results. And so it's a very good first step, and it's a very good step down that road. I also want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to sit in on one of the CASP institutes, because there's another change in that training as well that is very, very important. That should be a great concern to us, because at those institutes, you're not just teaching them the technology of managing the system and how to do the records keeping and the system monitoring and management. You're actually beginning in those institutes to start guiding practice about what the questions are that you need to turn around and start having as conversations in your districts and at your sites about the assessment results, so that we're not just taking time handling all the glitches or understanding what the reporting practices are or what the records are, but to understand when we have this information, now that we have it, what are you supposed to do with it? And even though, again, for those folks, it's a very difficult model that they're being asked to grasp, to both be the monitors and the maintainers of the system, but also the engineers of the facilitators of a different conversation. I appreciated getting to sit in the room and listen to the initiative that has been undertaken by that. So having said all that, we've learned a great deal about, what needs to be front loaded, both for teachers and for people who are the managers of this system. As we go forward now, we're crafting a new assessment. The one piece of advice I would give, having had a chance to read the teacher guide, you might want to start with writing that guide now, so that when that test comes out, and because this is going to be so very different, you can give that as part of your pilot to those teachers, and you can begin improving that guide so that people, when they get this assessment, understand the underlying design of not only what the assessment is, but what they should be doing with it. Because for the you gave me the opportunity to listen to teachers who were responding to the guide, and you shared the feedback with me that you were getting, because the board president said I could stay involved with that, and I appreciate that as well. But the fact is, people were saying, if I understood this when we started the assessment, and so the fact that I kept hearing that again and again lets me know that when this new alternative assessment, as it's being developed, and we're going through this multi-year period of piloting and then doing the field test, having that guide to help them understand not only the underlying design, but the intent of what we're going to do with the assessment probably will help to inform what we learn both from the pilot and the field test.
Yeah, Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
I do have kudos too. I really appreciated the videos, the teacher and parent resource videos on how to read the CASP report. I posted on social media, got reposted several times. So thank you for that. That's a really great visual, and I think it was something very simple and concise for parents and teachers as well. Thanks.
Yes, I will. I just learned, I think, a month ago, that is one of the most widely watched videos of all the department videos, is that one right there.
Okay. Board Member Burr.
I move the CDE recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, public comment on this item.
Yes. If you would please line up, Gina Plate, Doug McCrae, Lisa Hegdahl, Leangela Reed.
Good morning. President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Gina Plate, and I am the chair of the Advisory Commission on Special Ed and a senior advisor at the California Charter Schools Association. I just want to echo the kudos to Michelle and to her staff for not just thinking about this in the way that they have and outside the box, as I heard someone say, but also for engaging the field in the way they did. We really appreciate being involved in these discussions and in the process. What Michelle described definitely honors the differences in how students learn, and as many of you pointed out. And we also think, as President Kearse pointed out, that it empowers teachers in that important continuum of teaching, learning, and assessing. And as we continue here in California to raise the bar for students with disabilities, we think that this further ties that connection between assessment and curriculum. So we have really rigorous standards in the state, and we're excited about this process. Thank you.
One minute today, right? 1 minute was noticed for items 2 and 3, not for item 1.
1 minute today,
Good morning. My name is Doug McRae, retired testing specialist from Monterey. I wish to make 3 points. First, the aggregate growth calculations mentioned in a June information memo indicates we may not be able to have growth data for all our assessments this year. That the 3 years would be of data would be required. That's not a surprise, at least not to testing specialists. Second, I was able to review the large California submission for peer review. I submitted a one-page handout with highlights. Don't have time to go into that, but I'd be happy to answer questions. Finally, on the NGSS alternate assessment, I'd reluctantly support staff recommendation for that design, only because I don't see a better option for either alternate assessment from either the alternate assessment for ELA and math, which is quite problematic at this point, or the extremely complex NGSS design approach approved a couple months ago. Reality is an embedded performance task assessment is not likely to pass federal peer review. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Leangela Reed on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. First, want to thank the department for their efforts to improve the delivery of the test scores, to continue to improve. Every year it's better. It's just been great. I also want to thank the CDE staff for reaching out to me after I testified at the May hearing relative to the issues that some districts were having implementing their big grants in connectivity. Cindy Casanis and her staff have reached out, and even though it's not the department's responsibility, we're going to be meeting and working together, and I really appreciate that because, for example, of the 25 sites that Comcast was selected to assist with, they've only implemented 12 are only 12, 11 are completed. There's still 14 sites remaining. They hope by the beginning of the school year because they missed the testing window. But just the department has been great to do that, and we look forward to working with them. And then finally, AXA asks that you approve the conceptual design for the alternate assessment in science. We think it's great for the 16-17 pilot. Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent Torlickson, President Kearse, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Lisa Hegdahl, and I'm president of the California Science Teachers Association. The California Science Teachers Association was very pleased and honored to be part of the conversations regarding the proposed conceptual design for the California NGSS alternate assessment. CSTA supports the proposed portfolio embedded performance task conceptual design as outlined in item attachment 2. No option for testing is without its challenges, and CSTA believes that this proposal strikes the appropriate balance between the challenges posed by this type of assessment in a standardized state-level format with the benefits of using the best type of assessment for this subject matter, these standards, and this student population. CSTA urges the State Board of Education to accept the CDE's proposed conceptual design for the California NGSS alternate assessment. Additionally, CSTA looks forward to continuing to work with the CDE as the assessment development progresses. Thank you.
Okay. That's the end of the public comment, so we have a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded. Seeing no further board comments, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that is approved unanimously. Okay, do we want to take a break now or before? Yes, it sounds like we do. All right. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock.
This is the short little talking point I prepared for Eileen. before we go to public comment, she's going to signal she intends to support the adding the timeline.
Great, okay.
Okay, the board will reconvene. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I have a quorum. All right, this is item 2, and Nancy Brownell from the board staff will begin the testimony. Board members, we have a four-portion motion that was in the item. We now have a 5-part motion. There has been one part, an additional part to the 4-part motion. There's now a 5th part, which our liaisons will explain. And so I think that, as we all know, we've been working on this for over 6 months. And we have a limited set of options for measuring performance in a way that allows statewide comparisons of performance and identification of any disparities within student subgroups. So we're launching with what we have at this point, but I'm also pleased that the CDE is committed to convene a workshop group to advise us on specific options for developing various kinds of further data, including locally supported surveys. And the CDE work group will work in such areas as student climate, teacher climate, climate issues around the provision of educational resources, and one of the 8 state priorities of offering a broad curriculum in K-8 grades, which are all of these are still under development. So we will hopefully have something in September, but it'll go on from that. And so this discussion today focuses only on our approach for the initial year of LCFF evaluation rubrics. I don't think we'll be changing that much of the core things, but we will be adding things. And the rubric today and the discussion today is around the requirements in the state law, the LCFF. And the board will be presenting a plan for the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, and there will be more that we will fill in as we go along on that plan. So some of the items today that people think about are part of ESSA, and we may take those up later, such as identifying the 5% of schools under ESSA for school improvement plans. So with that sort of a context of what we're doing and where we are, turn it over to Nancy Brownell to give the board the overview of a system which has required a great deal of creativity and hard work on the state board staff and the CDE staff. They had to come up with some new things and then work it with the field and the stakeholders and our advisory group. Nancy.
Good morning, everyone. Nancy Brownell, staff to the State Board of Education. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and Carrick Ashley and Jenny Singh will be joining for part of this presentation. As you know, this has been an ongoing item that there's been robust development and conversations both across the board meetings as well as with our colleagues in the field. So just a brief context. Obviously, we've been moving along on talking about the expectations in the local control funding formula statutes and the evolution of the development of the evaluation rubrics. At the March State Board meeting, the architecture of accountability and continuous improvement was the focus of trying to map to the concepts that by then we knew a little bit more about the federal expectations under Every Child Succeeds. At the May meeting, so long ago, it seems, the focus on the selection of determination really of a balance of local and state measures with the goal of moving toward as much as we can a single coherent local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system. To the greatest degree, really the feedback from the field has been very positive in the board's effort to move in that direction. At The meeting today, obviously, the focus on the standards and performance expectations related to the look at both the local measures and the state measures or indicators, and of course all of this foundation for being able to approve the evaluation rubrics at the September meeting, along with, of course, the LCAP template revisions, as those two tools really need to work together for districts to be able to really get a full picture of how they're doing on their local progress. So the design for the rubrics, as you know, has been an ongoing conversation. The progress and the decisions that you've made leading up to this sort of iterative process has been the identification of the state indicators, a methodology for calculating, and you're going to hear much more about that from Carrick's team, about these two dimensions of status or outcome, as we've used the words, and change or improvement over time. If, again, the goal is to continuously improve the performance of students at the LEA, school, and student subgroup level. The importance of the local data options that need to be a part of the system. And then the beginning conversation we had at the May meeting around a top-level display with your also additional direction to staff to take a look at some more complex measures that are not addressed by the state indicators. And so between May and July, there's been a lot of work, as Mike said, President Kirst, about with the department and state board staff. So to sort of begin the conversation about where we are, and you have a full-page version of this, I think, in your baskets. It's a little easier to read. We're still working on the accessibility issues, but this PowerPoint hopefully will be posted by the end of today or tomorrow. As you take a look at this, this is intended to be a sort of framing piece as a central part of this particular item. And I just want to start with this, and then we're going to come back around and look at it in a little more detail after Carrick's presentation. But imagine, if you might, again, we're still working in the paper arena, that this is a website that you've logged on to actually get to your district or school, similar, for example, to what happens now with SARC. And if you look at this for a moment, this is an attempt to really sort of help all of us conceptualize how this is intended to function as part of the evaluation rubric system. So I'm going to be moving quickly sort of from left to right on here. You'll notice on the navigation panel, and I've just added the priorities there just as a reminder. You may not have these quite at the level of your fingertips that I know many school folks do, and most of us as we've been working with this. So the first column would be a bit of a navigation pane. It would have some tabs, and you could obviously click through and get to more levels of detail. But this is, it meant this particular graphic as the beginnings of that top-level display that would be more easily accessible, although, again, we still have work to do. Then if, again, moving to the across the page, you have the LCFF priority number, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, whatever number it is. And then you have the set of indicators. And as you'll notice, the first ones, the ELA assessment for K-8, mathematics assessment for K-8, English learner proficiency, grad rate, chronic absenteeism, those should ring very familiar. Those were the indicators approved as state-level indicators at the May meeting. So the concept that we have a beginning of what can become part of the look at how districts are doing when they would be using the evaluation rubrics. Moving further down that list, the feedback that we all received, both as a result of the change in the motion at the May meeting to sort of broaden the look beyond so much of a focus on test scores, the LCF priority 6, where suspension rate is clearly an important indicator that was identified in the legislation, although the capacity in this category of school climate, which is priority 6, is a lot more than suspension rate. So the excellent work that's going to be moving forward that I'll be talking about in a little more detail in the other, later in the attachments, but this idea that a local climate survey as part of the set of information that would help a district beyond looking only at the suspension rate. And the other part of what the board directed staff at the May meeting was these priorities 7 and 8, which are really about broad course access and other pupil outcomes, really, or the outcomes that we may want to look at, particularly at the local level. But the goal for this interim point is to put those together in a college and career readiness indicator, which you'll be hearing a lot more about. The board members who participated in the California Practitioners Advisory Group meeting already have a bit of a preview on that, and Carrick and Jenny will be talking in much more detail. Then the last 3 priorities, 1, 2, and 3, and again, you'll be hearing more about this in attachment 2, the components around the basics, as it's called really in the legislation, is about the Williams settlement, particularly the relationship of qualified teachers, instructional materials, and facilities as central conditions of learning at the local and state levels, the implementation of academic standards, and parent engagement. So your charge from the statute, obviously, in terms of the rubrics, is to establish standards for all 8 priorities, 10, remember the coordinated services for foster youth and expelled students that counties superintendents are responsible for. So the top display would indicate these are the indicators, these are the priorities, and then moving into the color schemes. And again, these are the words and colors that, again, you'll need to determine. This is a little different shading of some of these colors, but around this idea of the status, what level have we reached as a district, and what's our change or our improvement. And again, Jenny's going to be talking about the use of the word status and change, and your thinking on that. So moving then back to the top and across, the color coding is noted at the bottom of the graphic, where a quick look at this particular top level display, immediately people would look at, you know, where are we doing well, where are we having areas of need. And if you continue across to this concept of the equity report, as we're calling it at this point, and again, there's a footnote there, your direction has been solid from the beginning that the importance of equity as a critical measure and goal of LCFF, and the degree to which at the local and the state levels we really need to have a quick look at how districts are doing across the student subgroups. So for purposes of this display, as you know, we have 13 or 14 subgroups identified in our state system, pardon me. So in the equity report, the color coding matters, but we've just given a number rather than identify a particular subgroup. And again, this is sort of a random sample. We're not, haven't identified numbers specific to every particular student group. But just by looking across for ELA assessment, for example, on the very first, overall, there's high status. They've reached good levels of performance on the Smarter Balanced assessment, for example, in literacy. They've continued to improve significantly, but continuing over to that right-hand column, the red and the orange are the areas of need, and there are 2 subgroups, obviously 1 and 5 for just the randomness of display, and the subgroup 2 in the orange are areas that as a district it looks like we're making good progress across the board, but for those 2 groups of students, right away, and again in a website model, as a parent, as somebody in the district, I could click on this, and again, it's a layered sort of access to more levels of detail. And then, again, going down the columns, part of this in terms of English learner proficiency, for example, the indicator applies only to English learners. So for this particular district, there may not be a large population, or the equity report shows that there aren't subgroups there that are having difficulty. Continuing to sort of scroll down, you get the picture of number of subgroups in a particular area. Chronic absenteeism, an area where there were several, it's district-wide, it's an error, a problem area that probably needs deeper examination and attention in LCAPs, but there's quite a range of subgroups also that apparently are not attending school at the level that they would need to. Right away, looking at this top-level display, it tells a bit of a picture about the district. And then the latter three, where it's the priorities 1, 2, and 3 around teachers, instructional materials, facilities, implementation of academic standards, and parent engagement, there is not information at the student subgroup level, because this is district level information in this first year, right? These are those areas that we do not have state data, but there's good local data. It tells us just by looking at the categories, we're looking pretty good in terms of basics, but the yellow gold color, orange, this is orange, I think, that implementation of academic standards, which again, when we get to attachment 2, we'll get a better picture of how we're looking at these other indicators, is already telling me, for example, as a district person, what's going on there? We better probe a little bit on that. And then the parent engagement has been met. And then the very last column is we talk about the narrative a little bit as the Terry Burns indicator to some degree. I don't know if Terry's in the room. What if there's, as a district, maybe we had a fire, unfortunately, or we had some catastrophic thing that may have happened that we weren't able to, provide what we needed, or we had a huge addition of students from, Afghanistan that entered our small district, and it just changed our demographics. Whatever it might be, the opportunity to, again, on this idea of local uploading as well, we could put a couple sentences that showed up on the top-level display that at least provided our community and others with some thinking about, oh, I see, there may have been a particular problem. This may not be a persistent concept or area of need. So that's the way that the top-level display is organized as a way to, again, integrate all of the components that you've been talking about and we've been trying to assemble over the course, really, of the last 18 months in a way that provides some initial information and yet allows for a wider range of a much deeper look depending on what the needs are. So as that for a frame, and again, we're going to come back and I'll have you ask some questions about this, but we wanted to sort of put the whole piece together initially, and then we're going to look at a few of the parts, and then we'll come back around on this, on the attachments, if that's okay. So, yes, Mike.
Yeah, we can stop there if you want. That's a lot of stuff. So why don't we pause there for board member questions?
Thank you. I think that this item spoke more to some of the concerns that I had with the previous item. It was more focused on students and this notion of equity and how to move towards addressing those. I know you're going to have a lot more material to present, so I don't want to jump ahead, but I will jump ahead a little bit and just asking about something that I haven't seen I didn't see in this agenda item, but I saw it in previous ones, which was the overall designation. So if this is Ortiz-Licon District, and I have blue, green, yellow, red, how do I know where I actually fared? What's my overall designation? I know we had that in the past. I'm not sure if that fell off at some point or if we're coming back to that. The other thing, I definitely appreciate the equity report. I think this is something that I have been very vocal about, as well as many other folks. So I appreciate that consideration. My question there glad to know that we're not using numbers. I think that's very problematic because it's not intuitive, and then who's going to be number one? You know, I mean, it could really get to that level. But when I advocated for the equity report, it was sort of a two-piece. One is awareness, which I think that is great for us to know where the disparities are, but that's not equity. That's a first step towards identifying where we need to address the disparity so that we could then have equity, right? So the action is what is still missing here. And I'm wondering if we're going to consider a nexus between the equity report and the LCAP template and the annual update, because then that would make it actionable, and then that would make it equity, or closer to. Thanks.
Right. A couple of things. This idea of a multiple measure system has been the concept, really, that staff has been working on, along with direction from the board. But the idea that this is going to be put together some way in a single number has not been something that the board has expressed, I think, direction for us to do. And I don't know if other board members want to weigh in on that.
No, we had designations it was the change, the outcome, the change in a third designation in previous items. The overall performance.
The overall.
Yeah. So is that no longer happening?
Yeah, I don't. Dave.
So the overall color bands that are reflected in the display, so that for each indicator it's split in two with status and change, and there's a color coding for the entire bar, that corresponds to the 5 overall performance categories. And actually, Eric Crane from WestEd, and then when Jenny Singh from the department does the overview on the attachment 1, we'll cover that more detail.
Okay, that was David Sapp, Deputy Policy Counsel for the State Board of Education. Please identify yourself. Yeah. All right, other questions at this stage? Board Member Rucker.
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm very appreciative of the detailed level of detail on the information that is being presented, particularly on this grid. It's very helpful to see a big picture that's presented by this particular slide. And I know that as we go into the next level down and look at what the evidence is on the indicators, that we're going to see exactly what those parts and pieces are. What my question is, and again, it is related to the equity report and the link between what the equity report is saying and what the information we're getting about the student performance. I think the missing piece for me, and this is probably, again, and as I looked at some of the other items that are connected to this and some of the other information memos, the narrative is actually more clearly explained to me, but I'm not sure it's been brought out. It will be brought out as clearly to districts. There is a narrative explanation about what this data should mean or what districts should see when they look at this summative information. And so we have spent a lot of time in trying to create a report that is easy to see and to encapsulate a lot of information all at once, but I'm not sure the narrative or the summary of what the information actually means is as clearly spelled out as you just explained in going over this. And so there is a little bit of a gap in what's actually in writing now to explain what this means between what you just explained to us very clearly and what's actually been put in writing. So I think, and I know that this is still a work in process and that the work is going forward, but I'm hoping that there is some effort being made to capture some of the very clear statements that you're articulating, explaining this, to add to and refine that narrative summary, because some of that's not in the summary currently. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, Board Member Holliday.
Thank you for this overview, and I agree with Member Rucker that this is very helpful. You need a graphic designer, though, I think. This is
It's pretty basic.
Very tricky to put this in a format and the shape and the pieces that will make it really easy for parents and teachers and everyone to look at this. And that's a huge challenge. And hopefully we can get on to see something toward that pretty soon. My one question, though, is about the equity report. Do you intend it to be just red and orange?
Yes, because the goal here is to identify on that top-level display, here's your overall picture of the district, and here are the student subgroups that are not performing at a level that you may want to look at in more detail. At least at this point, that's been the effort to move forward with that.
You know, might be an interesting question to think about, though, whether or not on the dashboard to be able to identify those subgroups that are succeeding.
Board Member Sun.
Yeah, that's actually a similar question. I didn't know when to start coming in with questions, but on a more conceptual basis, if this high-level report is to look at information and is not necessarily it's not meant to be punitive, then it seems that we need to provide the wider scope of information and perhaps highlight some schools that might be doing well with some of the subgroups. So I think I'd like to throw that out there as well.
Okay, interesting. Board Member Burr.
Since this is our first opportunity to talk again, I just want to thank the board staff and the department staff for enormously heavy lifting on all of this work and to get to a place that we can actually see something that we can conceptualize. So I appreciate that. What I think is tough here, and I know we tried to make this happen, this is a web page, right? So last night I saw a magic trick on America's Got Talent, in case anybody saw it, and this other card came up. And if we knew how to do magic tricks, that's what we would do here. Yeah. So it's really hard to look at a static piece of paper and go, oh, that's what that's going to tell me. This is an attempt that we've received many requests from stakeholder groups as well as board members about what is this going to look like and how do you demonstrate that you care about equity. That's what this is intended to do. But to the point of, can we find out additional information? Absolutely. If it's a web page, you're going to be able to click on any of those things and go, what do my subgroups look like? And I think to Nancy's point, over in the narrative section, the districts and LEAs and charters will have the opportunity to upload, hey, we're doing great with our fill in the blanks, our English learners, but we're not doing so hot with our low income students, or that kind of thing. So that's all I want to say is that imagine it's a magic trick, yes. And you actually have a web page and you know how to click on each one of those and get additional information. Or as a local agency, you have the ability to fill in the blanks.
Okay, maybe we ought to look into hiring magicians.
As well as graphic
Ortiz Lincoln.
I just want to point out the purpose of the equity report from the beginning has been to identify the gaps, not our stellar, our superstars. We could have another column that says superstars, but for this purpose, it was to identify the gaps between racial groups so that then we, the school systems, the LEA, could be proactive about narrowing those gaps. So if we have 3 subgroups that have been identified as red or orange, then by definition, you know that the other 10 are doing okay. Or you could look and see where they fall in that distribution. But this is to identify those subgroups that need additional assistance, analysis, support, whatever it may be. So I don't want to dilute the purpose of that column.
Okay, Board Member Holliday.
Understood, Member Ortiz-Lacon, but I do think that there is an opportunity here to have the opportunity to celebrate success in different ways. And I think that has a positive effect on what happens in a school in a district. And as Ting said, not to appear just punitive, in its nature. And I did not mean to be flippant about the graphic designer, and I do understand the need to think about this in a web page kind of format. But at the same time, this is not parent user-friendly at this point, of course. And I do appreciate you being able to put this together for us in this way. And I do appreciate the elements and the pieces and all the rest. But it really is going to be a difficult task to make this really user-friendly so that parents and others can work through it and gather the information they need and not come away with a distorted view of what's happening at the district or at the school level.
Okay. Board Member Williams.
Okay, I say this with some concern that it's going to sound really kind of superficial, but I did attend the meeting, and I heard discussion about the color palette and how everybody felt about the color palette. And I have to say that I liked it when it was in bolder colors. This kind of looks like an Easter egg hunt thing going on here. You know, it's all very soft and friendly, and I liked it when red was red because it told me that this was an area of real concern.
Okay.
And you look lovely in it, but for this report, no.
Okay, Nancy, you may proceed.
Okay. Then quickly, and then Carrick will be coming up, there are 5 attachments in this item, as you noted, and many of those link back to some June information memoranda that had a lot more of the detail. So attachment 1 will be the much of the time spent on this item in really looking at the standards and performance expectation. The proposed standards for the local control funding formula priority areas, as you noted in that attachment, there are more priority areas for which there is not state data, but they're critically important at the local level. And you'll see how staff is recommending that methodology. Attachments 3 and 4 continue again to provide a more robust picture of what the system includes, including the draft statements of model practices, which was a first attempt to move into the more qualitative statements. I'll be talking briefly about those in attachment 3. And attachment 4 comes back around on this top level display as, again, the direction that we're moving in order to sort of create all of the pieces in a working way. And then attachment 5 is the reference to Ed Code from LCFF. So there are, as Mike said, recommendations for action in this item, which again you'll be taking at the end of the discussion of the item. But these attachments are intended to really provide the foundation for that action today, so you have hopefully a clearer picture of the decisions you're making. There is obviously the importance of the methodology that staff is recommending for establishing standards for all 8 or 10 of the priorities, in addition to obviously the focus on the state indicators, all of the importance of the local indicators as well. And a reminder again of this very important role in the use of the rubrics related to these multiple dimensions requested in the LCFF statutes about, first, obviously, as a use for districts to establish local strengths and needs, for use by county superintendents and their teams in beginning to move into support and technical assistance, as well as the state superintendent and the California Collaborative. So the importance of the work on setting the standards, which has taken us really the last 6 months or so and really moving into that, helps again with the determination then of what does that look like in terms of how do I request, or if I need assistance, what is that part of the system as important to the development of selecting the standards. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Carrick to talk about attachment.
Before you do,
1.
I'd like you just to briefly describe, I think for the public, how this rubric relates to the template and the whole LCAP process. So we're dealing with the back end. Let's talk a little bit about the front end and how it interacts, just to lay the broad context here of the piece we're dropping in.
All right. Well, as you well know, we're 3 years into implementation of LCFF. Districts, I think, as a whole, particularly those of us that have been out talking with people each year, it's gotten a little bit easier in determining the whole structure in LCAPs of what are our district needs, what is the determination of the actions and services that we're going to write into our plans that we think are going to best meet those needs, and what are the ways that we're going to measure progress both at the formative and the summative levels in this time, obviously, of a lot of great change going on. So I know in my particular district, as we came up on the end of the 3rd year here, the staff confidence on the district team and our teachers was really quite a difference from 2 years ago. So that process, having been in place now around LCAP development, annual update analysis, those 2 pieces working together in this first phase, as you indicate, now that the LCFF rubrics another dimension of the implementation of LCFF becomes a part of the picture. The work that will be going on in the fall with the collaboration of the department, county office staff, and the collaborative in really doing some professional development around how the rubrics can be useful, how to be able to access them. Remember the orange graphic, as we've called it, we didn't include it in here, but the idea that the rubrics, as you said, President Kirst, are sort of moving into a system that's already underway. So the idea that they have to work together well with the template, and we'll be hearing more about those revisions in the other item, the degree to which in the sort of completion, the plan that the data would be available in the fall of a given year, for example, with the pre-populated look at the data, the local data that could be uploaded in terms of how we're doing on the state indicators and the local indicators. We have that available to us at the local level in the fall of a given year. And as we prepare then to move into the LCAP cycle, where we're convening our community members, we're talking about what's been our progress, we're looking at that data. We may have referenced some of the statements of model practices and some of the other more elaborated details as a way to say, gee, at the district level, you have a chance early on to kind of look at what the rubrics are telling you, and then as you move into sharing that with your community members and stakeholders, leading to a revision of your LCAP in areas where there may be major efforts, in conversations with county staff, for example. If there are red areas, particularly in this next year, we have a chance to kind of work through the system in a way that allows people to see, here's some areas where it looks like we may be doing pretty well, but as we move into some of our more specific subgroup resource or performance, we have areas here that we better take a look at in the context of the revisions to our LCAP. And then that would be, moving into the approval process into the next year. And again, it hopefully fits into an existing cycle in a useful way, as opposed to sort of diverting people from the real work that's already going on at the local level.
Okay, thank you for that. Guess we want to move to Carrick Ashley.
Good morning, Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Innovation Branch. I'll be saying a few words sort of framing the conversation, and then we'll get right into the details, which Jenny Singh will be providing. Jenny is administrator in the Accountability Division. I appreciate, Member Burr, the comments about the tremendous amount of work, as it has been, both for State Board staff and for our Accountability Division under Cindy Kazanis, but especially Jenny Singh and her office. There and will continue to be a lot of work between now and September, very little summer vacations this year. So the state has committed to a process of continuous improvement. And we take that seriously, not only for districts, but we take it seriously for the state and this system that we're designing. So this system is not intended to be static. The system is intended to continue to be continuously improved over time, and that's going to be especially true over the next few months and the next year. But I think it will continue to be that way, and we're trying to design a model which can be added to, taken away, modified, so that, again, it's not a single system that stays in place for a decade or more, as we had under API. So with that, what you're seeing today, and when we get into the details that Jenny Singh is going to share with you, and then Eric Crane after that from WestEd, know that what you're seeing today it won't be exactly what you see in September, right? Because there'll be your guidance that you're going to provide to us today. There's going to be more data work and more simulations to run, more top-level data displays to try to take into account some of your comments about user friendliness and easy to use for parents and community. So all of those. So what you see again today it will not be exactly the same of what you see in September, nor will it be the same as what you see moving on, because there are some things that we have at our disposal right now. Graduation rates, we've had them for a number of years. We haven't talked about yet 5-year and 6-year graduation rates, but we'll get there. It will be a part of the system. We have suspension rates, and we've had reported those for a few years, so that's data that we have. So some of these things we have in hand. There are other things that are coming. Right? We've made a commitment to chronic absenteeism, which we'll be collecting for the first time this coming school year. The CLA biliteracy, something that we want to put into a college and career readiness indicator. Again, we don't have the data right now. We'll be collecting it for the first time on a student level basis this coming school year. So there are some data that is coming that will, again, change our evaluation rubrics and the data displays that we provide. And then even more so, maybe even further down the road, there may be other things that we are working on. We have made a commitment for a work group to look at things like school and district surveys that might provide some more information to give us a greater context to school climate or school environment, however you want to speak of that. So again, what we're seeing today won't be the same as what we're going to see in September, won't be the same as what we see down the road, but knowing that, this is a good starting point. Then there are other things like our assessment data. So, and let me just say that I appreciate the kind words from Superintendent Torlakson and President Kirsch, as well as other state board members, about the hard work that the assessment division has done, especially under the leadership of Michelle Center, working with Smarter Balance and ETS. That has been a tremendous amount of staff. So I didn't get a chance to say it during item 1, so I'll say it now. And I'll just use a phrase that I find myself using in multiple contexts in regards to how Michelle has done, and that is, I'm proud to say that I'm with her. So then so with the assessment data, we just have finished our second year, but remember, we do have some year-round schools that are still finishing their testing, even as we're speaking. So we don't have that second year of data yet. So what you see today is not what you're going to see in the future. We do want to use, and we have made a commitment to a growth model. But since we don't have the data, we could provide you a model and have you ask you to approve one, but that wouldn't be very fair to you without having to see the actual data from California students on the impact of that data. So that will be coming, but it won't be coming in the short term. It'll be coming a few months from now when we have a chance to actually look at the data and provide you some options on how to look at growth data. Then there's the college and career readiness indicator, of which we're going to look at, and you're going to be asked to take action on to include it as an indicator, and even the methodology that we're going to be using. But all of the exact places, and you've seen that chart before with the circles or the bubbles, whatever you want to call them, that describe some of the different measures that will be used in that college and career indicator. But those placements of those circles are yet to come. Right? So today we're taking action on one step, which is the indicator itself and the methodology. Moving forward, we'll then have some work groups and discussions. Technical design group will take a look at those circles and place them in the appropriate levels for that college and career indicator. All to say that, again, what you see today will change over time and into the future. And then lastly, before I call Jenny up to make the presentation of getting into more of the details, we do have a federal law out there. We are mindful of that federal law. There are proposed regulations for different areas in that federal law. They're not final. They are proposed. And so while we're mindful of that and we're monitoring and tracking how the regulations as they go through the process, we are designing something for California, and we're coming up with a series of indicators that will allow us to do what we want to do in terms of identifying schools who are making progress versus those that need to make more progress. Once the federal regulations are passed, then we'll take a look at them, we'll examine them, we'll find a pathway forward for you using our evaluation rubrics as a foundation. So that's to come. And in fact, in item 4, Barbara Murchison will be here to give you an update on the S estate plan, and I think even asking you to take some action on providing some comments to those federal regulations, one of which, let me just address now, is the question that was brought up earlier, whether intended or not, and that is, will there be an overall color to represent a school or a district? So this will be a rhetorical question for you, but this wasn't designed, and I'm holding up the piece of paper for those that the camera can't see. If this were a school and you were looking at this right now for yourself and you had to pick a color to represent all of the aspects of how that school has done, what color would you pick? So that's a rhetorical question. I see some heads looking like, no, there is no single color that will represent what this particular school, as an example, is doing, right? And just like a child's report card, it doesn't come home saying your child is a C-, right? Every quarter, report card comes home and it gives multiple measures in different areas of how your child is performing. And there's not a parent in America who is not used to getting that report card with multiple measures, and they don't need a summary to tell them how their child is doing. So with that, I'm going to ask Jenny Singh, Administrator in our Accountability Division, to come up and move us forward in some of the details, unless you have specific questions for me. Very good. Jenny Singh.
Good morning, President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson and board members. Again, my name is Jenny Singh, and I'm going to be presenting the information that is in attachment 1 of item 2. Okay. So we're going to be covering 4 topics. This presentation will cover 4 topics. I'm going to provide a really quick overview of the California model, which has been presented in prior meetings, but I think it's important to review the model to ensure everyone starts on the same page. We have a lot of people watching or in the audience who may not be as familiar with it as we are. I'm also going to provide a quick overview of the methodology for the California model, which was presented at the May board also. And then I will spend a little more time on how the distributions were set for the indicators. As you know, item 2 referenced a significant amount of information regarding the indicators that was shared with the California Practitioners Advisory Group at the June meeting. So I just want to touch on some of that information. Then I'll spend a little bit of time reviewing the college and career standards model, and this model was referred to in the February memo that we did. Okay, starting with the overview. So the California model uses percentiles to create a 5x5 grid. So it gives you 25 results. And it combines status and change. And status and change are both equally weighted. And these two together provide an overall determination for what we are calling the performance category. These performance categories are represented by colors. And we will do a performance category for each indicator. So each indicator has their own performance category. Because status and change is used as terminology that's going to be used quite a bit in this presentation, I thought it was really important to make sure everyone understands what the definitions are. So status is really based on the current year performance. Change is the difference between the performance from the prior year and the current year, and in some cases between the current year and a multiple year average when available. So in most cases, though, you need both status and change to get a performance category. And I do say most cases because there's always an exception to the rule, and we always have one, and we'll get to that later on in the presentation. So this model will be applied to all local educational agencies, traditional schools, including charter schools, and student groups with 30 or more students. And it is, of course, designed to be aligned with the local control and accountability plans, or the LCAPs, and will support local improvement efforts. I do want to point out, though, because the board indicated several months ago that they wanted to do a different system, an alternative accountability system for alternative schools, the data from the alternative schools were taken out during our simulations to set the distributions. And I just wanted to provide a really quick overview of the California model here. So this kind of represents, hopefully, represents a graphical display on how we make the decisions for the performance categories. And so in this example, you can see that a school that has a high status and an increase in change would be designated a green. But you could also take a look and say, okay, for a school that is very low in status and declined, they would be a red. So this is a way for people to have an easy access to what are the criteria going to be and how are schools going to be designated in the various performance categories. So moving forward with the methodology. So in order to determine the performance categories, the percentile distributions for status and change were examined, and cut points were set separately for each indicator. So each indicator has their own unique set of cut points, and this was done purposefully because we wanted to take into consideration the fact that LEAs in schools are at different places on different indicators. For instance, LEA and school performance on the academic indicator is very different than the performance on the English learner indicator. So we didn't want to set specific cut points, percentiles, like the 70th percentile on all the indicators, because that wouldn't really be fair to schools from where they are now. So for status, we took districts and schools' current data, and we ordered it from highest to lowest. And when we ordered it from highest to lowest, we selected 4 cut points based on the distributions. And these cut points created 5 status levels. So for change was a little bit different because we did the change separately for positive change and negative change, which is why we were using the word change instead of improvement, because we do have areas where there is change that is negative. And so we ordered from highest to lowest for the positive change and lowest to highest for the negative change. And then we selected separate cut points for positive and separate cut points for negative change, for a total of 4 cut points, which gave us 5 change levels. So the cut points will remain in place for a select number of years as determined by the board, and this will allow LEAs and schools to demonstrate growth over time because the cut points aren't changing on an annual basis as they were with the decile ranks. So you can see if a school is making an improvement as they move forward. So as I indicated earlier, distributions were set differently for each indicator. Some indicators were based on LEA level data. That LEA level data included charter schools because under LCFF, charter schools are treated as LEAs. And then we had some indicators that were based on school level data. So I'm going to go through all of the indicators, but first we're going to cover those indicators that were based on the local, on the LEA data. Of course, we're going to start with the graduation rate data. Because we like that so much and everyone's very familiar with it. So the graduation data uses the 4-year cohort graduation rate. So the cut points were set using the LEA distribution data, and then those cut points were applied to both LEAs and traditional schools, which also includes charter schools. Remember, we're taking alternative schools out of these simulations. Change was determined by using the most recent 4-year cohort data, the 2014-15 cohort data, and we compare that to a 3-year average. Because we have a lot of cohort graduation data, we were able to do that. And that's how we determine change. As Carrick mentioned earlier, the Every Student Succeed Act, ESSA, allows for the use of a 5-year cohort graduation rate and a 6-year if we choose to do so. That has not been included in the simulations that we've presented to you today. So staff will be working with the Technical Design Group, the TDG, to determine the best methodology for incorporating the 5-year cohort rate and maybe a 6-year cohort rate into the California model. And that's something that will be done for the 17-18 school year. It's not something that we can have done by September. So moving on to the college and career indicator. This methodology is applied to all students in the four-year cohort. So we're looking at students, once they've attended high school for 4 years, we're making a determination on how prepared they are for post-secondary. The cut points were set using the LEA distribution data and then applied to all LEAs and traditional schools. The change was determined by comparing the results of the current graduating class, the 2014-15 class, to the results of the 13-14 graduation class. So we're looking at the change in the performance between the different classes. The English Learner Indicator combines performance on the English language test, and currently that is the CELT test. And it also adds in the reclassified student data. So the cut points were set using the LEA distribution. The change was determined by comparing the current CELT data, that's 2014-15, to the prior CELT data. Reclassification data is from the prior school year, 13-14. We do this because students who are reclassified don't take the CELT, and so then they're not going to be double counted as in this indicator. So at the last board meeting, we did have a request for the department to take a look at long-term English learners and how we could fit that into the English Learner Indicator. So we have been looking at that. As you know, in 2015, Senate Bill 750 was signed into law, which redefines the definition of long-term English learners, or LTELs. Therefore, the 2015-16 data, which is going to be published in August, will not be comparable to the prior 2 years of data that we have. So therefore, we only have 1 year of data, of LTEL data, for accountability purposes. So we've been talking with the TDG about this, and we feel that the data, the LTEL data, probably isn't the most appropriate data for school-level accountability. We have a lot of different schools out there with different grade configurations, much different than many other states. So if you have K1, K2, K3, K5 schools, they by definition will not have any long-term English learners. So comparability across schools can be problematic. But we are going to take a look at the data when we have it, just to verify that. But we do believe that the LTEL data may be more relevant at the LEA level. And we believe that because the LEAs are responsible for making sure that all schools provide the type of support that their English learners need in order to gain in their language development. So we're going to be looking at that with the technical design group. We will also be convening a work group to explore some methodologies for incorporating the LTEL data into the ELI, as was outlined in the June memo that we provided to you. So now we're going to move on to the indicators that were based on the school distributions. We're going to start with the academic indicator. As Carrick mentioned, we only have 1 year of academic information right now, the 2015 Smarter Balance. Many districts already have their 2016 results, but we actually won't be getting a data file until August, mid-August, August 15th. So, as I mentioned earlier, we do have one exception to when we use change and status, and this is it, because we only have 1 year's worth of data. We develop the performance categories, or the colors, based on the status. And that was based on the balanced assessment levels of standards met or exceeded. So the cut points were set separately for ELA and math because there's quite a bit of difference between the performance in those two content areas, and was set separately for LEAs and schools. Cut points for schools were set using assessment results for grades 3 through 8. And then LEA cut points were set using all assessment results in grades 3 through 8 and 11. And we'll talk about why we don't have grade 11 here when we get to the college and career indicator. So we do, when we get our data in mid-August, our CAST data, we will have 2 years of assessment data. And so we are going to be working with our technical design group to pursue other options and to replace the standards met or exceeded methodology that we currently have. We know there's a great desire to move away from the AYP-like indicator, and we will explore possibilities and then bring that back to you at a later time. In addition, we will be working with the TDG, as Carrick mentioned, to continue to explore the student-level growth models. Of course, that's not going to be available until 17-18. So for school suspension, we did the cut points separately for each school type, elementary, middle, and high. That's because there's a very big difference between suspension rates in elementary, middle, and high schools. So we felt it was important to set cut points separately for the school types. And change was determined by comparing 1 year, the current year, to the prior year. You may have noticed that we didn't have any information in there about the suspension data at the LEA level. We are working right now on that, and we will bring that information back to you at the September board for approval. So I would really like to move on to the college and career standards model.
Yeah, let's wait and have some questions on that, because now you're going to shift direction. Board member questions, Ortiz-Lupone?
I have a couple of questions, and I know that right now we're only looking at what falls under LCFF and ESSA is in draft form. But if we're moving towards a one coherent system, I think it's important for us to also answer the questions that we may have and the public may have about how we're going to reconcile those two systems. So one has to do with the timeline. I haven't heard, and I know that now the goal or the long-term goal would be green, and that green color varies by indicator. I'm looking at the math, and if we're going to keep those categories in place for 3 to 5 years, I think it's important for us to consider where the starting point. So right now for high, it would be for math, elementary and middle would be 55 to 75%. Clearly, none of us would want to really set a target of 55%, but we're looking at the data that we currently have.
Correct.
Theoretically, as we're supporting our teachers in the classroom, as we're providing more resources and support, those numbers should go up. So are we going to calibrate those numbers to say now that the test has been administered for X amount of years and the scores are going up, the high should not be a 55%, but instead it should be this. And then what is the timeline that we're setting to reach that goal? Does that make sense?
Yes.
That would be one question. The other question would be on how do we set the improvement targets? And that's also something that I've brought up several times. I know that the language for improvement is just setting expectations of improvement. But if we're setting the same expectation for every student, we're never going to get to the end goal of narrowing achievement gaps. So how are we thinking of differentiating that? And I think there's a presentation about that. So it's good to know. Yes, but again, the timeline. So those are my questions for timeline and how are we going to recalibrate and also narrowing the achievement gaps by setting differentiated expectations. Thank you.
So you are correct. Some of the, we got comments about this, that some of the green goals were a little bit lower than we would like them to be, and that is true. But we are where we are, and we're going to hopefully move forward. So the hope is that as schools implement the standards and they get better at it, and the curriculum is being delivered the way that we hope it will be, that students' performance will increase. The board will then hopefully decide that it's time to recalibrate and set some new performance goals as we move forward. So hopefully that will be the case. The board will decide whether that's going to be in 3 years or in 5 years or in 2 years. Whatever the board decides, then we'll take a look at it and determine if we need to do some recalibration. And I'm assuming that on some indicators we certainly will, especially with the academic indicators and the college and career indicator. So we did decide that the green category should be what we're striving for all students should be striving. So that's going to be the statewide goal. We have not actually looked at the progress that students and groups should be making over time. That is something that we have not been able to address, and hopefully we'll come back at a future time with that. We just haven't looked at that yet. There's a lot of data that we don't have yet, and there was a lot of information that we had to pull together in a short period of time, and that was just one thing that we could not cover for the July board. So we will be looking at that.
However, there have been meetings on growth models, so-called, and it's not like we're doing nothing. I know I've talked with the contractor ETS and others on about their thoughts on growth models. There's been meetings on growth models. You're just not prepared at this point. Also be nice to have the second year of data.
Yes, it would. So we have, and we have done some simulations using the field test data and the 2015 data. So we have done some work on it. We're just not prepared to present that in a public forum right now.
Yeah. Okay, let me go to Ting then and come back.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So clearly there's going to be a lot more work in refining and looking at the data and refining each of these. And so I just want to kind of put it out there that as you're looking at these, I know that some of the indicators, as we gather more data over time, we may want to look at more I don't know, 3-year averages or something, so that it goes more to, it speaks more to a trend, because there is, if you just do comparison of year to year, you could be high and then drop a little bit, but still be blue. And then if you drop again, I mean, I'm kind of not sure how long-term we can look at a school and if it might mask some of the trends that might be occurring, so that schools get the information, say we need to stop doing that instead of just looking at what their current colors are. And then what's the other point I want to make? I think that's it for now. I'm just, there's a lot of stuff that I don't have right now. So yeah, and I think also too, I just want to bring up at this point too, that as you're running these numbers, I'm sounding like a broken record, but the user acceptance, the UAT group, it would really be helpful to run some real numbers for schools, because there again, that whole piece of year to year, when you have small schools that are much more volatile versus large districts where the numbers and percentages really don't change that much, it could be hiding some of that information. So what do we do about these different types of schools and their data?
Yeah, so when we do run our simulations, we always look at there's always certain categories that we always make sure we look at. And we always want to make sure that we look at small schools is one of those. Charter schools is another category that we always look at too. So when we do our simulations, we do keep that in mind. I know there is a desire to have more 3-year averages. At this point, though, we just don't have the data to support that. But as we move forward, we're hoping that that's something that we can do. And of course, that will certainly help small schools with small numbers.
Okay, Board Member Rucker, and then Bruce.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for taking what usually is a very dry and difficult to understand topic and actually dissembling it in ways that makes it more consumable. So I appreciate that. And I think the point that the President Kirst made about the different dimensions about the academic indicator that are still under development really bears repeating. We have this single academic indicator, but there is still the conversation about the growth model. And I think a lot of the questions that we're asking as members of the board is about really what the deliverables are on the information we're getting. What are we supposed to see this information and read it to, what we're supposed to read into it to tell us about what is going on at the school? Some of the qualitative information that's being asked for really is the kind of information that is the intent of the craft, behind the decision ultimately that will form what our growth model decision will be. And that's separate from this work here. But it doesn't mean that because we're not seeing information on the conversations about the growth model, that is not part of the conversation, that's not under consideration. So, and because the growth model has always been something I have paid particular attention to and have asked about, I'm comfortable knowing that those conversations have happened, and I know that some of the questions we're asking will be answered as we make the decision not just about a growth model, but what type of model and what type of information we can use. I think, and I appreciate your patience in saying there's a long arc of data collection that has to happen before we can implement certain types of data analysis that's being asked for. And so the level of impatience is important, and it's significant and understandable, because what it tells me when I hear those questions, not only from stakeholders but among ourselves, is that we still have this old model of outcomes-based accountability that we are still trying to frame this discussion around. And so it's not about whether we can think outside the box. It's about using whether or not we understand what the information is we have in front of us right now and what else is still under development or still out there. So I appreciate all of the work that you have put into creating an explanation for us about to go develop a common indicator, understanding about the academic indicator. But I'm so grateful that President Kirst has reminded all of us we still have one other dimension, one other metric to develop, and that requires some work that has to be done down the road, because we don't have the evidence and the data to use to do that right now. I think that's very important to repeat.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, you know, we really try very hard in our office to make sure that when we look at the data, we look at all aspects of the data, because this is an accountability system, and it's, you know, we want to make sure that whatever we put forth is valid and reliable and also fair to all schools, because we want to make sure that we're being fair to all the different types of schools that we have in California. So thank you.
Board Member Holliday.
Of course, I support high expectations for every student. However, I think we ought to be very careful when we talk about recalibrating on a frequent and regular basis moving forward of these cut points or these levels. We don't want to go back to sort of the NCLB version of there's always a goal that we can't reach, you know, outside of reality. So because there are still so many changes coming down the pike, so many more indicators to evolve, so many more data points to incorporate and all, maintaining where we can some consistency, I think, would be helpful in the long run.
Okay, Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
So just to answer, my idea was not to let's move the target every single year, but it's to revisit the target so that it is actually high expectations that we're setting for our students. The question was going back to the indicator for English language proficiency and the long-term English learners. I know that for suspension rate, we are looking at a span. So we could do the same here. If elementary is not where we will find our long-term English learners, then we certainly can look at the span of the secondary schools, because we're taking that approach with the suspension rate indicator or the school quality indicator. I'm wondering when you would recommend that we start looking at that data. So we'll have data from this year. In 2016-17, we'll have a second year of data. Is that when we'll start considering this portion, adding this to the composite, the English language composite? And I want to make sure that we have a sense of if we're going to do it when, because right now all these friendly faces agree that that's an important indicator, and some of these friendly faces may not be around in 2 years. So I want to make sure that we lock that in. Well, I'm just saying, I mean, there's a possibility we'll all be here, but come on. So I would like some guarantee of when we're going to then revisit this.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I'm not comfortable with a guarantee right now. That's why we're putting together a work group, right? We want to put together the work group, take a look at the data that we have for this year, and run some data simulations. And when we come back later in the fall, we'll probably be able to answer that question at that point. Okay.
Okay, I have a concern which we've talked a lot about going back to old models in the past and so on. The indicator for the Smarter Balanced Assessment is right out of the NCLB playbook. You're either over level 3 or you're not.
Correct.
And so we've fallen right back into everything is measured by this proficiency bar. And that then sets up incentives to game the system by focusing on kids right at the bar and not so much kids that are below. So there's two problems with this, at least. One is that measure is not infallible. There's an error rate and a scale score around it. It's like a political poll, you know, and we've seen some political polls with error rates of 3% and they're off by 10 or something in recent years. So there's that. Secondly, was any consideration given to making progress towards standards nearly met? Movement across that range in some way. So everything, you know, you've got both a technical problem and a problem of, you know, moving from the lower range of standards nearly met to the higher ranges of that. That doesn't count at all. And so, again, we're setting up a tripwire, and it goes back to the Department of Ed's definition of proficiency in that regard. So that's I'd like a response to that.
No, I totally agree. I think you're absolutely right. What we have now is not really what the department would like to move forward with. We have been talking with the TDG about how to use the scale scores in the new California model. So we have the scale scores that might be used for status, and then the individual student growth model that will be used for change. We are just not at a point at this time to implement something along that line. We're hoping that once we get the second year of data, that this academic indicator is going to look completely different for 2017-18, so that we do take scale scores into consideration.
Board Member Ting and Board Member.
So, President Kirsch, you reminded me of something too. So the terminology as well on the assessments. So we're using proficiency for accountability, but then for reporting purposes to parents and to schools, we're using near met standards or exceed standards. So are we going to reconcile those two terminologies?
Well, I did in my presentation said that we were using met standards or exceeded standards.
Okay.
Yeah, we've dropped proficiency.
Okay,
I think
got it,
we're
got
pretty clear on that.
Yeah.
Although there's forces that may want to force us back.
So, and we have been working on a different methodology. Like I said, we're just not prepared at this time to move forward with that. We need to do a lot more simulations. Our biggest concern is with the scale scores is that we have differences between grades. You don't have a standard set of a range of scores amongst all the grades, and we have to report by student group. So we want to make sure that we get that right before we bring it to you.
Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I'm so glad you brought up that particular point about this NCLB cut point, because one of the things that ESSA did is it gave back to the states the authority to define those performance levels. And so the work that we're doing with setting the 4 performance levels we use in our description in the score report meets that mandate. But there is a second corollary to this problem, and that is, this was my one concern and hesitation that I did express at the time we joined the Smarter Balance Consortium. When Smarter Balance was funded, they were one of the 2 assessment consortiums that received a federal contract to develop these new next generation assessments. Part of that contract required them in setting the cut scores to identify a cut point that defined proficiency. And so the question I asked at the time, and I'm still asking this question now, especially with the change under ESSA, how much autonomy do we have as a consortium state to revisit that conversation and what that cut point means? And so at the time when Smarter Balance shared the cut score data and what their cut score recommendations were going to be, those were not recommendations we could adopt. That decision was made independent of this board. And so I still am asking, what is our autonomy to look at that cut score and to look at the cut score that is set by the collaborative, independent of the conversation we're having here about what those 4 performance levels mean? There has to be some consideration about, it's not about mediating or bringing or bridging the 2 definitions we have, because we have the autonomy to do that, but there's a difference in what those cut points mean as they were set by the collaborative. That's another conversation we need to have. Carrick and the assessment staff have access to information about the state's impact data. That is something the collaborative chose not to publish to states, but I think that again is some valuable data that we need to understand, because it does address the question Dr. Kirst raised about what about the standard of nearly met. We know what the impact data is for our state and how it looks different when we compare that to other states. But I think this cut point that was set by the collaborative on proficiency needs to be revisited given the autonomy that's been returned to the states to set those definitions, because that's a definition we technically cannot rethink or reset, because the cut score that's set by the collaborative means something different from the 4 performance levels we are using to describe the outcomes on those assessments.
Thank you. So again, Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent. So I'll be glad to take those comments back to Smarter Balance, because I think it's more than a California conversation. When California made a commitment to the consortium, we also made a commitment to buy in to those scores and those cut points. Yes, understood. So, but I'll be glad as a part of the executive committee to take that back.
Okay, I guess we're ready for college and career standards model.
So this is the one area where we are asking the board to take action. So we're recommending that the board approve the methodology for the college and career standards model. We're asking that the board include the CCI as a state indicator. And we're also asking the board to modify the academic indicator for ELA and math to remove the grade 11 assessment scores. We would like to take those assessment scores and include them into the CCI. And so we don't want to have those scores in 2 state-level indicators, because then, of course, they will be used twice to identify schools and LEAs for some support. So we wanted to take that out and put that into the CCI. I just want to remind everybody that those scores will still be reported. They will be reported as a local indicator on the LCAP, so that information is still going to be available to parents and to community members and to schools and teachers also. So, as indicated in the February memo, the department has really completed a significant amount of work about which measures should be going into the CCI, but we still have some work to do about where those measures would fall along the performance levels, right? What is the definition of ready or well prepared or not prepared, right? So we're going to be holding 2 stakeholder webinars, one on July 20th and one on the 22nd, to obtain input on this from various stakeholders. And then we're going to take that information that we get from these sessions and we're going to bring it to our technical design group for consideration in making recommendations for what those placements should be across the 4 performance levels. And the TDG recommendations for those performance measures will be brought to the board in September for final approval. So I just wanted to reiterate here that the initial CCI simulations combined students who are well prepared and students who are prepared. We got a lot of feedback indicating that there are other methodologies that could be used for this in the California model, and we agree there are other methodologies, and so my staff will of course convene a work group, and we will take a look at the different methodologies that we could use to incorporate the CCI into the California model and bring it back for 2017-18. But in the meantime, in response to some of the comments that we get, we will go ahead and produce an LEA and a school-level report that will reflect the percentage of students that are in all 4 of the CCI performance levels. So remember, when we first did the work on the CCI, it was to incorporate it into the API, so 4 performance levels were required. But now with the California model, it's a little bit different. So we're going to have to look at some other options for incorporating the CCI into that new model. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Board Member Rucker, you had your hand up first.
All right, so I'm going to begin by saying, in my mind, I'm conflating 2 pieces of data. The first piece of data is the information that parents receive on the student score report about college and career readiness if their child took the grade 11 SBAC. So going back to what Carrick said earlier, we are part of a collaborative, a consortium of states. And so we adopted a definition of college readiness based on what was prepared by the collaborative. And that is the information that's currently being given to parents on the grade 11 score report. So what I just heard from you is that in adopting this indicator, we're going to do something different, that there will be, instead of the 4 dimensions, is it 4? I think there's 4 definitions or 4 levels that are in the definition of college and career readiness that parents receive in that score report. We're going to use some other evidence or some other data points to write a kind of a different definition. Did I hear that correctly, or did I miss something in your explanation?
So we are going to be using multiple pieces of information to determine how well schools are preparing students for post-secondary.
That's the piece of information I missed. I think that when people look at the college and career indicator as it relates to the LCAP, this is about schools,
Correct.
Not about students. And so I think that needs to be made crystal clear, because that is not something, again, there's a tendency to conflate these two ideas. Now, the second part is, and I've been trying to figure out while you were talking, having looked at what came from the study session on June 22nd, I have been trying to figure out a way to say this so that I don't sound so childish and petulant. I haven't come up with a way to say this.
Okay.
Okay, I don't like this model.
Okay.
And the reason I don't like this model is this says college and career standards. When you look at the elements that are listed in this model, I see academic, and then career pathways. Where students who are going through high school, even beginning in the middle school, there are multiple access points for students on career preparation that are not contemplated by this model. The single access point on career pathway or career preparation is the pathway model. It doesn't look at students who take CTE courses as a concentrator and get and earn industry certification. It doesn't take into consideration students who survey the CTE options that are offered on the master schedule at their schools. It doesn't consider any of those types of accesses. It doesn't consider national certifications that students can earn as a capstone in completing their high school course. It considers one type of career preparation, and so the model is not balanced. And so in saying I don't like it, I know that's a petulant statement, but it's based on a very clear understanding of when you say college and career preparation, there should be some balance in the types of indicators and the multiple types of indicators that define career access in our schools and states, and this does not do that. There is no diversity on how we define career preparation and career access in this model. So I understand you're going to go forward and do some other work with these stakeholder groups, but if this is the model that came out that you're going to start with, there is a fundamental flaw in the fact that it is not balanced in looking at both academic and the diversity of career preparation models in our schools, and I have a great concern with that.
So you are correct. We do have more academics in there than we do career. We have been working very closely with with the career division here in the department. At this point in time, all we have to look at that we collect data for is the CTE pathways. So people want us to do the collection of the certificates that students earn and certificates that they earn in these pathways, and we have been trying to determine the best, if we can actually get that data. The nice thing about this model is when we start moving forward and we're able to get additional data, we can incorporate that in very easily. So as we move forward and more data becomes available, we can incorporate that into the model with ease.
Okay, so let me just ask this question. So the governor recently signed a bill, AB 1123, that extends the sunset on the option that's currently in statute that allows students to choose to take a career technical education course in place of a foreign language or an arts course. Are you saying we don't collect data at the local level about students who are exercising that option?
We do collect course data. Yes, we do.
So, but that's my point. If we're collecting course data, you just told me the only data we're collecting is about pathway. We do collect course data,
Yes, we collect
and that's not in
concentration
there.
data and we collect course data. And my staff have been working on how to utilize that course data. So currently, we do have information in there about students who are concentrators. So we have students who complete the pathway and then students who are concentrators. And of course, we're going to be collecting the state seal of biliteracy also, which is aligned with career prep.
Okay, that tells me I'm not asking the question correctly, so I'm going to apologize.
Okay.
I'll figure out another way to ask the question. So when we come back in September, because what I heard you say is the only data we're collecting is on pathways. That when in the first response to my question. But now I'm hearing you say we collect data on course taking for concentrators as well as students in pathways. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But
So I
both of those
misspoke.
collection points are not in this model, and I want to understand why.
Okay, but we do have concentrators in the model.
Okay, I don't see it, so that's what I'm saying is I don't see it.
Assuming I'm looking at the model on page 5 of 6, attachment 1.
Yeah, you have a slide of the model in your packet?
No, it's in the packets.
It does have CTE concentrator information in it. That as well as articulated CTE pathway completion with C or better. I don't know if it has it in it as it has it actually at I think all 3 levels. So I do want to you still might have criticism of it or things you'd like to see improved, but I want to support what you're saying. I agree. I think there needs to be as strong a balance of career preparation as there is of academic preparation. And thinking of academic preparation for post-secondary, I tend to think community college as well as 4-year CSU as well as UC. And so just making sure we're considering that full range. I do have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
One is looking at this model, I see that in approaching prepared and prepared, you have A through G completion with C or better. And in every other, well, in most of the others, you have something specific like a score they have to make. C or better, is that an average over all their A through G courses or C or better in every course?
So this is, we are taking this information from our CalPAD system, and districts report that students have completed all the A through G courses, and they've had a C or better in all of the A through G courses.
Okay, in each one of them that they took.
Yes.
Okay, good. That's what I would hope that it would be. Another question I have is from the why A through G is not mentioned in the top category, well prepared. That must have been an oversight. I would think that a completion of A through G, maybe even completion of A through G and plus more of the A through G courses would be very well prepared.
So that is one thing that we're going to be working with our work group to determine what those cut points would be. So if you remember in the February memo, we did put A through G as approaching because when we did our data simulations, it turned out that students who completed A through G, almost 40% of them scored not ready on the EAP. So that's why we put that at approaching. That is certainly a conversation we're going to have with stakeholders. So all of this could change when we come back in September.
So a suggestion I would make on that, but I'll be eager to hear what the stakeholders say.
Of course.
But on the well prepared, it may be that students who completed all of their minimum A through G, that's a question, minimum or more than minimum, and another is with grades higher than C, B's and A's. Those are, I'm guessing if you did your data analysis, those would be the ones that probably did better on the EAP than the ones that just got C's in each course. And then another question, the final question.
I had a comment on that, and maybe lots of kids with A through G are in remediation at both CSU and community colleges. So it's what's in the course that counts, and so that also is something I think, and they're all, as Jenny said, they're looking at other correlations. So that, I just want to add that to it. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. That's interesting and troubling.
It is.
And so the last thing is the letter that we got from Scott Hill, July 8th, about the CSU's current recommendations for whether or not students are on track or ready, and the infographic that they're giving out to students this summer, so that they will be looking at that. And I'm not seeing that we have ACT or SAT, much less any cut scores on them anywhere in this model. And I'm wondering whether you want to rethink that to be consistent with.
I think Kara can address that question for you.
Hi, Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent. So when we looked at this model with PSAA, the Public School Accountability Act Advisory Group, we actually had SAT and ACT in the kind of original model in our discussions. And what we found from looking at the data was that students that did well with EAP and students that did well on their AP exams were going to be the same students that scored high on the SAT. In other words, it was kind of duplicative to have yet another assessment in the model when the same students are being covered there with both EAP and AP exams. In addition, one of the concerns we have is that there are some states who have moved ahead, state legislatures mostly, that have moved ahead with actually replacing their grade 11 exam with SAT or ACT as their official state exam. California at this point is taking a more deliberative approach to that, because we think some of the state legislatures are taking those decisions for reasons that are not necessarily educational. And because states have chosen SAT and ACT, then those assessments will have to go through the peer review process. As Michelle Center mentioned, we are going through the peer review process as well with Smarter Balance. And so since peer review has not taken place for SAT or ACT for that matter, we would like to see the results of that peer review process. Right now we know we don't know what peer review will say about it, but we do know that the accommodations and supports for English learners and special education students are there in our Smarter Balance assessments and are not there at the same level, if at all, for in an SAT assessment or ACT. But
Okay, I'll just finish this with that particular question with Scott Hill's letter did raise for me the concern of the misalignment of the communication that would be going out to parents and students about what the indicators are that their student is ready. And so I hear that you have both policy, political, and technical questions regarding whether or not to put it in there, and you had the correlational data between the EAP and the AP test taking, but there's still a communication issue here. If this infographic is being sent out to all the schools to be used and it's different from what we're doing. So I just want to put that on the table that we need to think about that.
I appreciate that comment. And I would say that one, as we mentioned before, where those circles are and what it says in those circles is yet to come. So we'll be coming back in September for that. And the other goes back to Member Rucker's comment, and that is this is a school level and district level report. This isn't a report that goes out to parents or to a student about them in particular. There are other reports for that go out to students. This is about measuring how schools and districts are doing.
Yeah, so just to add to the national discussion, I agree the communication. SAT is a paper and pencil test. We're computer adaptive. They have no extended response. We have extended response. They have no performance exam. They do have a writing prompt, which many universities don't use, but it's not the same as a performance exam. So there are fundamental differences. They have their own study saying they are aligned with Common Core. Nobody has verified that. And it needs to be verified in peer review. I'm not challenging it. I'm just saying they're different tests. ACT, as far as I can see, basically uses for alignment with Common Core that their scores predict, not that their assessment is aligned to Common Core. They still predict college. So it's not clear to me what to do, what ACT has done at all to align with Common Core. Then there are these assessments were never built to accommodate special education students and so on. So there's real issues about that. So I agree with your concerns, and I've been really pushing this, and as you have, but I think there's enough uncertainty here that we still need some questions to answer, and then we're going to make some judgments about that. So we're all the way up to computer adaptive and SAT's paper and pencil, and it really is a different thing. Board Member Strauss.
Yeah. Sorry. You just said Strauss. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. So first of all, I want to support the board comments and extend the conversation about college and career indicator. I think we need some more work on this, and I had shared with CDE staff that the comments that Member Williams is making about what's well prepared and prepared, I think we need some more work on that, and I agree that A to G should be at the higher level with some other things as well. But I agree with Member Rupker. I've been working with the group. There's a letter from the group PACRAS promoting authentic college, career, and civic authentic. Wait, did I get all the rest? Readiness assessments. Anyway, that group wrote a letter, was supported by very many organizations, talking about really a need for a work group to look at a variety of career readiness measures that would be valid, like things like NAF certification and other industry certificates, and actually had proposed providing a working group setting to do that. And I think that supports what CDE is planning to do. And actually on the item it says there's areas that need further analysis. So let me just say, as a board member and who's a liaison to this accountability work, I support that we need more work in this area, and I think you hear that general comment from our colleagues. But I think I'd like to see more work on what are authentic career readiness measures that are actually currently in some schools. So for example, is a pathway that has 3 courses and a completion capstone, is that one? What is even local measures, or do people just say, oh yeah, we have pathways and that's good enough? I mean, they're all varieties, and there's been a lot of money put into career pathways, and districts are really working hard on that. Some of those courses are A to G, but they're not all A to G. So I just would like to promote that we need to continue this in a work group. I think we have lots of stakeholders are willing to work with us on that, and I agree that we need to say what is appropriate, rigorous A to G and engaged work academically, and what's the balance of career and college readiness. So again, I think the item lists need for more work. I'd like you to go back to your technical design group and work on the indicator model a little more, because I feel like it needs more steps as well. And so I look forward to hearing more about what the stakeholder work groups do, and recognize we want a college and career indicator, but I don't think we're there yet. And I think the board requested at the last meeting to bring us options. And I think you've done that. You've given us some considerations and made us think, well, is A to G and a couple APs important? Is it as a CTE that has A to G also relevant? And I guess we obviously are not there yet. So I just want to support the additional further analysis, and that I request that you continue to keep the board updated as you convene this work group, and know that there are many organizations willing to help us sort this out so that we get it right.
Board Member Rucker, then Ortiz-Lacombe.
And Sue.
Oh, sorry. Oh, what?
Right, is that right, Karen?
Yes, you're next.
You're next.
Sorry. Okay. Well, I want to support the comments about CTE. I think there's a lot of work to be done there. The one question I had is what you have on here now is dual enrollment. And I'm guessing, but I don't know this for sure, that if you're dually enrolled in a high school and a community college, in many cases you are in a CTE, you could be in a CTE pathway or an articulated 2+2 program or something like that. So I just think it's
That is true.
Okay, it's important to make sure that folks understand that. And so as you come forward, I think giving a little bit more clarity around that would be helpful.
Okay.
That one thing that isn't in here, and I've expressed an interest in this, is I think, well, let me just back up sort of to the basics, because I think we kind of lost the conversation here. Do we want a career and college indicator in our accountability system? Is sort of the fundamental question. We sort of jump to the details right away, and I think that's what people have to decide on. And if we do, which I happen to support, I think it's a great idea, and it'll fit into what we have to do in purpose to integrate with the federal level. But it's one more indicator that is very heavily weighted to high schools. And we keep struggling with what can we do to make sure that students are well prepared as they enter high school. So I hope that when you come back and you're working with the technical design group, you're working on high school readiness. Right, and what are those measures? And I know some districts have worked on this. When you leave 8th grade, what does that look like? Is it attendance rate? Is it grades? Is it whatever? But anyway, I just would like to put that on the table too, because I haven't heard folks talk about that. The other question I had was in our motion that's before us on the item, it talks about if we do agree to do the career and college readiness indicator, that you would also use those standards to set, you would use that indicator to set standards for broad course of study and also access to, I forget what the other one's called, outcomes in a broad course of study. And you didn't mention that or didn't have it on your PowerPoint slide, so I just was curious about that.
Yes, you are correct. The college and career indicator is meant to address the issue of a broad course of study, so that students have access to higher academic classes.
Because I just wanted to call that out because I think to this point about all these other tests, at least for me, we're trying to really balance the tests with all other, many other measures. So I wouldn't want to put in ACT or SAT for the reasons that President Kirst articulated, but I do think we really need to emphasize this notion of a broad course of study. And at a minimum, this is my little pet peeve, we should list what the A to G courses are. Because we talk about it as if it's, everyone in the world knows what the heck A to G means, and it happens to refer, to some specific profile. Exactly, a very specific profile of courses. And candidly, the last time I checked, A to G doesn't match with our statutory high school graduation requirements. So now you're going, well, yeah, here's what we tell high schools they have to do. And oh, by the way, we want you to aspire to A to G, and we're going to judge your kids based on that. So we have to think carefully about that, too, how we reconcile that. But I do think we at least need to say it for communication purposes.
The work group will work on this K-8 readiness. That is part of their work plan. So so they're not ready to recommend anything, but the climate group will work on that as part, right?
Right. It is on our list of things to do. We will not have it by September, I guarantee you that, but it is on the, once we get past September, we have a list of certain things we're going to be looking at, and high school readiness is one of them.
And broad curriculum, which you mentioned, is,
right.
Is another. So
correct.
Particularly in K to 8, there's no real, so that's why we're going ahead with what we have here, but I just want to assure people are aware of that. Who's next, Ned? Okay, Ortiz Lacombe.
Thank you. I have a question about the 11th grade test results. So, I've been thinking a lot about that, pulling them out and putting them into this indicator. It's not sitting well with me, but I read some of the letters and it's not sitting well with a lot of people. So can you tell me how not using it in this indicator and keeping it in its original academic indicator, how would that change the model? Can we still have a comprehensive or robust college and career index without that?
Well, I think we could have a good CCI without it, but we wanted to make sure that we included the EAP because we don't want to send a message out that students have to take a CTE pathway or they have to complete a college going A through G. There are many students who don't complete A through G who perform very well on the 11th grade assessment. And so we want to give schools credit for making sure that they provide their students with the curriculum that they need to be successful after high school. So I think taking it out of the CCI probably would make it's probably not the best decision. I think it's important to keep it in there so that we make sure that students have access to a broad course of study and that they don't necessarily have to take A through G or CTE. Just for an example, my own son didn't complete A through G, but he went on to college without needing to take any remedial courses because he took courses like physics and chemistry and higher level math, algebra 2 and statistics. So that prepared him. Oh, yes, he did. Mm-hmm.
That's a California specific requirement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
next?
Pat Rutgers next. Yeah, many illustrious colleges, including Stanford, do not require anything like A to G. Yeah, Stanford will not. Yeah, just won't. They're. Go ahead, Pat Rutgers.
Okay, so I wanted to make one correction. I referred to a bill the governor signed and said it was AB 1123. It's SB 1123 by Senator Leyva that was signed into law. And I agree. First of all, I want to thank my board colleagues for paying attention to this college and career readiness issue, because that's probably at the crux of what's in SB 1123. There is a difference between our high school graduation requirements and the A to G. And so I agree with what Board Member Burr said. We are creating, by having A to G in this indicator, a mandate for A to G that is different from what the state's definition of readiness to graduate from high school means. And so that's the reason why I asked the original question, to make clear that we're talking about a school level or district level evaluation tool, not information about at the individual student level. Because when people have this conversation, they see this information, they do tend to conflate the two ideas or the two conversations. And so we're going to have to be purposeful in being clear. This is for evaluating at the district level. And so that's the last point I do want to make. Even this indicator, and at this point, we're going to have to figure out a way that at the district level, we do not disguise the access gaps that exist in districts today. And I'm going to be careful not to name a particular district, because there will be people in this room whose children are in this district, so I want to make sure I'm very careful. We have districts right now that have flagship schools, and their children, the master schedule at that flagship school has a diversity of offerings on how students can meet the A to G requirement. In the same district, there are high schools that don't do that. And districts are still considered, and they're earning the superintendent's gold standard awards, despite the fact they are not closing the access and equity gap among their high schools. And they feel there's no compelling reason for them to do it. So if we're going to have this indicator, there needs to be some work done by the technical design group to make sure, particularly for this indicator, that we do not disguise the equity and access issues, because those are the things that are extant in many districts right now, and they are not being closed and they are not being addressed. The second point to make on this is, the University of California casts a big shadow on the A to G conversation. Most savvy parents now know they can go to the University of California website, and for every high school in California, they have a list of all the high school courses on the master schedule that meet the A to G requirement. So when we put this A to G indicator in there, we're actually giving some tacit authority to the University of California to define for high schools what those course offerings ought to be. So we have to be aware of that as well.
Okay, who's next? Eileen, Board Member Sun.
Thank you. I just want a little bit more clarification on the 11th grade assessments embedded into this college career indicator. So I understand the rationale and the reason for having it in there. And you mentioned that you would, based on some comments, we would be reporting that. But is that right? Because I'm wondering on this document here, if we don't have for high school districts and high schools, then for LCFF Priority 4, there would only be the report of the English learner proficiency, right? If we don't have the assessments reported out.
Well, we would also have the college and career indicator reported out also.
Well, yeah, but but that's under 7 and 8 priority. Are we putting, am I not asking the right question?
One clarification, Nancy
Yeah.
Brownell, again. The the use of the grade 11 results as a local indicator would be pre-populated as state data in the rubric display, so the
Oh, I
data
see.
would be
Got it.
there
Okay.
and
Okay.
available for
Okay,
use.
so it is there.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Is
got
that
it.
your question?
I think so, but for accountability purposes, or how I guess what, okay, I think I understand where we are. Okay, yep.
Board Member Williams.
The questions you were asking and some of the points that Member Rucker made made me realize that one of the things that I felt a little confused about is the combination of 7 and 8 together, the access to a broad course of study in with the college and career indicator. I kept looking at the list thinking, wait a minute, where is the access to a broad course of study in here? And I realized that by placing it together, and I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, I'm just raising it as a question. By placing it in with the college and career indicator, it's basically defining what broad course of study means by saying it's either A through G or it's CTE.
Go ahead. Somebody answer okay, Board Member Burr will answer.
Well, and Dave can jump in, but the broad course of study is defined in statute. It's separate from the LCFF statutes. It's been there forever, and it's basically across the disciplines. You're expected to offer courses across the discipline. It then ties into the graduation requirements. So it's not a definition of it, but I think, and maybe Jenny, you can answer this question, the notion of saying completion of A to G is code for broad course of study. And by saying it in a coded way, nobody knows what it means or whether or not you're meeting the statute. So that's why I think we need to list them all out so people understand what that means, how it affects college admissions, how it affects graduation requirements, and make a determination. Does it in fact meet the statutory requirements for broad course of study? And how do we measure that? To Board Member Rucker's comments earlier, if we have course-taking information, we can measure it.
David Sapp, do you want to comment on this? Okay. I would add that I had the same reaction on 7 and 8 for the reason Board Member Burr mentioned, that it does not have a broad course of study for K-8. It does purport to have one. Therefore, that's why we both made the point that we're going to work on that. So I saw the same thing you did, so that at some point I think we're going to have to detach 7, which is the broad course of study, state priority 7, from 8 at some point in this work.
And that will help NGSS implementation.
Okay, well, that's another reason to do it, yeah.
I just want to kind of add to, Member Burr made a comment about there's a lot of high school measures here. I mean, I'm really happy that you're convening a work group. We have lots of work to do. I mean, I don't know if this is a voluntary group, but they're going to be spending a lot of time on this.
They are
But I
voluntary.
believe that just as we're talking about what a broad course of study is in high school, we need to understand what a broad course of study is in elementary and in middle. And I think that needs to be clear for local assessment, that we want you to offer a broad course of study. And just as readiness is ready for college and career readiness, readiness for high school is important, and readiness for middle school, and readiness for early elementary. And so I'm assuming that there's a lot of work that you have planned in this climate survey work group, but that we want to make sure that this is not all just high school measures, that the whole system builds up, and that as you work through your top priorities, that there's going to be work so that local districts are looking at readiness at each level and supporting kids to have opportunity and access to all the things that we're talking about. So I'm assuming that that there'll be a timeline of what comes first and when you're bringing it back to us at which meeting and what updates. Because I think I just share the board. I think we need some more work on this, and it's complex.
It is complex, and you're right, we do need more work on it. And my task load is getting larger.
Okay, any more board member questions? Pardon? Nancy need?
Yes, and we have Eric Crane to talk about, so
Okay, well then so we have two more presentations.
Yes.
And we have 104 speakers, so.
Yes,
I'm just
105.
105, I'm just
All right.
letting people know.
So
Okay,
is-
but
are we
this is
moving-
also a good time to break for lunch, so why don't we take a break, get your lunch, bring it back, and then we'll resume with more presentations.
They're brief, actually. So.
3, and so we'll come back at 12:15.
I figured I was going to set it up while you were introducing yourself, so.
We're moving along, Karen. I'm hearing good. I heard something like 60%, which is a little close to the edge. But I'm not hearing, I mean, we know that there are the billionaires types who fight it. I don't know if you read the LA Times article about how Eli Road and these other guys put money into cash elsewhere to try to defeat Prop 30 the first time. Anyway, I'm optimistic. I hope not. I will. If they try to do it, they don't want to become public. They're trying to hide contributions. Exactly. I don't think they can do that. They'll get caught exposed. They should. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a long way to go. Yeah, it's like the middle of the second quarter and we're ahead, but you know. Okay, the board will reconvene. I have 6 members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Okay, we have a quorum. We will reconvene.
The additional activities that occurred during the California Practitioners Advisory Group was related to some of the questions you were asking earlier about this idea of growth over time. And so the importance of where are you at the local level in terms of what the outcome and change, and where are you trying to go as a result of the work that you're doing. So we have the great pleasure of having Eric Crane, a project director from the California Comprehensive Center, to present just a little bit of the piece that is specific to this important notion of, in a multiple measure system that looks at these dimensions of change and status, how do you think about growth? It's a little bit different. And then I will quickly be going through attachments 2, 3, and 4, and then there will be an opportunity for board conversation, public comment, and then action on the item. So, Eric Crane.
Good afternoon. Superintendent Torlakson, President Kurse, members of the board. My name is Eric Crane, and I'm a project director with the California Comprehensive Center at Wested. And I also have the privilege of serving on the Technical Design Group, or TDG. At the outset of my remarks, I wanted to acknowledge the powerful and effective collaboration of staff in getting us to this day. Department staff, board staff have collaborated, as I said, powerfully and with a number of various considerations. We've also had compelling and on-point input from a number of the advocacy groups. A lot of these ideas that I'll be talking about were presented at CPAG 3 weeks ago, and we did get to hear from them as well. And I would be remiss if I didn't also mention my colleagues on the Technical Design Group, one of whom, Roger Yoho, is in the audience today. So I'm going to share some examples. We've talked a lot about the policy and how the system was developed. We're going to kind of roll up our sleeves a little bit and get our hands dirty with some of how this actually works, some real examples about how the proposed model works. We're going to look at a couple of indicators in specific, and with you I'll take some side trips to some of the practical and technical considerations with some of those indicators. One important caveat in my remarks is that the performance standards have not been adopted by this board, and so anything that references a particular level or where a school, district, or student group might be really needs to be considered as just an illustrative example until that adoption happens. So with this new accountability system, we have an opportunity for new thinking about performance. And I guess if there's any one word that I hope my remarks will leave with you is the word of a trajectory. We're going to be talking about a trajectory about how groups, schools, and LEAs are doing. And that is one way that it's very different from the prior state accountability. The other thing is we're in a multiple measures setup. You can't summarize a school or a district with something like 750, 700. We've got an array of colors. You've already seen that. And I think just as when API first came into play, there was an adjustment period of getting used to it. We grew a facility pretty quickly with talking about a school or a group that was at a certain level. That's going to come with this model as well, but in these early stages, I think it's going to be a little bit of awkward going until we develop that familiarity and facility. If we get this right, and I think we're on a track to do so, then we're going to have accountability reporting that's more directly linked to conversations about support and the state priorities. And even in the remarks this morning, we heard from you all let's see that link to support more clearly, and I have confidence we'll get there. Another thing, if we get this right, and as I said, I think we will, we're going to have more coherence between the different levels of accountability, federal, state, and local. I'll add one more difference from prior state accountability, and that is this notion of a trajectory. When you value continuous improvement, your measures need to be about trajectory, about status and change together. And past guidance from this board has directed staff to look at a model that combines both status and change, and I think that's entirely consistent with a continuous improvement mindset. But you'll see it makes some things different than the kind of accountability reporting that we saw before. Okay, so just to review, we talked a lot about the idea of performance categories. Performance categories represent for each indicator a combination of status and change. And one important thing about that is that when you're talking about a performance category, change is already baked in. And I'm going to come back to that a little bit later. It's got this 5-color framework, and green is this notion of on track. Your trajectory is fine, it's acceptable, it's on track, and where we want you as a student group, a school, or an LEA to be going. The one little thing I need to make an exception for is, of course, status and change doesn't exist for a first-year indicator, so we saw that earlier with the academic indicator. There's no change to be had when you've only got 1 year of data. Okay, green is the target. The target for every group, whether it's an LEA, school, or student group, is green. And we're talking about green being this composite notion of status and change. And if your school is improving, or declining for that matter, it's already reflected in this performance category. And the reason why I'm spending some extra time on this is there's a couple of cases that I think we're going to need to be cautious about, and that is red 1 year and orange the next on a performance category may not reflect improvement. Again, the idea that change is baked in. If you're orange in that second year, there's something wrong. Green or blue, fine. Anything lower than green, your trajectory is not where it needs to be. So I mentioned that we'd be looking at some specific examples. In your materials, I believe you have this lookup table, but I reproduce it in this slideshow for easy reference. So this is the graduation lookup table. It's got the 25 cells that Jenny Singh referred to earlier, and I'm going to be using it for a couple of these examples. So here's a case where red in 1 year and orange to the next is not moving up. District has a 2015-16 graduation rate of 82%. Its prior 3-year average grad rate was 89%. What performance category did the district earn? It dropped 7 percentage points. We can see that it's going to be in that second row up from the bottom in the first column. That's red. 89 to 82 is a pretty substantial decline in graduation rate. That is red, a cause for concern. In the following year, the district's graduation rate is 79%. Its updated prior 3-year average is 83. What performance category did the district earn? Again, going back to our table, going 83 to 79, it's now in the second row up from the bottom, and the second column, it's orange. So we're going to have to avoid, collectively, we're going to have to avoid any temptation to say, oh, I was red 1 year and I'm orange the next. That's improvement. The current year's performance category is what matters. Trends should not be trends in performance category. It should be trends in the underlying data. So you can talk about going from 89 to 82 to 79% in graduation rate. I think we want to avoid the temptation to talk about going from red to orange. In the current year, if you're not green, you've got more work to do. The reverse is also true. So here's another example. The district has a 2015-16 graduation rate of 92%, and its prior three-year average was 85%. What performance category did it earn? It's pretty big growth. It's blue. It's in the highest performance category. Following year, it raises grad rate even more. The grad rate is 94%. Updated three-year average grad rate is 91. What category did it earn? Only green. So, again, green is fine. It continued to raise its graduation rate. But because we're looking at both status and change together, we're already reflecting growth. So its trajectory is just fine in that 2016-17 year. So why do I include these examples? I wanted to emphasize these takeaways. The performance category is status and change. It's baked in. And so talking about how a performance category changes over time may not make sense. And we'll look, every indicator has a little bit different character to it, but on these graduation rate examples, we need to be particularly careful. We don't want to talk about how the performance category changed over time. Doesn't mean we can't talk about trends, but discussions about trends should talk about trends in the data. Those actual numbers, like going from 84 to 89 to 92, or dropping from 89 to 82 to 79%. Trends should talk about the underlying data. And red, orange, or yellow means there's more work to be done. Green or blue in the current year means that their trajectory performance is just fine. Okay, so as sort of a check-in, a district's 2015-16, here's another example. The 2015-16 graduation rate is 92.2%. What performance category did it earn? Sort of a trick question. You need both a status and a change. And there are different ways to get to 92.2%. And if it's a significant drop, I'm going to go back to the table. Having a current status of 92.2% is the second row from the top. And you can see that if this is a district that had nearly all of its students graduating in the prior year, a drop to 92.2% from a rate like 98 or 99, that puts it in its first column. That's all the way down in the orange performance category. And if we stop and think about that for a second, we're talking about for a cohort of 500 kids, 39 of them are not graduating in that second year. And to be in that column, something like 9 or 10 small numbers would have been not graduating in the prior year. So we're talking about, in that context, there's a trajectory problem or concern there. Orange, in that case, is appropriate in the sense of something has changed or something. It should be an alert to that district. And it could be lots of other ways to get to the 92.2%. So let's give it a real example there where its prior three-year average graduation rate was 93, about the same. What performance category did it earn? Answer is green. So if you're staying about the same and you're graduating that highest share of your kids, then you're going to be green. That trajectory is just fine. But if it's coming from near 100%, you could be orange, yellow as well. And of course, if you're stepping up, increasing your graduation rate significantly and ending at 92.2%, you could even be in that blue or highest performance category. So now let's talk about student groups. And let's just, to keep the example the same, let's talk about that same school district. That school district that's green overall for its all-student group has a student group whose 2015-16 grad rate is 81%. The group's prior three-year rate is 84%. What category did the group earn? Answer, orange. And again, just a matter of going back in the table, you'd find that cell, just looking it up. 84 dropping to 81 is orange. And in fact, this case where you've got a green performance category for all students and a student group that's orange is a case I want to talk about a little bit later because of all the very well-placed concerns about equity. It does pop up in the data and is one worth coming back to. So how do we get that group that's at 81% up to this green performance category? How can it be done in 1 year? What's the most direct way? Or in 2 years? Well, again, the table that we've been looking at illustrates that with growth, improving the rate to 85% in 1 year would get that student group to green. And with 2 years, one way to get there would be to go from 81 to 83 and then to 85 the following year. There are many trajectories possible, but the key is to hit that 85% rate, to step up to it from 81. And of course, again, needing to footnote that in the sense that we're comparing to a 3-year average graduation rate. Some comments about disparities, I think, are in order here. For purposes of discussion, let's talk and let's call a disparity a case where a student group is 2 or more performance categories apart. So this would be like the case where you've got a green overall student group and a green overall performance category and an orange or red student group. And in fact, in the equity report you saw earlier today, red and orange are called out for that very reason, that we're talking 2 or possibly 3 categories away from the state target. So a disparity 2 or more performance categories apart. It can happen when there's different performance from between the all students group and the performance of that student group. Now that student group is still numerically significant. It's a group of at least 30. And as I mentioned above, one common case is where you've got a red or orange student group with a green all students group. We looked at the data. These things are common. They occur in the data. We see them. And we see not only the case where the all students group is green, we see it the other way. The all students group can be red or orange and can have a high performing student subgroup. But one point to make is that with the kind of equity report and the kind of reporting of this information that we saw earlier, not to say that that report is perfect, but assuming that something like that really highlights the performance of student groups as well, assuming we go that direction, and clearly from the discussion this morning, it sounds like the board would like to go that way. You can't miss it. You can't hide it. This is in vibrant living color when there's a student group that's out of line with overall performance at the at the school or LEA. So I think this, it was mentioned earlier that this 5-category leveraging color is more intuitive in some ways than a single number. And again, with the kind of direction we're seeing with the reporting, there's no hiding performance that would be of concern. Some more examples. This one, it kind of calls on us to kind of turn it around in our minds, because suspension rate is an indicator that goes counter to graduation or to test scores. So this is an indicator that you want less of. And so you'll see in the labels on the lookup table for suspension that they go the other way. Very high and increasing is down there in the lower left-hand corner, and that's red. You don't want, obviously, you don't want very high and increasing suspensions rate, whereas declining and low rates are in the upper right corner. Okay, an example. In elementary schools, 2015-16 suspension rate is 0.8%, and its prior rate was also 0.8%. What performance category did it earn? Okay, we look here at the lookup table. For status, it's in that second row from the top, the low suspension status, and it didn't change at all, so it's going to be in that maintained column. That's second row, third column. That's green. at that school, there's a student group that suspension rate was 7% and its prior suspension was 6.2%. What performance category did that group earn? Well, it's high and it's increasing. It's red. So how does the school close that disparity in 1 year, in 2 years, in 3 years? Let me go back to the table. So you can see from the table that the overall school we said was in the second row in that middle column. There are ways to get to green at lower levels, at lower status, so long as the trajectory is high enough. And in fact, if they can bring the suspension rate down below 3% with enough decline, then they'd be over in the last two columns of that middle row. That would be green. So how does it play out? Getting it to green in 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years? Sure. In 1 year, drop the rate down to 3% or lower. That would get that group to green. In 2 years, again, dropping to 3% or lower, and a decline of at least 0.3% in the second year. So there are different pathways there. If it's at 7, it can go to 5 and then 3. If it dropped in the first year from 7 to 2 and then went back up to 3, wouldn't do it. So the trajectory in the current year is what is determinative of what category it's in. And in 3 years, there's lots of ways to get to that green performance category. It's about taking a pathway from 7 to 3. So illustrative 7 to 5.5 to 3.5 to 3 would get it done. But in that most recent year, the decline needs to be at least 0.3 percentage points. And a point worth making is that since the state goal is green, whether you're looking at closing a disparity between a student group and overall, or between student groups, or looking at how a student group, what it needs to do to get to the state goal, it's really the same analysis. It's getting to green in either way. So, the model reflects a trajectory of performance, and that's very different from where we were before. I was trying to think about what the closest single statistic or single measure from the old system would be to like these performance categories. And I think the closest thing that we had under the prior model was a yes/no on did the school make its growth. That's what we now get with the performance category. The old yes/no did growth get made, but instead of just an up-down, we've got 5 different categories for it. And so that's what that's where sort of the policy direction is combined with the technical work to take us to today, is that we have the potential for much richer conversations about school and LEA improvement. Closing gaps and meeting the state goal are really the same thing. And then I was going to say that the long-term goal is for everyone to get to green. And the more I thought about it, I thought that wasn't quite right. Really, you can be on, no matter where you start, you can be on a trajectory to the goal even in the first year, under this system. So I think it's a little bit wrong to say that only the long-term goal is to get to green. You can get to green in the very first year under this system, and that it's not something that's really out there and unattainable. So short, medium, and long-term goal is green for all groups, schools, and LEAs. With that, I'll take a breath and take your questions.
Okay, board member questions. Board member Ortiz, come.
Thank you for that presentation. So my question would be, under this model, if we had, a student subgroup that's in red and some student subgroups in orange for the same indicator, we could differentiate their targets so they could both reach green, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so I find it helpful to speak from the table and look at what we're talking about in the context of the table. So here it is for graduation rate. So yeah, you've got at least one subgroup that's red and at least one that's in the orange. In any given year, we want to see, for graduation rate, just as an example. We want to see at least 85%, growth to at least 85%. The longer-term target is higher than that, and you can see it on this table that above 85% but not changing, say getting stuck at 86%, just to give it some real numbers, that's not going to get you green. Improvement to 85 is good, but we're talking about continuous improvement. And so subgroups that are starting at different places still have that push to get into the green performance category, and that can first be done by getting to 85%. But a group that's lagging and not quite getting there, they may find themselves getting there eventually, while another group that maybe was performing a little bit better is stagnant. They could actually be green while another one has gone yellow because they're not continuing to improve. So yes, in a sense, the starting place of a particular group is going to determine kind of where they are in this table, and so it does embody, this kind of model embodies getting everybody up to where they need to get to. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
But that means that their growth rate would also be different, right? So we would recommend that if you're in the red, your growth rate could be, I don't know, I'm just going to throw numbers, 10%, where if you're in the orange, that would be 5%. If you're in the yellow, that would be a different percent to get to the green.
Right. So I think that's a good point. One thing that the recommendation reflects, it is aligned with ESSA in that 67% is always going to be, no matter if you grew to get there, 67% is going to be in the red category. But yes, that's the tricky thing, and I think that's going to be the mind shift with this new model, is that we are in these performance categories, in these ratings, we are combining two different things, and that is a reflection of board direction to the staff. But yeah, it's going to take some time. So they're both in there. Okay, so yellow means they were almost on track, but they're not really. There's more work to be done. And so yes, different targets are sort of embodied in this. So you're right on with that.
Yeah, let me raise a question, and maybe Board Member Burr can help me on the old API. Now I'm at the district level, and you're pretty high in the color code. As I recall, what we did in API, this 3-year moving average, I'm not sure how CST and API worked, but if you were really, really pretty high, and you had a very small target of growth under API, and because there wasn't very far to go, and so it seems like with this system, I'm asking, with this 3-year calculation, you can get bumped down because the 3-year average is going somewhere. So I'd like at some point for you to come back and compare that system of the API CST, where we had expectations, if you will, because the idea of people who are really high, bouncing around on a 3-year average and being knocked down, there's something wrong with that to me. It's an artifact of computing a 3-year average. I'm not sure I have this right, but the expectation level is all driven by the 3-year average. If we got a 100-point test and you've been scoring at 92, and all of a sudden you bounce down, and then you bounce up, and so on. Geez, it's already pretty damn good, but you're lowering me and bouncing me around categories, and I'm really colors rather, and I'm really pretty good. I mean, in the 90s somewhere. It just doesn't seem right to me for the way this ended up.
So okay, well, I hear the concern, and maybe
mathematically, people are getting it. Okay.
So I think there was a concerted effort to make sure that we had accounted for that scenario you raised with a top, it's the top row, for example, on this table. A high school that's routinely graduating 95% of its students, again, or a district, again, using the case of a cohort of size 500, all but 25 of the students are graduating. If that bumps around a little bit, but they're over 95% graduation, they're going to be bouncing around within that top row here. That is to say, they're going to be blue. They're going to always be blue if they're. in that very high performing. And we tried to do that with all the indicators. There's a point above which, you're not going to be penalized for slight drops. But again, when you're falling below 95%, again, in that community, that's 25 kids who aren't graduating, and it may be the appropriate role of the system to flag that out and say, you're only green, or you're yellow, or maybe even orange if they've dropped below the 95. So I think with each of the indicators, there's an attempt to say, yeah, once you're above here, yeah, you can have some noise or bounce around, but you're still going to be blue. I don't know if that answers the question.
That helps. But Board Member Sun.
It does, but that's a great point then to when we look at identification of schools. I'm looking at it from perspective of a charter school. So I am blue and green and I'm doing really, really well. Then the year before I go for a renewal, something happens and I drop down to an orange for some reason, especially in a small school. So then the authorizer looks at it and says, wait a minute, you dropped down to an orange. That's not acceptable. But then I've had greens, I have to go back again, but I've had greens all this time. So I think this is the point that if it were to drop down like that, based on that kind of 3-year average, how do we really identify the schools that are consistently underperforming enough to do that instead of schools that are perhaps one?
Yeah, one point to remind you, Board Member Sun and the rest of the board, is that we're talking about this at a specific indicator level. So a school that has dropped to orange from green across the board on multiple indicators, maybe there is something going on of concern. But yeah, a single indicator that's dropped to orange, I think that may be something that the authorizer would consider as not a big, yeah.
Okay. Board Member Holliday.
But I think it's appropriate for this system to alert a school that's in the 94% graduation rate that something has happened this year, that we're suddenly down into the green. I think that's an appropriate thing to do.
What if it's an artifact of the scoring system?
No, it's not. In the sense that it's what is done with that is the concern, right? Is the school somehow going to be penalized that they've gone from blue to green? But it's easy for a school that's in 94, 95, 96% year after year to kind of be complacent about it. And I think it's good that the system will respond to an individual year where something went wrong, something was not quite right. It's an alert. And the whole system is supposed to help administrators and districts and schools and teachers do better and have all the information they need. So I think it's great that it fluctuates when it has to and gives that alert.
Board Member Rucker.
Well, I also think the volatility or the possibility that there could be volatility in the range of where the schools get colored in is important. But I'm thinking about some of the letters we've received from stakeholders, and they want to talk about making adjustments on subgroup size. I think some of the volatility that could become a contributing factor is the subgroup size. So with the example of the high school you gave, and they routinely are at 95%, but there's 25 students who aren't graduating. If those 25 students all belong to the same subgroup, that's different than if it's just simply a diversity of 25 students. So I think the volatility that's possible that Dr. Kirst is thinking about could be this factor about the influence about the subgroups and the number n that we assign to those subgroups. So if our subgroup size is at 25, those 25 students could change the status and create some volatility in what's reported back about that school. But it wouldn't be in a single category. It really could be across the board. But volatility among a collection of all the indicators that we have here, if there's a single indicator, as been pointed out, about the graduation rate, and that's the one where we see these constant shifts among all of the indicators collectively, probably I wouldn't be as worried. But I do think we have to think about how we define what the subgroup size will be, what kind of volatility that lends to the model, and how that may change things, because I think that's where the volatility is going to be.
Okay, Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
Can I ask a question? Maybe I missed this. I was under the impression that for accountability purposes, the N size is 30. But are you talking about for...
There's some stakeholders who want us to make it lower. That's some of the letters we got.
Okay. Well, the federal requirement, but that's what we're going with, right? N size of 30. And I think, for, let's say, Latino students, probably not a concern for us. We are 55, if not more percent of the state, 75% or more of some districts. And if we're not in your district, we are coming to you. Look at the demographics. But I would be concerned about African American students, who may be 25% of the subgroup, not meeting, some indicators or not reaching some achievement levels, who may go unnoticed. So how would we capture, or English learners, or Cambodian students, or Samoan students? How would we capture those smaller groups of students? And, are we just hoping that people will track their student population if they're under N30, under a size of 30, not for accountability, but for other purposes?
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's a conversation for us to have, because I am concerned about those smaller racial groups.
So Jenny Singh again. So as we did in all our accountability reports in the past, we always report out on the results for all student groups, even if they are below the N size, as long as they have 11 or more students. If they have less than 11 students, we can't report out for privacy. So even though they may not be held accountable under the accountability system, they're still being reported, and their communities will hold them accountable for those student groups.
Okay, no more questions on this. Thank you. It was very useful. We have some more presentations.
Briefs. Let's see. Sorry, I'll get the other PowerPoint up. You do have a copy of Eric's PowerPoint, by the way, in the basket. The next attachment focuses on, is attachment 2, and this is the attachment, hold on a minute, I better get to the, sorry. Looks at the remainder of the priorities. If you think back to the indicator, we're moving into the additional priorities for which there's not necessarily state data. And that turns out, obviously, to be the majority of the priorities. This has been the issue we've been grappling with for some time in a good way, and I think districts have been grappling with this along with counties and charter schools as well, as they've been working over the last 3 years. So these are the remaining priorities, as I've quickly identified them, and in the attachment, of course, there's more detail, whereby there's not state-level data, but the statutes for LCFF indicate you need to set a standard and a performance expectation. So the staff has been working on some ways to think about this at this particular juncture in using the rubrics, and the attachment elaborates this in a little more detail, but the notion here is to move toward a pathway that allows districts to, again, continue to focus on the local priorities that they have and the decision making. I think these, in many ways, are really primary to this idea of the local part of the local, state, and federal accountability dimensions that we've been talking about. So staff has proposed that the standards for these remaining LCFF priorities on that prior slide are sort of categorized clearly at this juncture in terms of the development of the evaluation rubrics to say what is, there's a proposed statement of what the standard for that priority is. And again, these are elaborated for all of these priorities in the attachment. What would the evidence be for assessing progress relative to the standard from a local perspective? And what is the criteria that districts, counties, charters need to be thinking about. And this would assess progress around this met, not met, not met for 2 years concept. So that this approach really emphasizes the importance of these priorities as part of the larger context, obviously, of what districts are working on. It's an important, again, particularly at the local level, these are issues that are important to the community, they're important to the teachers and principals working in the district. It begins to establish a baseline locally and can help influence policymaking over the next few years. As we think about, again, we're still really early on in the implementation of LCFF. And I'm going to give you an example in a minute, but as part of this item, this sort of goes to the issue for priority 6 about school climate and the excellent work that will be going forward in this broader context. But beyond the suspension rate, which we know is identified in the legislation as an indicator, this importance of a local survey as an additional tool that I'll be talking about a little bit more, and that's identified. Because, I mean, I think, seriously, using suspension as the main indicator of climate is not very helpful, shall we say. It's an important indicator, it tells you something, but there's so much more to that. And obviously the work that the CDE and Deputy Superintendent will be convening will provide a much deeper look at some of those areas. So using this criteria for this priority, let's look at priority 2, implementation of state academic standards, near and dear to everyone, central to the efforts that have been underway in schools and districts across the state and the country. So here's a statement of the standard. LEA completes a self-assessment, and we've kind of identified a little bit about the parameters of this that will be sort of further developed with some input from stakeholders. Included within the LCFF evaluation rubrics and reports the results. So again, at the local level, there's quite a bit of flexibility on the fact that we're doing implementation of standards at various levels, depending on the content, obviously size of the district, any number of variables. The evidence would be that the LEAs determine whether they completed the self-assessment, reported the results, including the ratings on this notion of a sort of 1 to 5 Likert scale around some of the work we did, for example, with the Gates Foundation and the West Ed folks on standards implementation, that we've tried to do some measures. Local county offices have been doing those. So this idea that a tool would be available, reporting of that data and the rating through the local data selection option in the evaluation rubrics. And then the criteria would be that they would assess their performance. We met, not met, or not met what is happening in terms of our goal setting for 2 years. So this idea for these other priorities is to be able to establish what the standard is, but with some parameters then around still local choices and met, not met, not met over time, with the important notion of the continuous improvement. So with that, I'm going to stop right there a minute. That's what's described in attachment 2. It goes through each of the priorities with a bit of the statement. The expectation in the motion that hopefully is going to come forward is that this methodology is what you're really hoping to approve today, based on this concept of these are the priorities, there's no state data, this would be an initial model for use with the LCFF rubrics that meet the criteria for setting standards and allows locals to continue to evolve what's happening there. So I'm going to quickly talk about attachment 3 and 4, and then the entirety of this item can move into discussion before a public comment. I'll also take some answer questions if you have them. So attachment 3 of the item is the reminder again of the model for the evaluation rubric design, which at the May meeting, more of that set of what is the evaluation rubric system, what are the pieces that it may put together, create a holistic, multidimensional assessment of how schools and or how districts, charters, and counties are doing, and provides guidance, particularly in this area of standards, for needed technical assistance. So the draft statements of model practices are just that. They are draft statements. They are reflected in the June memo that was released that took this concept of the indicators and some of the key actions that a district probably is already doing, charter schools and counties as well. But the descriptions are research-supported and evidence-based practices that are worth considering as an option as districts, for example, take a look at their data, and going back to the earlier discussion, maybe there's some indicators that are in the orange or red area in the web-based environment. I could click on those. I could then roll over to the statements of model practices for that indicator, and I might see some things that would trigger some additional conversation at the local level. It also obviously provides a starter for the conversation for the counties in initially working with their districts on, gee, you've got some categories that are showing some issues. Have you thought about some of these, as well as any other ideas that the district might have? And then you would scroll over to a set of identified additional resources that might go much deeper, for example, into data analysis or into some of the kinds of practice guides that have more vetted resources. You'll see in that document from the memo a lot of links to the department's website pages that have a lot of good information already there. So that idea that the draft statements of model practices get to that qualitative set of concepts that are helpful to use with the data analysis tool, and that we want to get some feedback from stakeholders between now and September as another small group that's going to be looking at these and vetting these. The attempt was not to describe the universe of everything anyone could do, but to really hone in on this notion of research-supported and evidence-based practices that are showing success around the country in some of these particular areas. Attachment 4 comes back around, obviously, on the high-level display that we talked about earlier. So it's just a reminder that the data display and the statutory purposes for the LCFF rubrics, I think this is a good reminder, going back to President Kirst's earlier question about how the pieces fit together. These are the three the pieces of the statute about how the evaluation rubrics now fit into the connection to the LCAPs and the annual updates for identifying local strengths and areas for improvement, assisting who needs additional levels of tiered support, and to assist the superintendent in determining whether LEAs might need some more intensive work. This notion of a multi-tiered system over time, if we're showing not the kind of progress is not happening, then that might cause some other needs. This is the part I think Member Holliday mentioned as well, that from the statutory language, given this is what's there, some of that intent is, who are the primary users of the evaluation rubrics? And some of that is really the educators and the policymakers. I mean, it is at a fairly sophisticated level. The tension then becomes, how do we also take a look at the importance, as many of you have said, of ensuring that students and parents and other stakeholders in the public can access some of this information in a more user-friendly way that helps them also get a picture of how they're doing at the local level. So that's been a kind of ongoing tension just when you look at the concept of a multiple measure system that now is based on a set of distributed scores that show connections to status and change in multiple categories. I mean, those are very sophisticated concepts, I think, even for the best of us educators who work with this on a daily basis. So that's the continuing move toward establishing the initial development of the rubrics in a way that makes sense and allows then the work to continue to really provide for multiple audiences in a much more robust way, and there's still work to do in that area. So attachment 4 does give you the graphic again, and then there's some pretty good text that describes a lot of what I talked about in the earlier part of the item early this morning, correct? So the idea that all of that work will continue to evolve, moving toward that approval in September. And again, I want to circle back about how the rubrics can connect with LCAP and the annual update, and this will be important for item 3 as well, given Jeff's work that he'll be coming up to talk about. So the idea that some of the data can be pre-populated is a help for districts. I mean, large districts have much more capacity to have robust data systems than folks who can pull this data quite readily. Very small and small districts have much less of that capacity. So the idea that some of this data can be pre-populated and I can, run a report, for example, again, this electronic notion, and I can get some pretty important data pretty quickly. Secondly, I think this idea of the equity report, just as you've mentioned several times through the course of the last 2 presentations, this is that important concept of the disparities. If it is about transparency and equity, how do we get a quick look at, we may look good in the whole as a district, but when we really drill in more explicitly, that capacity then to go back to what are the actions and services that might need to be revised in our LCAPs, or are we really supporting the students in the best way possible? Do we need some additional technical assistance? I think that's the other piece that may get sort of lost in this. In this continuous improvement system, maybe I choose as a district leader to say, we're just not making the kind of headway. Let's ask for some help from our county or from the superintendent or from the collaborative or maybe a neighboring district, modeling on that whole effort of here's a similar district that seems to be having great gains. So the importance of how that fits together within that local context is another very important part of the equity report. And this idea that I can generate some quick reports that I can share with my community in the revision process for my LCAP and in synthesizing what goes into my annual update, right? If I see some things that say, boy, we took on these actions and services, we don't seem to be getting the results we need. I see that I have, these 3 subgroups that are not performing at that level. We're going to take a look again as a district and go back and really take a look at what are the actions and services we need to focus in on, perhaps more explicitly, based on obviously supplemental and concentration funds as the main vehicle, again, for determining whether the students, we may need to be doing some things differently. And then lastly, of course, this idea that the rubrics are very critical in helping determine those levels of that multi-tiered support, technical assistance, and intervention over time. That persistent performance that is not improving is, first off, at the local level. Why is that happening? That's the importance at the local level for accountability. What's going on here? If it does remain over time, then the idea that the department steps in, the collaborative steps in, the counties step in, that's the important part of why your setting of standards and the expectations matter at multiple levels, and the idea that the rubrics are really the tool designed initially to help complete that next phase of sort of full implementation of the goals and expectations of the LCFF legislation. So on that note, in your first page and second page of the item, there are the recommendations for action. These, I'm not going to read them to you entirely. They're sort of the 4 categories, and some additional discussion, I think, that through the course of the items. The first one is to approve a measure of college and career readiness, and that is elaborated in what Jenny talked about and Carrick with a little more detail about what that means. So there's sort of 4 components to that based on what you heard this morning, and to also direct staff to continue this evolution for preparation for the September meeting. The second recommendation, again, focuses on attachment 2 with approving this methodology of the standard, the evidence, and the criteria for met, not met, not met over time, so that staff can continue to work on that between now and September if that methodology seems to make sense in the context of these priorities without state data. Then the third and fourth recommendations for action focus on that important dimension of priority 6 on school climate, in addition to that larger ongoing work that that committee is going to do to try to also come up with a recommended assessment tool that may be useful to districts to go beyond the suspension rate as part of a critical first step in looking at the broader issues of school climate. And lastly, then, the importance of approving this inclusion of an equity report as part of the top-level display, again, as described in attachment 4 and earlier this morning, so that that emphasis on how are we doing as a district, how are we doing as schools, where are our student groups that may not be making the kind of progress that we would expect or want, and move from there. So on that note, any questions or comments?
Okay, questions for Nancy Ortiz, Lacombe?
My question's around the standards. So let's take parent engagement as one of them. I'm still a little unclear as to who in the local level makes the decision that, yes, we are meeting our standard or we have work to do. Because I could imagine that that is based on perception, right? So if I'm a parent, I may not feel that my LEA is properly engaging me, but they may feel that because they sent out a newsletter or did a little phone message that they're engaging. And so I'm just wondering how the standards seem so broad, and I understand that it's because we want the local level to have some local control, but I also see how this could bring some tensions at the local level if I don't know who decides where people stand in the LEA. Is it the committee that's part of the LCAP committee? Who's the, we decided that this is where we're standing?
Clearly it would be a combination. This is part of the transparency and the opportunity to engage more deeply with stakeholders in the local context. And there's been some terrific resources, as we know, that the colleagues, stakeholders, the folks that have been in discussion with us, there are some great tools, there are some great resources that I'm not sure all districts know. So it is that sort of determination of the conversation that needs to take place along with the LCAP committee and the parent engagement and the reflection in the local community of those perceptions that need to really be a part of that real conversation that's ongoing. And we know there are many communities that still need a lot of work in that area. So this determination, obviously, I think is hopefully at the best level is a collaboration. But when there are differing points of view, how that begins to sort of shape the conversations that occur in the district are a big part of what local efforts are underway. So I think particularly in this first year, with the use of the rubrics moving forward, my guess would be we're probably going to learn a lot. We're going to hear from folks that say, the perception, what's the definition of parental engagement? What about how the feedback we give you is incorporated or not? All those, I think it provides another opportunity to broaden that conversation and to keep moving forward as a local district.
Okay, Board Member Rucker.
Well, I'm glad you gave as your example the issue or the concern about parental engagement. Each time we've had this item concerning the local control accountability plan, as well as the work we've been doing on rubrics, the board has heard from large numbers of parents speaking as groups and speaking individually about their concern or their perspective that their input or their engagement and connection to the work that's being done at the local level is not truly being reflected. So even though we will have this rubric in place, and the point that Board Member Ortiz-Lincoln is making is that somebody in the district is going to work together or work alone to develop this rubric, the concern is that if parents disagree with how the district has self-assessed itself, we will never know that because we are hearing from parents that sometimes their concerns are not reflected in, or their input is not truly being reflected in the plans that they see being implemented. So at this level, at the operations that we're at, I'm comfortable saying this is our expectation about what should be the norms of their practices, but what we're hearing right now is that those norms have not taken hold. So I'm not sure how that can be resolved by developing these reflective tools if we don't in some way create or inseminate an expectation in these tools that some of the norms that we are hearing as feedback need to change as well. Because if the reflective tools that we're giving to districts are being used and implemented in the same norms that are not being inclusive, that do not consider how to change their stakeholder engagement process, we'll never know that there was a concern or that there was a disagreement. I'll give a very concrete example. In the district where I used to work, that now is part of a much larger district, they are really grappling with issues concerning what's going on with their African American students, particularly their boys. And so if we talk about what is the level, how school climate has changed, or in what ways has the school academic program or the cultural program of the school has changed, if the district is saying, well, we pay a lot of attention during Black History Month to the work that, parents don't think 29 days out of a school year actually does enough to address the cultural as well as academic needs of their students. But the district can rate themselves as being just fine. So we don't know, even though we're going to give them a very good tool to collect this reflection and to look at this needs, we won't know that they're truly paying attention to the divergent opinions that's coming from their stakeholders because we haven't created a way to change for an expectation that that norm improves as well.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. And again, on page 4 of 6 in attachment 2, a reminder of the indicators in the LCFF statutes is to involve parents in decision making and to promote their participation in programs. And so the resources that some of the stakeholder groups along with the department have developed really over the last 6 to 9, 12 months are some excellent resources, and the staff wants to explore a little bit that here are some recommendations for assessing these and reporting the information. So again, it may not get us immediately to green where we'd like to be, but it is beginning to shape a little bit more explicitly, we think, the opportunities to say this matters a lot and it needs to be more than yeah, we're looking pretty good, even though we have, 80% of our parents who may be saying, wait a minute. So we think that can help move the continuum along, but those issues we know are being grappled with at the local level, and if we can define some of the ways, some of the standards, for example, about what parental engagement is. These are some, you get to choose from these, but here are, X number. That's the kind of little more level of detail on this one that we hope to come back with in September.
Well, just to continue with this line of discussion, and then I have a specific question, Nancy, but I want to go back to slide 44 for a second. It's on page 22. And I think because this is a footnote, it might have gotten lost in the conversation. But as I understand it, the self-assessment instrument that LEAs would use will be one that we develop. And we'll see those in September. And they will be based on a scale. So it isn't like a loosey-goosey, well, I think I'm doing a good job or I'm not. There will actually be a rubric for self-evaluation that they can do. And if they don't meet it, meaning through the evidence piece, then they will be determined to be not met. And presumably, there's some role with the counties in all of this as well. It gets reported back on the LCAP. So it's not like there's not a feedback loop, or it's not like we're not going to provide fairly specific direction. But in reality, these things have to be addressed at the local level. I know Nancy said local about 100 times in her presentation, but remember, this is a three-part system: local, state, federal. So we're trying to do the best we can, and I think in recognizing what those are, I like this construct a lot. I think it's very creative that, yes, we do have to create a standard, and we want to make sure we're providing as much assistance as possible. But fundamentally, the change is going to happen at the local level. So just wanted to reinforce that and make sure that everybody saw that little footnote, because it's kind of hard to read here. But we will be hearing more about the self-assessment instruments for the standards that we're talking about here. I just had a specific question about state academic standards, since that's the one that you mentioned. And it's sort of apropos of our earlier conversation about A to G. We talk in code, and I think because we have talked so much about the Common Core standards over the last several years, and now about NGSS, we went, oh, and tomorrow we actually get to talk about history, social science. But we've got a lot of other standards. We have visual and performing arts standards. We have CTE standards. And even though we didn't adopt this as this particular sitting board, lots of our predecessors did. So the question to me is, we really need, again, to clarify what this means. And in doing so, I think we help to bring understanding that we are talking about a multidisciplinary curriculum across the curriculum, an enriched curriculum. So I just encourage us to bring those details forward so it doesn't get lost, again, kind of in the broad labels.
Well, of course, I'm going to support what you just said, since there are still even county office websites that refer to Common Core and don't mention NGSS. I think they think it's part of Common Core, maybe, but it's not. So I like the listing of the kinds of adopted standards that we have in California, and rather than assuming that whoever's looking at the document all understand equally what it is. And it fits in with the broad course of study that we talk. It will reinforce that as well if it shows up there as well.
Thank you. I did note that the asterisk there, the footnote, but I think self-assessment's always a biased thing. You know, we could always think that we're doing a lot better than what we're doing, and so it's important for us to really consider our stakeholders. So that is still a concern, and I'm sure that next year, as we sit around this table, we will have a lot of people complaining about that. I guarantee that. But my question is really around the statements of model practice. I'm wondering when we're set to adopt those, if that's also coming in September. They felt a little underdeveloped. You know, I was looking at the links and the resources, and I felt that those could have been diversified a little bit more. There's a lot of indicators like the suspension rate, which disproportionately affects African American students and male students. So maybe something on culturally and linguistically responsive teaching would have been appropriate. I did see restorative justice, but a lot of these indicators, a lot of these groups that will be in the red and the orange that need that additional support, they're different than maybe the mainstream population that we're looking at. A lot of the research here is very mainstream. And I would like to see more diversity of thought in terms of studies that really reflect that particular student population. So Families in Schools, I know, has a great parent engagement toolkit. That could be a link here. And they even recommend what rubrics and indicators to look at. In looking at priority 3, there was a phrase that sort of put things into perspective of how a lot of schools may view our parents. And it said, actively reaching out to parents, blah, 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 who may be less inclined to participate. And that's putting the onus on the parent when, in fact, the school community may be less inclined to reach out to these parents. And so that's a shift of paradigm that we really need to see translated across the framework, the standards, and these statements of model practice, because I think a lot of people feel that it is not my responsibility to reach out to you, parents. You should be the ones engaging with us, and they're providing no system for that to happen. Thanks.
Very good point. We have been working on the statements of model practice in partnership with the Comprehensive Center. It's at least the first go-round to get the categories out there. And again, there was a bit of a search for both, as it mentioned in the reference to the attachment, research and evidence-based efforts. And we know there are broader ones that also may need to be considered. So the fact that we have a working draft, we know September's a short timeline. We also envision this as sort of an evolving document as resources continue to be explored. For example, we linked in the additional resources to the department's page on parental involvement because families in schools, PTA, everything, there were like, 11 or 12 references there. So part of the intent was not to have a 50-page document. I think it's 28, but the idea that somehow, again, in the web-based environment, it provides a better way to make those connections and the important dimension of the professional development that the California Collaborative will be doing in partnership with counties and the department on what are the rubrics, how do we use them, how do the statements of model practices and these additional resources make sense in your LCAP process. So all of that good work that now begins to happen around very important conversations, I think just continues to move us forward. But you're absolutely right. We'll be happy to take other recommendations and thinking from colleagues in the field on these.
Okay, next is Trish.
I may have missed this, and if I did, just forgive me and repeat yourself, but on school climate surveys, you're developing options for that as well?
Right. There's sort of a short-term, long-term goals, as Jenny mentioned earlier this morning. So the importance of priority 6 that we've heard so often from so many of the constituents over the course of the board meetings, that while suspension is a state indicator for school climate, it's a relatively
Quite
sort of
narrow.
narrow picture. So in the short term, the capacity really to take a look, for example, at the school climate module of the current Healthy Kids survey, or there's some national efforts that are underway. Could we assign some, here's some school climate surveys, 2 or 3 of them, I'm making this up, that might be might be help to you. The requirement is you use your suspension rate and a survey of some sort, selecting from one that we've recommended or another you may be using from the beginning. And then that much larger work group that over the course of the next 6 to 8 months is really going to delve in much deeper around what are some good indicators of school climate that could evolve then to much more robust ways of looking at survey and other data that may be very helpful.
And on the school climate surveys, are they just being asked to administer one and to document that they administered one, or is there an expectation that they will look for areas of concern and indicate what they're doing to improve upon it?
Well, that could be, if you look on page 6 of 6 in the attachment 2, where we've sort of tried to identify that, what the standard is that they would administer the school climate module, and we think maybe there's another module, we need to clarify that, for the grade spans, that the evidence would be that LEAs would determine whether they administered the survey and reported the results annually as part of it, but perhaps this idea of then taking action on what they find as a result of it.
I would think so. And reported the results annually to whom?
To their local communities and upload that data into the...
Okay, I think this is really important because we've heard student voice here quite a bit that has been very compelling, and I expect that while there are certain similarities between different kinds of schools with different student populations in terms of what kids at different grades worry about, I think there's also some probably differences in schools that are where families may be more stressed with challenges at home and in the community. And I'm wondering if the Healthy Kids, I'm not familiar with that survey, but if those other surveys were written by psychologists or by adults, but whether or not they had as part of their input actual students from different kinds of communities that indicated things that they wish someone would ask them about in their schools. I think that would be a really good idea, because probably also the kinds of, and I don't know when Healthy Kids was written and developed, but the kinds of things that kids worry about today with all of the technology and that kind of thing. And I think maybe the world changed since the first time they wrote it, and maybe they didn't have student voice from different kinds of communities expressing. And I think that would be a really good idea. And this is actually something I care a great deal about. So if you wouldn't mind sharing those kinds of surveys that you're thinking about using with me, I'd like to take a look at them.
Okay, good. And the Healthy Kids survey has been revised recently, but that larger work group, I mean, that's part of what their task is. What is out there, what might be useful, and would it come to a fact that we may find something, or the committee may determine we may need to craft our own, because we have a much broader sort of thinking about this idea of climate and access and the conditions of learning sort of in the larger context. So absolutely, we'd be happy to respond.
Okay, it's superintendent's next, but before that, I think we need to connect school boards into all of this. We talk about reporting to the community. The community is represented in local districts by the school board. The school boards have, in many of them, have not really taken a tremendously deep interest in the LCAP. We get that from the field surveys. So I'd like the staff to think about the school board role in this as well, because reporting diffusely to a community is good and may be useful, but how do they work? If these were school board items, some of these, I think they would get more attention. So,
I'd be happy to think about that
okay,
as a school board member.
Think about that.
Absolutely, and I know CSBA has begun to, continue to think about what is the role. I mean, the good news is I think the annual conference that's scheduled, as I looked quickly through the content, there's way more about LCAPs and LCFF and accountability. I mean, there's still plenty of work to do. I'm sure Terry and others would agree, but absolutely, if it's going to be local accountability, the knowledgeable school board members have to be critical to the success.
We have somewhere around 5,000 to 7,000 locally elected officials, and it seems to me tying them in some way systematically would help. Superintendent.
Well, to those points, and appreciate the rich debate and dialogue here. Across 1,100 districts and charter schools, obviously a lot of variety, and I don't think we have a definitive answer of how the LCAP's being implemented. I don't think we've got a deep survey on that, but I'm hearing a lot of very positive comments about districts that are taking it to heart, genuinely involving their stakeholders, historically new levels of involvement and invitation to be involved. So noting that in other districts there may only be a token LCAP, or here's the LCAP, and the site council and parent groups are just asked to rubber stamp it, and it's not genuinely embraced. But I did want to indicate that we're looking at the best practices among the different LCAPs and looking at modeling those, sharing that information. The collaborative and SACES in our department are doing that. I'm going to ask Jeff Beshears just to come up for a second and talk about what he's doing with the internal team on the LCAP implementation, but across our divisions and branches in CDE, we're reaching out to CSESA to look at how do we involve parents in the process, community leaders, nonprofits, teachers, all classified, the whole staff, and there are some really great practices that we want to share and collect those practices and disseminate them out. As you may know, Inglewood has been given to me to CDE to manage, and we've hired David Valladolid and PK to go in and really look at how to get genuine parent involvement, especially with the Latino community with large non-English speaking parents. And we're coming up with some very good ideas, how to empower parents, how to train them, how to educate to be effective voices during the LCAP process so they can connect to the local school board. And maybe part of the training is it's also at the local level. As Sue said, this was designed to be a local level. Part of the training is working with the County Office of Education. If parents feel they haven't gotten a fair shake in the LCAP process or they haven't got their goals implemented that were stated in the process, There's another local level, which is the County Office of Education. But the first level is the school board, as you were just saying, President Kirst, and working that. I thought it would be helpful just to have Jeff say a couple of words about the interbranch team that's now looking at LCAP implementation and how to make it more effective. And as you hear board members and public of schools, districts that need help, we're developing that helping hand. Jeff, would you just maybe?
This is David Sapp. I'm the Assistant Legal Counsel with the State Board. The LCAP discussion has been noticed as item 3. We're currently on item 2, so just for the notice in the agenda, I'd recommend that we hold this update from Jeff until item 3 that he'll be presenting.
It fit with the conversation about accountability and how do you enforce any of these goals that we're setting out as important parameters to reach. Yeah.
Okay, who's next in the queue here? Board Member Sandoval.
Thank you very much for that information. Just one thing I want to be sure and highlight is just the importance as we're continuing to engage stakeholders, and this is an ongoing process, of course. Just remember representatives of the special education community, students with disabilities. I'm looking at the screen you have up right now on recommendations for action, especially as it relates to the college and the career indicator. And there was a mention, it's not reflected here in writing, but there was a mention from Ms. Singh's presentation of convening working groups. And I think that having someone with expertise or people with expertise with students with disabilities on these working groups is essential, especially as we talk about transitioning all students from high school into college and career. That's something that really needs to be thought of early on.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more further board comment, Board Member Rucker.
I just want to return back to the conversation about parent engagement. And I remember when we first started a lot of this work quite some time ago, hearing from Patty Scripter with the California PTA. She made a statement at the original first conversations we had about the LCAP. And maybe for her it was a throwaway line, but it was a line that stuck to me. That when we start talking about parent engagement, we kind of have to triangulate, and this is my word, not hers, what that evidence is, because simply a parent in a chair in the auditorium is not necessarily the engagement that parents see as engagement. And so I remember that comment from Patty, and it has stuck with me because what she really went on to explain is many parents feel they are engaged because they send their child to school. And they're not holding back their favorite one and waiting to see what you do with that one. They're sending their child to school, and they're doing their best to make sure their child shows up every day. And so they feel in those ways that they support the school that may not be visible in how we're counting parent engagement is equally important. So I remember that statement from her, and the reason why it came back to me is because we got a packet from the PTA today on parent engagement and on some of the factors that they believe should be considered. But I do remember that lesson and that conversation. That has really stuck with me. So I still think we need to think about what it is we're actually counting as evidence of engagement so that we're not simply talking about who shows up when or where.
Okay, any further comments? I think we're ready for the motion, and we'll want to point out we have the fifth part of
Yeah.
it.
So first of all, I want to thank all the board members for all the conversation to this point that builds on all the work that the staff, CD and state board staff and West Ed have been doing. We know we have a lot of work left to do, and obviously there's a real commitment by the board to get these indicators as right as we can, knowing that we're not going to have them all right by September, but we want to have it on a pathway to completion. So I think the public comment will really help, and for all those people who came very early to have comments and have waded through all of our discussion and all the presentation, we are going to listen very closely to what you have to say, and I just want to thank you in advance. But I just want to make a comment as the Vice President and one of the liaisons to this work, is that I will be ready afterwards to move the staff motion, but with some recommendations. I think we know there's so much work that has to be done that I think a timeline would be particularly helpful to make it really clear publicly that we have these items that we are going to work on. This is when we expect to hear them. We want them coming back to the board. So it's a very clear statement that we want, when will the parent engagement, when will our working group come back with each of the items? So what I'm going to ask the staff to do during all the public comment, because I think we have about 100 and we may have more now, which we will listen to very closely, is would you put an element to the motion that gives us a timeline and which elements and when we could expect it, so that goes far beyond September, like maybe through 2017, so that as we're working on it, the public is clear and the board is clear of what's going to be coming and that we are committed to the further work. And so I think that'll just help our stakeholder group, which I know we're going to have lots of input sessions. So then during the public comment part, if you could work on the language, and then I'd be prepared after the public comment to make a motion. Oh, does that be okay? Okay, thank you.
Board Member Burr.
So to that end, I appreciate Eileen's comments. The other issue that was raised is with respect to the non not academic, but the non-state indicators, the local indicators, and that are spelled out in attachment 2. If you could also take a look at those and ensure that the evidence of not being met is reported publicly to the school board at a regularly scheduled meeting, agendized, et cetera. I was trying to figure out by looking at it whether it would happen automatically, but I would just appreciate somebody looking at it. And if we need to modify the motion to make that clear, I would like to do that too.
Okay, and the fifth part of the motion, maybe we should. Okay, it's going to be the timeline. Okay, so that'll be the fifth. The other four, we haven't made the motion. The other four are already.
It would be the
listed
timeline with the steps of additional work, what the stakeholder groups are going to do that follows up and builds on our lengthy conversation that we've had.
Okay, and the other four have been in our noticed.
Well, it's what Nancy has on the slides and what we have in the item, but I think
first
before
and
we
second
make it,
pages.
we need to be really clear
Yeah.
about what we're going to continue to
I
work
want to
on.
respond to your comment. I think that what we're asking for in this one is the methodology for that attachment 2 on those areas around that. So I don't think you necessarily need to revise the motion, that we can come back with that level of detail for the approval in September, unless you think it needs to be.
My only concern is that the way it's written in the item is, and so that's why if we're going to have an alternative, it could be modified. It says approve a methodology for establishing standards as specified in attachment 2. So
We'll let Dave figure that out.
Okay, I think we're ready for public. Oh, one more question.
It's a clarifying question. So are we moving to public comment and then more discussion? Because
Yes, we are. We don't even have a motion on the floor.
Well, no, not about the motion. I still wanted to talk about the primary language assessment, but I wanted to follow the format that we were given. So I want to make sure that there is still an opportunity for us to discuss that.
Yeah, we'll discuss after
Okay,
the public
gracias.
comment. Okay, I think we're ready.
Yes. Okay, we have 106 speakers signed up, and this is just a reminder that each individual speaker will be limited to 1 minute each. A group of 5 people may sign up together and designate one speaker who will be allocated a total time of 3 minutes for the group. And we ask that you let us know if you have a group because we need to reset the timer. So I'm going to call up the first group of speakers, song by Hannah Melnick, Daisy Gonzalez, Rick Miller, Michael McCormick, Enrique Raucho, Cynthia Glover-Woods, Melissa Bazanos, Joanne Lauer, Jeff Vaca, Mike Barney, Justine Fisher, Lisa Borrego, Alex Zucco, Leah Dara, and Charlene Goodman.
Open over there in the corner. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Do you need me to get you anything?
No, I've got all this stuff here. Loaded with sugar.
Good afternoon. My name is Sung Bae, and I'm a researcher at the Stanford Center for Opportunity Policy and Education, and also a member of the PACRAS working group. Again, PACRAS stands for Promoting Authentic College Career and Civic Readiness Assessment Systems. PACRAS is a unique consortium of state leaders from the realms of policy, practice, research, and advocacy who have come together with the goal of supporting innovative local assessment practices and a state policy framework grounded in continuous improvement. We are co-chaired by Linda Darling-Hammond and Chris Steinhauser. We want to commend the superintendent, the board, and the CD for their vision and hard work in developing an approach to assessment and accountability that emphasizes the use of multiple measures for continuous improvement of K-12 instruction and student outcomes. And we offer the following central observations and related suggestions regarding the current and future design of California's assessment and continuous improvement system. First, the state should explicitly signal to schools and districts its commitment to refine and perfect the system over time. We urge the board to avoid settling for weaker measures because they are currently available and then sticking to them for the sake of measuring trends. Second, the state should leverage local innovative practices to authentically capture higher order thinking skills. Today, there are many schools and districts that are developing innovative and potentially scalable ways to measure the more complex and challenging skills that the Common Core and next generation standards demand. Thus, the state could consider establishing working groups or local consortia to drive measurement development. Such consortia would reinforce the importance of state and local partnerships around assessment and allow the involvement of practicing teachers in the process of evaluating and developing assessments. Third, in the service of developing a college and career readiness indicator, we urge the board to consider the inclusion of measures that go beyond assessments of achievement. Although measures such as earning qualifying scores on AP or IP exams or scoring ready on EAP exams are worthwhile, they only demonstrate one dimension of college and career readiness. Thus, we urge the board to consider 3 other dimensions, specifically course taking and completion, attainment, and authentic experiences and performances. Measures that demonstrate course taking or completion could include completing a broad curriculum, completing a CTE pathway, or dual enrollment courses. Measures that demonstrate attainment could include earning industry recognized credentials or certificates, earning the state seal of biliteracy, and the Golden State Merit Diploma. Measures that demonstrate authentic experience and performance could include completing a portfolio or capstone project, completing a work-based learning experience, or participating in a career technical student organization competition. All 4 dimensions of college and career readiness should be included in a college and career indicator in order to capture the fullest picture of students' preparedness for college and careers and to promote multiple pathways to post-secondary success. Thank you for your time.
We have a handout. It's all in.
Thank you.
Hannah Melnick with the Learning Policy Institute. Thank you to staff and to the board for your work. We support all of the suggested indicators with just a few modifications, which we mentioned in our letter. For all of the indicators, we think that it's critical to measure along a continuous scale rather than cut points, as when you either make the grade or you don't. Research shows under NCLB, as President Kirst mentioned, the use of proficiency cut points incentivized schools to focus on so-called bubble kids. The effect was strongest in low-income schools. We therefore recommend the use of scale scores or movement along performance categories for all indicators as soon as possible. For the college and career indicator, this might be a point scale where upper categories receive more points. The highest well-prepared category in this indicator should include both college and career readiness, such as completing A to G plus a high-quality CTE sequence. The indicator should signal greater rigor as you move up the scale. Thank you. We stand ready to support staff as they move along with these indicators.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gonzalez with Policy Analysis for California Education, PACE, based out of Stanford University. We're here to provide the State Board of Education with the analysis and evidence to create a robust accountability system, and specifically to discuss our core PACE findings. Our core PACE partnership analyzes student data from nearly 1 million of California students. Our findings have already played a key role in directing federal ESSA requirements and changing the end size for all states. To assist the State Board of Education, we released a new report that should be in front of you, that basically shows the difference between 20 and 30. And the difference really is that at an end size between 20 and 30, 38% more schools report data across all student subgroups. Our Core PACE partnership provides California with an opportunity to test and to learn about proposed accountability indicators, specifically measurements for social emotional skills, social cultural climate, and how to identify the bottom 5% of schools for intervention. We support and applaud the current direction of the state, and we hope that you will take advantage of our Core PACE partnership. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Rick Miller with the core districts, which is a cooperative 9 districts across California representing over 1 million students. So I have a letter for you, but we respectfully request that as part of your consideration under ESSA that you consider the potential of creating a pilot program. So core in our work and accountability continue to do this work, but officially as part of the California process. So we are learning things along the way that we think can help inform your decisions. So we are able to do things that you can't as of yet. So we have these cultural surveys that we're doing. We're looking at SEL surveys that we're having as part of it. We have actually a growth model that we're releasing in the next month or so. So as we learn these things, they may or may not be good for a state system. But what we do in one of our districts, Long Beach, they do a lot of is piloting. So they have a few schools try it. They try to see if it works. They raise it. If it doesn't, they make sure it doesn't go to all schools. That sort of partnership is something we like to consider to be part of the state so we can learn from our measures and see whether or not they make sense to move at scale. Thank you.
My name is Michael McCormick, and I'm the superintendent of the Val Verde Unified School District. It is important that LEAs are held accountable for ensuring systems are in place to guarantee that all students are gaining access to the A to G course sequence, AP classes, and IB classes. I want to highlight that access needs to be coupled with systems of support that can be monitored through the LCAP process and in accordance with model practices. One aspect for the State Board to consider is how California standards call for the sequence of math courses to occur beginning in middle school. Without acceleration points, it is difficult for students to reach math courses that are associated with advanced placement. Thus, a note of caution is suggested with respect to AP Math and the way these courses are used to indicate a measure of college readiness. In other words, following the suggested sequence of math courses will create a structural challenge for students in reaching AP-level math classes to which an LEA will be held accountable for as a measure of college readiness. Thank you. And I have an infographic and a shirt for you that says hashtag LCAP works. Thank you.
And these shirts are over here at your leisure. You may come and
Sorry, I'm a rookie. Forgot my iPad.
Well, it's hard to follow that. Hello. Enrique Roacho on behalf of the Los Angeles Unified School District. I don't have shirts, but we did submit a letter, and I just had 2 points that I wanted to quickly highlight. On indicators of college and career readiness, we support the current standard CCI model using AP exam results and A through G completion with a C or better. But we do ask for clarification on the definitions, and we've appreciated the questions that have been asked because it's provided a lot of that clarification that we've been looking for. We do caution against adding additional measures, which would ultimately create an indicator with numerous measures, and we have concerns about creating too much confusion with too many measures. On the use of the climate surveys, we believe that this information is critical, and we plan to continue our commitment to collecting and sharing these data at the local level. But we do have concerns about using these responses at the state level to compare with other school districts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. My name is Cynthia Glover Woods, and I am the Chief Academic Officer at the Riverside County Office of Education. My colleagues have deferred their time to me, and I am speaking on behalf of the educational leaders in our county that serve and support over 425,000 students. First, I'd like to echo some of the sentiments that have been shared this morning by thanking staff for the work that they have done. We realize the complexity of the task they've been asked to do, and we appreciate not only their work, but their inquiry of solicitive input from us on the different things that have been decided. We also would like to thank the board for putting us in a promising direction to a system of continuous accountability and continuous improvement. We have provided comments to you in the form of a letter, so I'm going to focus my comments on 2 main points. The foremost issue we need to address is how the various components of the rubrics will work together to accomplish 2 fundamental objectives. First, how will they promote meaningful inquiry and improvement at the local level through a multidimensional analysis of local systems? And second, how will they be used to determine districts and schools that are in need of regional and state support? We do feel that the staff has worked hard to flesh out each of these components. However, it's not clear to us how the system's components will interrelate. Riverside County strongly believes that the rubric should facilitate a meaningful evaluation of multiple measures, and for this reason, we believe that the rubrics in their totality should be used for local continuous improvement. For purposes of technical assistance and intervention, we don't believe that the state should examine local indicators, but should focus on a subset of reliable indicators of student outcome and achievement, inclusive of measures of engagement and course-taking patterns. We do feel that the adoption of the 4 state indicators was the right step toward developing a true multiple measures system. We support the development of the college and career indicator when one can be developed without unintended adverse policy or behavioral consequences. We do not believe, however, that the indicator for college and career that was proposed today meets that criteria. We also support indicators that measure parent, student, and community engagement. Finally, we believe that assessing student and system outcomes is not enough. Standards and evaluation of practice must be an embedded required function of the rubrics to avoid drawing false conclusions around our student data. As always, we offer ourselves as a resource to you and your staff. Thank you very much.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers to the podium. Please come forward, Sasha Horowitz, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, Terry Burns, Tim Hamill, Samantha Tran, Brian Lee, Dave Gordon, Doug McCrae, Reverend Dr. Anne-Marie Irving Elkins, and Sandy Mendoza.
Group of 5, Justine Fisher, President, California State PTA. California State PTA urges the State Board of Education to adopt research-based family engagement standards and metrics as part of California's new accountability system. Over 30 years of research shows family engagement to be an effective strategy to boost student outcomes and prepare our students for their future, and adopting these standards will help drive practice at the local level for all students. California State PTA recommends the adoption of the following 6 standards as the model for best practice: welcoming all families into the school community, communicating effectively, supporting student success, speaking up for every child, sharing power, and collaborating with the community. These standards are based on years of qualitative and quantitative research. They were developed by National PTA with the guidance and support of prominent education leaders and practitioners in the field of family involvement across the country, including Joyce L. Epstein, Ann T. Henderson, and Karen L. Mapp. We applaud California's shift to focusing on multiple measures over just test scores. We know student achievement is increased when families are effectively and authentically engaged, and the research is clear. William H. James notes in his 2005 paper for the Harvard Family Research Project, results are fairly substantial and support the belief that parental involvement has a significant impact across various populations. Family involvement in school and low-income children's literacy, longitudinal associations between and within families by Deering et al. Concluded, results support arguments that family involvement in school should be a central aim of practice and policy solutions to the achievement gap between lower and higher income children. Karen Mapp's 2011 study on Title I and parent involvement concluded schools with strong family engagement were 4 times more likely to improve student reading over time and were 10 times more likely to improve student learning gains in mathematics. This research underscores the need to elevate the role of families from backstage to front and center in the school reform policy research and practice discourse. The California State PTA knows, and the research proves, that engaging families within schools supports the goals of equity, closing gaps, increasing attendance and graduation rates, college career readiness, and increased student achievement. It is why parent engagement is an adopted state priority. Now is the time to move forward with the adoption of these standards and associated metrics, ensuring that all districts are given clear direction on how to actively work to authentically and effectively engage parents in a way that is research-based and shows proven results. Identifiable indicators and metrics are the only way local stakeholders can measure effectiveness and hold districts accountable for continued improvement. We urge you to direct staff to move forward with the recommendation for September adoption. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sasha Horowitz with the Linked Learning Alliance. received our letters, so I'll be brief. We want to thank the superintendent, board, CPAG, and staff for the robust discussion and all your work to find a college and career indicator. We understand that the elements are still a work in progress, and as staff finalizes the CCI elements, we urge you to consider that students who are well prepared must include both college and career elements. As it's now designed, a student can be college or career ready, but they should have to meet both. We also think it's important to define high quality CTE pathways, and the current metrics do not capture those. For example, you could use CTE's 11 elements of a high quality CTE pathway, third-party certification, dual enrollment in conjunction with other things, A through G plus CTE pathways, et cetera. Finally, we think that scoring formula should incentivize preparedness. As President Kearse noted, the formula creates a cut score. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. We support and request your support of the English Learner Indicator as proposed by CDE staff on page 2, attachment 1, because it meets the ESSA goal of inclusion of both annual progress toward English language proficiency and the actual attainment of English proficiency by all English learners. We also support the establishment of the specified work group and for the purpose of working further on the LTEL issue. We would like to request representation of our organizations on this work group. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Terry Burns, California School Boards Association. You're in receipt of our already extensive memo on this item, but I'd like to share some additional comments that reflect our thoughts on some of the memos that others have shared. First, we reject recommendations that call for substantial increase in efforts by LEAs for additional reporting and data collection. Small districts in particular simply don't have the resources to be making those efforts. Regarding the top-level data display for the equity item, we think it much more transparent to put in the names of the subgroups rather than the numbers. For the narrative display, we love that it's placed with the data. We think, though, that for simplicity reasons, it should be kept as a brief reference here with the ability to link to a broader explanation. Recognizing the complexity, we would also like an update on the development of the website that's going to display all of this. For the metrics, we concur with those who believe the 11th grade assessment score should be reflected in the assessments item. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Samantha Tran on behalf of Children Now. After 3 years without an accountability system and key decisions looming, we are deeply concerned that LCFF is at risk if the State Board continues on the current path. You've heard testimony today praising the progress in specific areas, and while we certainly agree that there has been progress, 3 fundamental principles are being overlooked to actually establish an effective accountability system. 1, California needs one coherent accountability system. It must be explainable to the public, and it must focus on closing gaps in achievement. And on all fronts, what's being proposed is falling short. We're heading down a path that will establish 2 separate accountability systems in California with a methodology that will likely confuse educators and the broader public because it's very convoluted, some of which doesn't even make intuitive sense, such as the red and orange example that staff presented earlier. Our approach, one approach will hopefully meet federal requirements for schools, and the other has a hodgepodge of indicators that are being operationalized in vastly different ways. It looks as though we'll then conflate all of this information in one report. We've been a strong supporter of LCFF and want to make it work, but we're really worried that that local flexibility is at threat if we don't have a system that makes sense and that we can explain to the public. Thank you.
Hi, Brian Lee on behalf of Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, Ready Nation, Mission Readiness, representing business leaders, law enforcement leaders, and military leaders. I really commend the staff and the board for moving forward, particularly on the issues that were identified last meeting, college and career readiness and school climate, and we strongly support those efforts and look forward to being part of those processes. One small caveat on school climate, the interim standard says that you need to report results from student surveys. We recommend adding parent and teacher surveys to be consistent with the LCFF statute. The cut points, it's great to see them, but it's not always clear why. So for suspension rates, for example, if you're low performing, you're more likely to be considered okay or median for suspension rates than any other indicator. Take a high school, for example, district. If you're 28th percentile, it seems low performing. Every other indicator you're low performing, but you're considered okay or median. So we really think we need to know why. They should either be very similar or there should be a compelling rationale for why we are having very different numbers with suspension rates compared to others. Thank you.
The next group of speakers. Please come forward. Pascuala Jamarillo, Ann Camion, Lisa Duarte, Mary Lee, Paul Robeck, Raul Montellano, Naila Williams, Saski Sapati, Taryn Ishido, Lan Lee, Kelly Chinchilla, Maria de Los Angeles Leon, Raul Contreras Ruiz, Ascosua Boateng, Fight Jesse, and Jonathan Hunter.
Good afternoon. Is this on? Good afternoon. My name is Doug McRae, retired testing specialist from Monterey. We've got an ocean of metrics being proposed for this new multiple measure accountability system. We also have an ocean of nitty-gritty data quality problems under the surface for this item. Not the least of the data problems is the general maturity of many of the statewide indicators proposed, in particular academic test scores for the current Smarter Balanced and pending LCAP. Seems to me it'll be 2018, perhaps, at best, or perhaps 2020 before these academic test score measures will be solid enough to handle an appropriate burden for a stable, long-life, multiple measures system featuring both single-year status and multiple-year change data. That's my take for the metric stew of indicators now on the table as we approach the time crunch associated with state and federal statutory deadlines. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandy Mendoza with Families in Schools. We are pleased to see that the work of the staff have taken a more expansive approach in the evaluation rubrics to reflect a holistic, multi-dimensional assessment of school district and school performance and include all of the state priorities. This is clearly demonstrated by the proposed approach to establishing standards for the remaining LCFF priorities, which are not covered by the evaluation rubrics. We support the creation of a work group by the State Board with appropriate representation from parent organizations to determine options for developing state and local level key indicators. With regard to Priority 3, parent engagement, we propose as a standard that the LEA measures its progress and reports the results in the evaluation rubrics using 3 or more specified indicators involving parents in decision-making and promoting parental participation in the programs. We look forward to working with you in this continuous process for engaging parents in more meaningful ways. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisette Duarte. I have 2 children on the autism spectrum that are students in LAUSD. I'm an education advocate, and I'm here with Families in Schools. First, I would like to thank President Kirst, Superintendent Torlikson, board members for patiently listening to stories and recommendations parents have expressed to you over the past year regarding the evaluation rubrics. The new accountability system, which includes the evaluation rubric, is the next critical step in effective implementation of LCFF. We are pleased that the staff is working to identify options establishing standards and indicators for LCFF Priority 3 parent engagement, which is not being addressed by the current proposal. Having several robust indicators would help capture a more complete and authentic picture of family engagement at the school and district level. As a parent, please consider my request to add multiple indicators that would measure involving parents in the decision-making process and promoting parental participation in programs. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana Carrión. Soy un padre del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Carrion, and I'm a parent from the Unified School District of Los Angeles.
Nosotros podemos hacer una preferencia a las disposiciones específicas de la sección del desarrollo de estándares.
We can give preference to the section of the standards development
En torno a las dos subprioridades de los esfuerzos para solicitar la contribución de los padres
in the area that requests parent engagement
y la promoción de la participación de ellos mismos.
and the encouragement of their participation.
El Estado puede centrarse en la identificación de las mejores prácticas para
The
probar,
state can focus on best practices
apoyar y definir la participación significativa de los padres.
to support significant engagement of parents.
Esto lo pueden conseguir ustedes en el código 11-100,
You can find this in Ed Code 51100
en 51102.
and 51102.
Son la clave a nivel estatal como referencia para
These are a
ustedes.
key reference for you at a state level.
Ahora, como recomendación de padre del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles para los niños aprendices de inglés,
And now, as a key recommendation, as a parent from LAUSD and as a parent of an English learner child,
es que ustedes pongan una inversión
I feel that you should invest
dentro del templete para los estudiantes aprendices de inglés.
within your template in the English learner population.
Solicitamos más apoyo para el examen,
We're asking for more support
no oficial SEO,
for the official CELT test,
ya que este año fue un importante avance para los estudiantes.
because for this year there was an important advance for the students.
Aquí están los documentos,
And here are the documents,
información y data del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles del examen CEL para los estudiantes.
important information from LAUSD concerning the student CELT test.
Time.
Thank you.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers: Carl Pinkston, Lashanya Purcell, Maria Guadalupe Ceja, Sandra Ortega, Dolores Samaras Manzo, and Sorprela Martros.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, and Superintendent Torlakson and board members. First of all, from what I've heard today, I certainly want to thank all of you board members for hearing us, parents. My name is Mary Lee, and I am a parent leader in the LAUSD district. And I'm in the South Central area, so many of the things that we talked about today, our parents have been struggling with. And board member mentioned that parent engagement can be a perception. For many of my parents, when we're meeting, that's exactly how we feel. We don't have very much guidance, and we feel like we're in a lecture when we go to meetings. We get papers that are given to us. The school tells us that we've made this progress, that. Parents talk about concerns, but yet we don't have anyone that we can basically go to and hold accountable. And what we've been seeing in the development of the LCAP, we would like to be able to say that we will have professional development for our administrators that work with us to help us to really be meaningful, engaged parents.
Time.
So, thank you.
Hello, I'm Paul Roback. My two children attend schools in LA Unified, and I serve on the executive board of the LAUSD Parent Advisory Committee. We've spent the last 2.5 years reviewing and generating comments on 3 successive LCAPs. We parents have learned so much about the process during this time that we've also seen a fair amount of confusion and uncertainty surrounding the LCAP. Now for a few words on recommendation 2. I urge you to adopt several solid, meaningful indicators to assess the true engagement level of parents, guardians, and the community in schools and districts throughout California. Specifically, the research of Karen Mapp provides many evidence-based engagement strategies. Please look to this research for guidance as you move forward. I'm pleased that you will be creating a working group to assist with developing indicators and standards. I implore you to reach out to LEAs for candidates to populate this group. Obviously, it's critical that the working group include parents. In closing, the era of half-hearted, no-stakes, checkbox compliance is over. We must move to a system that accurately and reliably measures real, authentic parent engagement in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlickson, and State School Board for your hard work. Congrats to student member Michael McFarland for moving on to my alma mater, Stanford University. My name is Reverend Dr. Amber Marie Irving Elkins, and I am the Vice Chair of the LAUSD Parent Advisory Committee. Being there for my children is of the utmost importance to me. So as you can imagine, the topic of parent involvement is critical in my opinion. There are some schools who understand just how important it is for a parent to feel welcomed and become involved at school. Sadly, some schools shun parental involvement. The slightest interest from a parent to participate in their child's education gets them the label of helicopter parent, or worse yet, a disruptive parent letter. There are schools that have anything but a welcoming environment, ignoring or being downright rude when parents enter the school and try to be engaged. You cannot speak with a split tongue and say you want parent involvement on one hand, but when a parent gets too involved, you push them from the campus. We need the state to take the lead in this issue. We need to identify local indicators for parent engagement. To do so, we need a menu of research and evidence-based metrics. Sorry. We are all in this together. Without the entire team actively involved, we cannot soar. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President Kirst and board members. My name is LaShanya Brazil, and I am a parent and a member of the Black Parallel School Board. First of all, I want to say that the key to success of a child education is the active and authentic engagement of parents. My very own scholar, Ms. LaShanya Brazil, would not be attending UC Santa Cruz this fall if it had not been for me engaged in her schools that she attended. This was missing from my own childhood experience. But most importantly, parents' engagement should not be limited to only PTAs, back-to-school nights, or parent surveys, but the use of participatory budgeting process, engagement in decision-making bodies, and also an active and open voice. Parents should be not only heard, but also supported. Thank you, LaShanya Brazil with the Black Parallel School Board.
Good afternoon, Board President Hurst and board members. My name is Carl Pinkston. I'm also a member of the Black Parallel School Board, Sacramento Black Parallel School Board, and also statewide Fixed School Discipline Coalition. I'm here today to want to support the recommendation and adoption of interim standards requiring districts to include climate surveys as part of the evaluation rubric. But we also want to add that part of that evaluation rubric should not only, climate survey should be focused just simply on students, but also on parents and community as well, in terms of connectedness. The other piece we also strongly want to really consider and think in terms of is the question of we believe that the work group should adopt a specific standardized questions to establish statewide measurable standards that would enable a comparison across the district, particularly as it relates to school climate survey. Thank you.
Good afternoon, State Board members. My name is Raul Ruiz. I am a parent of two LAUSD students. I'm a member of the Inner City Struggle Organization. It's a community-based organization that for the last 20 years has been empowering parents and students in the East Los Angeles area. I am a parent advisory committee member as well, and although I recognize that the Los Angeles Unified District has been making a lot of efforts in terms of empowering more parents to get involved, a lot more needs to be done. I here ask and urge you to include the school climate survey and parent engagement for the new accountability system. We believe that there should be a more transparent indicator where parents and students participate more in the school climate and parent engagement. Please consider our demands and requests, and I hope that you vote for this new plan. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for responding to our letters.
Hello, my name is Raul Montiano, and I'm a senior from Fresno and a youth leader with Californians for Justice. I'm here to thank you for listening to what students have to say and supporting us through your actions around LCFF. I remember my first meeting at the State Board in 2014 when I was just a freshman. I gave a speech and it was nerve-wracking because I wanted you, the board, to understand why I wanted to make the difference. I remember marching around this building. It was empowering to feel unity and solidarity with students all across California. Through the years, I've witnessed students make impactful changes through LCFF. Looking back, many things have changed, but especially the relationship between the State Board and CFJ. In 2014, CFJ students were a seed ready to blossom. Now you have seen us blossom and make impactful changes in our schools. So thank you. At some point today, I want you to imagine the struggles of students all over California, but also the differences that we have made by leading together.
Time.
Thank you for believing in the students.
Good afternoon. My name is Sakshi Satpathy, and I study at Gunn High School in Palo Alto. Thank you for considering adding the Student Climate Survey to LCFF rubrics. CFJ strongly believes this is the best way to move forward. My school district, Palo Alto, has long been characterized by excellent academics or high graduation rates. However, of late, we have been characterized by last year's suicides and by excessive student stress. I'm here to share how our district worked with our community and worked hard to recover from this tragedy and help students more effectively. Palo Alto has used the School Climate Survey, as well as other surveys, used their results to bring together some serious change. We added a student program to go through that. We added a student program to deal with stress, balanced out our schedule, and trained counselors and teachers all in 1 year. All this change can be brought about by the need we all face in California and materials provided. So I urge you all to add the survey and help shape communities for the better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nyla Williams. I'm a 12th grader at Oakland High School and a student leader with CFJ for several years now. And first, I want to thank the State Board of Education for including parent engagement in the LCFF rubric and the accountability system. Students truly believe that our schools get better when parents are engaged from the classroom to the boardroom. I have been in study sessions with the Parent Student Advisory Committee, the PSAC, in OESD, where I have been able to have conversations with parents about improving our education. Opportunities like this mean that we can have a collective vision to improve our education. Furthermore, outside of the classroom, parents and families are our most important resource and critical to student school success. Who else here thinks that parents are critical to school success? We all can agree that parents should be engaged in our schools, and again, I would like to thank you for showing us that our state wants to be accountable to improving parent engagement. Thank you.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers: Monica Green, Marina Munoz, Delmi Maldonado, Che Finesi, Cesar Escalante, Manuel Arias, Lisa Lockwood, Maria Ruiz, Keisha McGee, Alma Lopez, Doniel Puntz, Elvia Vasquez, Sergio Lana, Araceli Simon, Yolanda Rodriguez, and Angelica Guadalupe Saez.
All right. Hi, my name is Lan, and I'm a student leader with CFJ from San Jose. I'm here to ask you to make the LCFF rubric more accessible by making it understandable to locals like me. The rubric is important because it helps us determine what we should change in our schools. I care about my education and involve myself in the district's LCAP process. I believe the community should take collective responsibility of what's happening in their schools, especially in the funding and how high-need students are doing. A few weeks ago, I reviewed the SARC to compare the two schools in my area. Initially, I didn't even want to look at the visually unappealing data with its many tables and charts. I felt confused and wondered why the public should be subjected to that. It shouldn't have to be this difficult to access schools' progress, and people shouldn't have to feel frustrated looking at important data. That is why students with Californians for Justice are asking the board to make the LCFF rubric more accessible
to students, parents, and community members. We're asking you to hold meetings with stakeholders to discuss this topic and hear our ideas. We
Time.
hope you will collaborate with us. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Kelly Chinchilla. I'm an incoming junior in the Long Beach Unified School District and a youth leader with Californians for Justice. The youth are going to keep fighting for quality education that every student needs and deserves. I, as a member of CFJ, will keep on fighting for racial and educational justice because we know they go hand in hand. Students of color are the ones being most impacted in the education system. Many times, these students are being overlooked in their classrooms and not receiving the support they need from their teachers. They end up feeling like they can't achieve, so they end up falling behind in their classes or getting in trouble, resulting in low grades, suspensions, or even expulsions, thus hurting their chances of getting to college and increasing their chances of ending up in the school-to-prison pipeline. Being involved with CFJ, I see students facing these problems, and that's what keeps me motivated to do the work I'm doing now. Let's continue to push for an amazing public education system. As members of the School Board of Education, we hope that you continue to believe that California can and will have a public education system that lifts all students to reach their highest potential. As students, we have a lot of hope for the future of California. We put forth our own bold vision to create amazing schools by starting up a statewide campaign called Believe in Me. And what this campaign is doing is building off from the LCFF by advocating for resources that schools need to support caring relationships between school staff and students. We believe that when our schools prioritize caring relationships, students get motivation to overcome hardships in our lives so we can engage more, learn more, and aim for higher education. In these past 2 years, I had a teacher who believes in her students. Why do I say this? Because she really pays attention to the students in her class. She takes the time to check if the students are doing okay, not just with their work, but with how they're feeling. She creates a safe space for students to confide in her and helps them find solutions. I could see the changes in other students being more invested in her class. Her name is Miss Alon. So I want to close out by thanking you. Students from all over the state have traveled here today to appreciate you for hearing us and valuing our opinion on the importance of school climate and engagement. So much is possible when we can lead together. Can everybody hold up their hearts? I'd like to highlight a few of these messages that I have in my hand right now and what's possible for them. To students, higher education for everyone. Students viewing schools as an enjoyable and relaxing place. And a parent, la unidad de la gente, which means the unity of the people. And for me, myself, a better school climate that makes students feel valued by adults. Again, thank you for valuing us students. We wanted to share these thank you cards with each of you.
Thank you.
In closing, we want to ask the State Board and other state leaders like Governor Brown to listen and value students. We hope we can count on your support. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to listen to us students and seeing what we have to say. Since the last 7 months ago, since I spoke here, we've been inspired. I'm sorry. My name is Kosha Boateng. We're with the Youth Activists Alliance, Zero Tolerance in Sacramento Charter High School.
Can you just tell us your name, please? Okay.
Meeting with administration and faculty to host assemblies at Sacramento Charter High School to discuss with students the importance of education and improve school climate through empowerment. I've come here today to ask you to ensure that schools are more proactive in improving relations between students and teachers, because we see that makes a big difference in a school that has high suspensions and low student performance. So today I would like to ask you to be involved in getting schools to have more student, administration, and teacher interaction, and to reduce suspension, expulsion, and improve student performance, therefore in improving our public education system. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Jesse, and I also attend Sacramento Charter High School.
I am a part of Zero Tolerance and YAA, the Youth Activist Alliance. An example of what she's talking about would be the CASA, the California African Americans Superintendents and Administrators Alliance. They recently had an event in March, I believe, and this event was meant for students to come and speak, to where her and I were on a youth panel, and this youth panel, superintendents from across the state were allowed to listen to students and what a student thinks should happen in the school system. This not only improves school climate, but it also improves the school's culture, and it is more beneficial to people that work within the school district.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Cornelius, Germany, and I just wanted to tell a brief story on, it was my junior year, and I was messing up in school. I was having problems, and the resources that I needed, the help that I needed, like through the teachers, I wasn't getting it. So I had decided that I wanted to transfer to another school, and I held myself to a different expectation and higher standards for myself. And I was able to accomplish that because of the resources that I got. And the people that was there, like the staffs, they were very helpful. They wanted to help me. It was like, either you're going to succeed. Actually, you don't have a choice. You're going to succeed. So because of that, I was able to graduate on time with my class, walk the stage, and I managed to get a 3.0 or a little bit higher. But I managed to succeed. I was able to go to college, and this year I'll be attending Sac City for this fall. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Green. I'm a parent of a recent graduate of Skyline High School in Oakland, California, and I served on the first Parent Advisory Committee of the Oakland Unified School District. I've worked with school districts in Alameda and Marin counties, and I am the Family and School Partnership Lead with Bay Area Parent Leadership Action Network. Because of the parent engagement requirements of LCFF, over the past 3 years, many high-priority students and their parents have served on local advisory committees. Thank you. That's great that these parents have had this opportunity. I have worked with and witnessed these parents and student leaders grapple with and contribute solutions to the complex development and review of site plans as well as district LCAPs. These parent and student leaders have gained much wisdom over these 3 years. Please give them the opportunity to share their wisdom with the state. Ensure their equity representation on the Family Engagement Practitioner Working Group. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Che Finnessy. I'm a mother of 2. I'm with Oakland, Bay Area. I'm from Oakland. I'm with Bay Area Plan. I'm also a district representative on the PSAC for District 7 and my SS vice president. Our vision is to keep up with the continuous work that has been happening and progressing this far, and we ask that you have student, parent, and equity representation on the work group that will look at school climate surveys and parent involvement. And thank you for your progress that we've continued with the LCAP and LCFF. Thank you. Have a great day. You come on.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marina Muñoz, madre líder de plan, y represento también al LCAP. Tengo 4 hijos. Vengo del este de Oakland, de la Escuela Madison.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Marina Muñoz. I'm a mother, leader, and representative of LCAP. I have 4 children, and I'm coming from Oakland Madison School.
Quiero dar las gracias por todo el trabajo que hacen por la educación.
I'd like to thank you for all the work that you do for education.
Queremos que la rúbrica sea accesible para monitorear la ley.
We would like the rubric to be accessible so that the law can be monitored.
Para que podamos mejorar nuestras escuelas de todo el estado.
In order to improve the schools throughout the state.
La fórmula de control local de financiamiento.
The LCFF.
Queremos que los estudiantes, padres y miembros de la comunidad puedan entender mejor el impacto.
We would like the students, the parents, and members of the community to be better able to understand the impact that this will have.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I just first want to say thank you guys for all the work that you guys do. It's a hard task to take on the matters of education. My name is Keisha McGee, and I am a mother of 5. I have been a parent leader with ICUC, COPE, and PICO, California, in San Bernardino for 2 years. I am here today with PICO, California. PICO has 19 federations across the state of California. We are a multi-faith, multi-racial organization that strives to develop local leadership from our congregations, schools, and community to work for racial, social, and economic justice. Together, we represent over 480 congregations and over 450,000 families of diverse economic, racial, and religious backgrounds, and rooted school districts across California.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Arias, and I'm a grandfather of 10, and I'm a member of Oakland Community Organization of PICO affiliate. I would like to thank President Kurz, the State Board of Education, and State Board staff for your hard work and commitment to the students of California. We would like to give a special thanks to board members, Mr. Holiday, Dr. Sandoval, and Dr. Strauss. We ask you to include the manual of evidence-based state-level indicators around parents' involvement in the LCFF rubric to be adopted by September 2016. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes. I'm Alma Lopez. I am an organizer in Sacramento with Sacramento Area Congregations Together, which is the PICO affiliate. In 2012, PICO California led the largest volunteer voter engagement effort in support of the passage of Prop 30, turning out 67,000 voters to support its passage. Following its passage, PICO California has participated in the effort to pass the local control funding formula to ensure that LCFF achieves the goal of creating improved outcomes for low-income students, English learners, and foster youth. Currently, as an organizer here in Sacramento with parents and also with students, we're really pushing to make sure that the parents are being engaged meaningfully, not only at the district level, but also at the school sites. And for that reason, I reiterate that we ask you to include a menu of evidence-based state-level indicators around parent engagement and school climate in the LCFF rubric to be adopted in September 2016. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Maria Ruiz. I'm a parent leader from Los Angeles. I have 3 children. 2 of them are studying at LAUSD 8th and 12th grade. The oldest is at UC Riverside. I also work as a community representative at Soto Street Elementary School. As a community rep, I have the experience that big districts like LAUSD with 900 schools is hard to have an accountability. Parent engagement has to be measured with real evidence indicators that we provide as a coalition, PICO California. We have to make sure that parent engagement is happening at local schools, not just checking the box. In LA, we are having trainings for community reps. Yes, that's great. But there is no accountability if that is happening at local schools. That's why we ask you to include a menu of evidence-based state-level indicators around parent engagement at school climate in the LCFF rubric to be adopted by September of 2016. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Cesar Escalante. I'm a parent of 3 children. I'm also a leader of PICO in Oakland. I'd like to share with you my wonderful experience in LCAP process in Oakland. It has been very productive, very efficient. I'm very satisfied with the process because now parents, students, we have voice. We've been heard. So I'm grateful for that, and I thank you for that. I not only strongly believe, but I'm sure that we can do better. It will be powerful if process like the LCAP in Oakland will be implemented at the state level. So this way, together, parents, staff, school staff, communities, we are partnering together to better serve our kids' education in every city of Oakland, California. We ask you to include a menu evidence-based state-level indicators around parent engagement and school climate in the LCFF to be adopted in September 2016. I want to thank you one more time for the great work that has been in Oakland, and I hope you implement the same thing state level. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Sergio Luna with Pico, California, Education for Liberation. Last year, in June 2015, Pico, California, the California State PTA, Families in Schools, the Parent Organizing Network, and the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project convened a statewide meeting that included 17 community organizations and 2 school districts. And this group identified a menu of evidence-based parent engagement rubrics that we have delivered to you in 2 occasions, but also with that 1-pager today, along with the coalition. And we're here because we believe that parent engagement metrics can be adopted from these evidence-based menus that we have identified. And we're asking that once the rubrics are being more defined in September or even beyond it, that we include strong student voice and parent voice as part of the stakeholders in this process. And we are here asking to commit to include a menu of evidence-based state-level indicators to be adopted that includes parent engagement and school climate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call the next group of speakers, please. Ana Paredes, Odelia Jara, Socorro Berman, Franasu Salcido, Guillermira Romero, Alonso Garcia, Maria Roman, and Arturo Ramos.
Buenas tardes, miembros del board, superintendente. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Celedón. Vengo representando a Santa Ana Boys and Men of Color y al Grupo de Justicia Restaurativa en la Educación. Muchas gracias por darnos la oportunidad de expresarnos. El motivo por el cual estamos aquí por segunda vez es para pedirles que es tiempo de que el involucramiento de padres sea puesto en el nuevo sistema de contabilidad, ya que la participación de nosotros es tan crucial e importante como lo es la del personal docente, ya que al final del día somos los que vivimos con los estudiantes y en cierta forma somos los ojos y los oídos del staff, dentro y fuera del plantel. Por lo tanto, somos el eslabón restante que va a cerrar el círculo de esta etapa de la vida, que va a llevar a nuestros estudiantes a lograr ser exitosos académica, social y emocionalmente. Así que esperamos que su voto sea afirmativo. Muchísimas gracias.
And in English, my name is Guadalupe Celedón. I'm here representing Santa Ana Boys and Men of Color and the Restorative Justice Work Group in Education. Thank you for the opportunity for me coming here to express myself, and I feel motivated to be here for the second time to urge you to include parent engagement in the new accountability system. Being a parent, I know how crucial and important this is, and at the end of the day, we acknowledge that we are the ones that live with the students. We are the eyes and ears of the school staff, and we are inside and outside of the campus. We are also the link that will close the circle of this journey.
that will lead our students to achieve academically, socially, and emotionally. So we hope that you vote yes on parent engagement today. Thank you very much.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Dolores Manso y vengo representando Santana Building Communities y Voice and Man in Color. Okay. Quiero agradecer por la oportunidad de expresarme y por el apoyo de escucharme en el mes de mayo, y por esta razón he vuelto para contar mi historia. Mi hijo Esteban tiene ADHD. Cuando entró a high school, en su primer año fue suspendido 9 veces. Este año que ha logrado terminar el grado 10, con el nuevo director recibimos la oportunidad de crear relaciones positivas con él y con los maestros. Me involucré en el comité de clima escolar del distrito y Esteban marcó la diferencia. Con 0 suspensiones, recibió reconocimiento al final del año. Fue un estudiante que más ha mejorado en el año de la materia de álgebra 1. Es posible que para ustedes no es mucho. A mí como mamá me encantaría recibir un certificado de cada materia, pero para Esteban significó mucho, porque socialmente y emocionalmente para él ha sido un logro. Y gracias al apoyo académico que recibió en prácticas de justicia restaurativa, Esteban está avanzando, y por esa razón es importante que voten sí, para que incluyan el indicador clave de clima escolar en el nuevo sistema de contabilidad y prácticas de justicia restaurativa, porque en cada escuela, en cada salón, hay muchos niños como Esteban. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Manzo. I would like to thank you for this opportunity as I am returning when I was back here in May. I'm returning for the reason to share my story. My son Esteban has ADHD. When he started high school, within his first year, he was suspended 9 times. This year, in 10th grade, with the new principal, we received the opportunity to create positive relationships with not only the principal, but with the teachers as well. As a parent, I am also involved in the district-wide school climate committee. Esteban clearly demonstrated the difference made when he received 0 suspensions in 10th grade. At the end of the school year, he received an award of recognition as the most improved student of the year in Algebra 1. Perhaps for you it may not be much, but for me as a mother, it brings me great joy, and I would even have greater joy if he was recognized in all of the subjects. For Esteban, this signifies much, because socially and emotionally for him it is a victory. I am thankful for the academic support that he received, and especially thankful for the implementation of restorative practices, because Esteban has advanced. It is important for you to vote yes to include the school climate survey data in the new accountability system and to continue implementation of restorative practices statewide, because in each school, in each classroom, there are many Estebans. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Ortega, and I'm a faith-rooted organizer for Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. As CLU, we bring together clergy and lay leaders of all faiths to accompany families in their struggles for justice. CLU is also part of the Building Healthy Communities Restorative Justice Work Group. Scripture says in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." This is very powerful because as I stand here today, transformation has taken place as we see youth and parents uniting to ensure that their voices are heard because they know they are worthy of the best future possible so they may thrive and have a successful future, not only for themselves, but for many generations to come. I urge you to vote yes to include the data from the school climate surveys and parent engagement data in the new school accountability system. We believe this will foster equity to help create these very much needed relationships between teachers, students, and families. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Araceli Simeon, and I'm a parent and the director of the Parent Organization Network. And so I'm here with members to provide recommendations to standardize parent engagement. And I'm glad that a lot of priorities align with what has been said in this meeting, because we want a process to establish local and state level indicators and standards for effective engagement. And we also want surveys to capture parents and students' perceptions about climate and feedback about the services they receive in terms of outreach, training, translation, interpretation, so that parent engagement can be improved continuously. And so that we have data at the school, county, and state level in order to measure improvement and trigger interventions when needed. But as parents and organizations, we want to partner with you in redefining and establishing more effective ways for schools to work with parents of all backgrounds so that we can support children and schools to perform higher. And so I'm calling that, on this task, we urge you and challenge you to model the level of engagement that LCFF requires. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yolanda Rodríguez, vengo de Los Ángeles, California, de Boyle Heights, y soy representante de comunidad. Estamos aquí para seguir abogando. Queremos un menú de métricas que sean basadas en estudios para que se implementen en las escuelas locales y distritos y que sean parte de rúbricas estatales que se adoptaran en octubre del 2016. Este menú para nosotros es importante para guiar a las escuelas en el trabajo de los padres y para poder tener datos que se puedan compartir a los demás padres. Mis compañeras van a hablar sobre datos y estándares. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Rodriguez, and I come from Boyle Heights in Los Angeles, and I'm a community representative. I'm here to advocate for a menu of metrics based on research to be implemented in local schools and the districts. Also, that they be part of the state rubrics and adopted in October of 2016. It is important so that the schools can guide parents in parent engagement. I come with others who will join me in speaking further regarding this data and standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Paredes. Yo soy representante de comunidad de una escuela intermedia en el distrito escolar de Boyle Heights de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Paredes. I am also a community representative of the Boyle Heights School District in Los Angeles.
Yo estoy aquí esta tarde para dirigirme a ustedes sobre la importancia de la participación de los padres en los comités, ya que es de vital importancia.
I'm also here to tell you that I feel that parent participation in parent committees is essential.
Para asegurar que los fondos vayan destinados a las necesidades de más prioridad.
So that we can assure that the funds are assigned to those places and priorities that are of greatest need.
Y la capacitación de los padres líderes es de vital importancia.
Parent leaders training is vitally important.
Para medir la efectividad de los comités en las escuelas.
In order to measure the effectiveness of these parent committees in the schools.
Esto es para un mejor logro académico de los estudiantes.
This will see that there is a better achievement by the students in the schools.
Así ellos pueden ir a colegios y a las universidades.
That will help them to get to the universities and colleges.
Y por consiguiente, un futuro lleno de oportunidades para ellos.
And therefore, see that there is a future full of opportunities for them.
Le doy las gracias a todos por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí y esperamos resultados positivos y que Dios los bendiga.
God bless you, and I thank you for the opportunity. I hope that we can all achieve things that will be opportune for all of our children. Thank you very much.
Calling the next group of speakers, Lisa Hegdal, Estelle Lemieux, Ken Burt, Tony Chiquero, Andrea Ball, Leangela Reed, Jackie Wong, Cecilia Jaffe, Patty Scripter, Martha Alvarez, Ron Rapp, Alicia Asara, and Brian Rivas.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ángela Guadalupe Sáez, vengo de la ciudad de Southgate.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Science. I'm from the community of Southgate.
Estamos aquí porque queremos estandarizar el trabajo con los padres en las escuelas.
We're here because we would like to standardize the parents' tasks in the schools.
Para que sea efectiva las métricas locales.
So that those local metrics are effective.
Queremos talleres efectivos para padres.
We would like efficient workshops for parents.
Que se sientan satisfechos en cuanto a su aprendizaje.
So that they can feel satisfied as to what they have learned.
Queremos que estos talleres sean de un lanzamiento de aprendizaje.
We would like for these training courses to be a point of learning for them.
Para nuestros niños a través de los padres.
Our children can learn through their parents.
Interesados por el bienestar educativo.
They are the ones that are most interested in our children's well-being.
Y un mejoramiento estandarizado para una mejor California.
And a better and an improvement into the standardization. This will make for a better California.
Queremos que sea tomada en cuenta por ustedes esta petición.
We would like you to take this request under consideration.
Muchas gracias por la atención prestada y que el Señor guíe cada paso y cada decisión que ustedes tomen.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you, and may God guide and watch every step that you take here.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are here on behalf of the community organization Parent Pioneers from the Northeast San Fernando Valley and Latinos in Action from Long Beach. Both organizations have been working with families for over a decade and are strong believers in the positive effects of parent involvement. As a project assistant with the Parent Pioneers, I have worked with parent leaders to develop a family-oriented after-school program. The parents are completing the standards we set by completing family projects. At the same time, they are discovering new skills. These skills are developed through involvement and participation. Parent involvement has been shown to lead to higher academic success, and I have also personally seen the positive impact it has had on the students. Students tend to be more confident and comfortable in school. Our concern is that there is no clear guidelines in regards to parent involvement, which leads us to ask for standards to measure levels of parent participations. Standards are necessary for the purpose of actively involving parents. There are schools that offer great workshops, but communication between the schools and the parents is bad, resulting in low attendance and/or participation. That is why we need standards in outreach and standards in quality. We need these standards to be set and followed to make sure all communities have the same quality resources and opportunities, and that these opportunities are taken advantage of. We need clear indicators to be able to measure parent participation. For example, a minimum of 25% active parent participation at workshops, coffee with the principal, or parent meetings with proof of parent attendance. The important part in this would be the proof of active participation of the parent. School districts need to have respectful communication towards parents by school staff as a priority, as this respect is a main reason why parents do not become involved in their child's school or even enter their child's school. It will be very difficult for schools to improve their work with parents without proper standards in place. That is why it is necessary to take action for all the children of California. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marina Román Sánchez, madre de 2 estudiantes de educación especial en el Distrito Escolar de Long Beach. Soy miembro activo de Latinos en Acción, organización comunitaria y PON. Estoy aquí para pedir mejoras en los servicios de educación especial y general. Pedimos que se haga mandatorio para todos los distritos escolares School Climate Survey, porque no todos los distritos los implementan. para poder estandarizar la participación de los padres en las escuelas. Esto ayudaría a la comunidad con datos más precisos para la mejoría, la participación de los padres. Es una necesidad que nuestros padres participen en igualdad de oportunidad para lograr estudiantes más fuertes en calidad de educación. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Maria Sanchez. I'm a mother of special ed students in the Long Beach School District. I'm also an active member of Latinos in Action community organization, and PON. I'm here to ask you today for improvement in education services for special eds and general education. I'm asking that you make mandatory that school climate survived, because not all of the districts are implementing them. In order to standardize the participation of parents in schools, I'm also asking for you to give more precise data for improving parent participation. We need this, parents need this equality and opportunity in order for our students to become stronger and to improve education. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Pascuala Jaramillo y vengo de Los Ángeles, California. Para reforzar lo que mi compañera está diciendo, nosotros en el Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles se han implementado unas encuestas que se nos mandan cada año a los padres.
Good afternoon. My name is Pascuala Jaramillo, and I'm here to reinforce what the person before me has just stated. There have been some surveys that have been requested of us.
Y de esta manera se mide la necesidad de nuestros estudiantes.
This is the way that they measure our students' needs.
Padres y seguridad.
And parents' needs, as well as safety needs.
Pero me gustaría que ustedes nos ayudaran para que fueran más efectivas.
I would like you to help us, though, because we need for these measures to be more effective.
Y de esa manera tener mejores resultados en nuestras escuelas académicamente.
We could have much better results in this fashion academically for our students.
Muchísimas gracias y que tengan buenas tardes.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, honorable board members, board president, and superintendent. My name is Arturo Ramos. I'm from Lingua Unify, and I'm a very active parent advocate. I'm here today to advocate for meaningful parent engagement and the school climate to be standardized, especially in the area of technical intervention and assistance. We need to carefully monitor the lowest performing schools to reliably and effectively provide the support they need to improve parent engagement. For example, the awareness complaint process that allows parents to address their deficiencies of their schools, but this process needs to be monitored by an independent party to be effective based on our observations. We sincerely urge you to commit to the process that will help standardize parent involvement in the school climate as a critical indicator. Please follow through with our recommendations and implement them in the accountability system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Member Superintendent Torlickson. I'm Estelle Lemieux with the California Teachers Association. CTA believes that the accountability system must promote equity through measures of access and support, not just outcomes, and value the whole child by using indicators from multiple domains. Accordingly, we believe, but we commend and we support the proposed adoption of transitional state standards regarding the implementation of state academic standards and school climate. But as we explain in our letter, it is critical that at a minimum, The rubrics adopted in September include a placeholder for the state indicators to be developed over the next 12 months that robustly assess school climate, implementation of state academic standards, and meaningful access to a broad course of study across all grades. Both in the short and long term, the College and Career Indicator and related state standard for Priority 7 must include a real assessment of student access to and enrollment in a broad course of study. CTA believes the board should ensure that the statement of model practice and associated resources are vetted thoroughly. We do not believe they should move forward in their current state. It is also essential at this critical juncture that board members and stakeholders alike understand how the staff's proposal would operate to determine where support, technical assistance, and possibly intervention are needed. We thank the board for its consideration and remain very eager to assist in the hard but necessary work ahead. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. We appreciate all the work that's been done. I want to speak to the top-level data display, which we think will be an important tool for students, parents, and community members to see a clear overview of how their school and their district are doing. We appreciate the commitment to equity with the elevation to the landing page. We think this is critical for transparency and accountability. We've long supported the use of multiple measures and appreciate the inclusion of all 8 state priorities on the top landing page, as well as the subgroup information. Several aspects of the latest version seem overly complicated and confusing. To ensure that the information is clear and accessible to students, parents, and other stakeholders as intended, we encourage the board to pilot test the words and colors in the data display with parents. We had a successful and productive partnership with you on this CAS student score report. We're happy to do that again on this. We look forward to working with you, and thank you very much for the recognition of the challenge of authentic parent engagement. And we really appreciate that you recognize the challenge and are committed to moving forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Ball with Early Edge California, and we joined with 15 other K-12 and pre-K organizations to send you a letter, and we have an updated version with additional groups and individuals signed on. We think there's ample evidence that children's experience in high-quality early learning and alignment of pre-K to grade 3 efforts can address achievement gaps and set children on trajectories for success. Our letter outlines recommendations on the model practices of the rubrics and the indicators, and we urge you to take the opportunity to promote systemic approaches to strengthening the pre-K to grade 3 continuum and recognize the place for this conversation as the foundation of the state's new coherent system of local, state, and federal accountability is established, and a continuous improvement is established. I appreciated the comments earlier of Board Member Strauss recognizing that readiness is something that districts and schools want to address, and we think by incorporating model practices and research that address pre-K through grade 3, you give them that opportunity. Thank you.
Calling the next group of speakers, Gabe Rose, Molly Dunn, Eric Premack, Efren Mercado, David Bala Hawkins, Laurel Ashlock, Cheryl Ryder, Elizabeth Robitaille, Daisy Ortiz, Leticia Aldana, Diana Guillen, Juan Magandi, John Affelt, and Alejandro Sandoval.
Good afternoon, President Kirsten, Superintendent Torkelson, members of the board. My name is Jackie Wong. I'm from the National Center for Youth Law. I'm here actually representing a coalition of foster youth advocates and education stakeholders. I'm here just to kind of appreciate staff and board members on continuously actually engaging us in the process to ensure that the education of students in foster care are not invisible as they were a couple of years ago. You are in receipt of our letter, but I just wanted to highlight kind of the recommendation by staff to focus on priority 10, which is specific to the coordination of services for students in foster care. Given kind of recent legislations and investments with AB 854 and whatnot, we encourage the board to consider something, a standard that is much more robust, and encourage that the board to actually engage us and possibly create a work group to focus on more detailed outcomes for what priority 10 might look like. So thank you again for your work and again prioritizing the student population.
Lisa Hagdahl, California Science Teachers Association. California Science Teachers Association urges the State Board of Education to clearly articulate all the components of a multidimensional, holistic approach to assessing LEA and school performance by the September 2016 meeting. That's inclusive of placeholders for future additions, mechanisms for engaging in future modification, and clearly demonstrates the alignment between the state and federal systems. This will set the important future target and serve as a compass by which to continue developing and improving this new system beyond September 2016. Additionally, we request that you consider the other recommendations we articulated in our July 8th letter. CSTA is ready and eager to participate with staff to further develop the statements of model practice, the self-assessment tools for standards implementation, and the college and career readiness indicators. CSTA agrees with earlier comments made by members Rutger and Williams that there needs to be a balance between college preparation and career preparation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Celia Jaffe from California State PTA and recently a member of the PSAA committee. PTA would like the board to keep the 11th grade Smarter Balanced assessments in the academic indicator. It's the only uniform statewide assessment for high school and therefore too valuable to leave out, particularly if California moves towards more sophisticated growth model methodology in the future. In the college career indicator, the Smarter Balanced Scores, or EAP, is just one of the paths to indicate a student's college career readiness, so the double counting is less of a concern. The different paths methodology for the CCI is a positive acknowledgement that students can find coherence and motivation in their schooling through different purposeful, planned courses of study, like CTE pathways, or IB, or a series of AP classes. On the other hand, we have concerns with the staff recommendation to have the CCI establish standards for priority areas 7 and 8.
Time.
A broad course of study should include other offerings. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of CARE-UP, the Association for Career and College Readiness Organizations, and SSDA, the Small School Districts Association of California. On behalf of KROB, would like to express our support and urge you to approve the CCI, but we appreciate and welcome the comments of members Rucker, Burr, Strauss, and Williams relative to creating more of a balance and more career access and career preparation programs, particularly at the elementary level. I think that, and we can help with that, sharing some of our best practices. On behalf of the Smalls, I want to thank you for the concerns about volatility. Suspension rate's a big one, and the unique circumstances of the Smalls we hope will be part of every conversation. And we thank you finally for the work that you've done and staff have done, and let's keep this moving forward. We're continuing to learn, we're continuing to create awareness and understanding, and continuing to trust, and we need to move this thing forward. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Brian Rivas on behalf of the Education Trust West. I wanted to say that we agree with much of what my partner Sam Tran from Children Now had to say, and I'm going to ask that you reconsider your approach. It feels like you're compartmentalizing a bit and you're focusing on your obligations under state law, and then you're going to turn to federal law. I think we have an opportunity to really put accountability to work for everyone in education, and in order to have a truly effective system, we really need it to be aligned and integrated so that everything's working in concert. I want to let you know that we agree with a couple of the comments from Member Ortiz-Licon about the equity report. It's a nice start, but we need action to be attached to the flagging of subgroup gaps. And please don't accept the very modest standards. I know your staff has done a lot of good work on performance standards, but we think they're setting the bar a bit too low. High expectations is an important part of an effective system.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Board. Gabe Rose with Parent Revolution. Want to really appreciate all the hard work from both board and staff and the progress that's been made on this. Things like the limited indicators, things like the equity index, we feel are really important step forwards. Our continued number one concern continues to be whether or not this system is actually easily usable for all families. And right now, unfortunately, we feel pretty strongly the answer is no. And looking at the dashboard in its current form just does nothing to really allay our concern. Board Member Holliday's point about graphic design is a very good one. Agree that's necessary, but we certainly don't think it's going to be sufficient. We continue to think the board, the conversation is a little stuck in a false choice between having a rich multiple measure dashboard-based approach and having some sort of overall snapshot summary, scores, ratings, colors, etc., that families can more easily understand. We think there's ways to do that are consistent with the approach you're taking so far and build on that. We stand ready to work with the board and others in that process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Marta Alvarez on behalf of ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators. We really thank you for all the work that you and the staff has done over the past several several months. But more importantly, I would urge the board to think about, as you go into the September board meeting, letting the public know what are those decision points that need to be made beyond September. Throughout the meeting this morning, you heard from staff sort of indicating that data point will be available in 17-18, and this will be decided later on. I think to appease some of the concerns from the public and administrators specifically too, is just letting us know what sort of will be decided by in the next 10 weeks and what will be for later on. Specifically to the CCI indicator, we're very strong of the college readiness indicator. We echo comments from the board members about trying to incorporate more career focus metrics. We want to keep 11 grade SBAC as part of state assessments, not part of the CCI. And then we also are encouraged by the inclusion of an 8th grade readiness indicator to think about high school readiness. Lastly, about the top level display, it seems to be getting more cumbersome. We encourage looking at transparency and how to make it easier for the public to understand. And we at ACSA stand ready to support in any other working groups thinking about school climates and the self-assessments. Thank you.
Hello, Laura Lashlock. I'm the Chief Academic Officer for Central Unified in Fresno, and I'm CASCD President-elect. 2 points. We support and appreciate the work that's been done on the CCI. However, we encourage the board to exclude 11th grade English Language Arts and Math from the CCI and include it as a state academic indicator. We definitely support the continued work on identifying authentic career readiness measures as part of the CCI. 2, we encourage the board to consider a state measure related to a broad course of study indicator to ensure equity of access to a broad course of study for every student. Pre-K through 8 students must be provided a foundation in science, history, health, and the arts as core subjects. This is critical for our students to be high school ready and also to have the whole child educated. Thank you.
President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Ryder. I'm Executive Director for Career Development with the Placer County Office of Education. I also serve on the executive boards for the California Association for Career Technical Education and the California Association for Regional Occupational Centers and Programs. The initiatives that we're talking about for career and college readiness is game-changing for California students and for the future of California's economy. I'd like to discuss some current indicators and criteria that is data currently being collected by schools and many districts, and others are pairing to collect
from the California Career Pathways Trust and the CTE Incentive Grant. Some data that's already being collected includes internships, work-based learning, mentoring, job shadowing opportunities, work experience in student leadership organizations, as well as nationally recognized or state-approved career technical education certification. That's the Pathways Trust, and some of these are also in the CTE Incentive Grant. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Efren Mercado from CSASA, the County Superintendents. I just want to let the State Board know that we appreciate today's discussion. There are a lot of moving parts with this work and a lot of work to be done, but we're here to support you. And we're also supportive of the recommendations in front of you today that help push our state closer to a single, coherent, local, state and federal accountability system. We also feel it's very important that we continue to recognize that the system will evolve and be refined in the future, and that we forecast that out for stakeholders, for the field, et cetera. And we also feel that the implementing state agencies such as CDE, CCE, State Board, and the counties will continue to work very closely to make sure we have an aligned, coherent message to the field, and that'll be very powerful for the students of California. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Molly Dunn with the Alliance for Children's Rights and a member of a coalition of advocates working to ensure that LCFF lives up to its promise for foster children. We thank the board for directing staff to address Priority 10, but believe that the proposed standard is weak and fails to draw on activity, reporting, and evaluation requirements that COEs are statutorily required to engage in under LCFF and as operators of foster youth services coordinating programs. COEs have been coordinating services for foster children for 20 years through the FYSC programs. Last year, the legislature aligned the FYSC programs with LCFF, and there are currently 2 different statutes listing the kinds of coordinating activities that COEs should be engaged in for foster youth. Likewise, there are 2 different statutes that require the reporting out of foster youth data and reflection upon that data in terms of the efficacy of the FYSC programs. We believe that a working group should be formed of foster youth stakeholders to strengthen Priority 10 and develop a standardized assessment tool that aligns everything. We're going for a single tool. Let's do it for foster youth services as well.
Hello, Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. We share a lot of the underlying concerns, or a lot of the concerns with some of the data elements here, but my concern speaks to a larger overarching charter issue. As many of you know, charter schools and development of their LCAP are supposed to have flexibility with regard to the mission of the school, as well as flexibility with respect to laws that tie to the state priorities that do not apply to charter schools in the first instance. When I look at the evolving indicators and top-level display, we wonder if these are going to become a backdoor way of reimposing these laws on charter schools. To avoid that, we would ask that you explicitly direct staff to ensure that that does not happen, that we do not have pre-population of data that doesn't apply to charter schools in the first place, and those sorts of things. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Daisy Ortiz, soy un padre con un niño en el Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Daisy Ortiz, and I'm a parent of a child in Los Angeles.
El CSF fue designado para ayudar a nuestros niños académicamente, pero la práctica en el distrito no es lo que está pasando.
LCSF was designed in order to help our students academically, but in practice, that's not what's occurring.
Porque solo genera posiciones, porque el distrito financia 47 programas, pero ninguno de estos programas.
It just finances jobs, but in the district.
Ninguno de estos programas tiene métricas para evaluar qué impacto académico tienen estos programas.
But none of these programs have metrics in order to evaluate what the results are.
Aquí traigo la prueba de 15 posiciones que se financian con el CSF por escuela.
I have proof here that there are 15 positions that are financed in these schools.
Pero el impacto académico con los niños de bajos ingresos es de 5% de competencia y los aprendices de inglés es de 1 a 3% de competencia. Eso es inaceptable.
Señora, por favor. Repítalo, por favor, y más despacio.
Que los niños de bajos ingresos tienen un nivel de competencia del 5% y los niños aprendices de inglés
Children that have that are poverty level only have a 5%,
y los niños aprendices de inglés de 1 a un 3%
and
de
children
competencia.
that are English learners only have a 1% ratio.
El LCAP no ha sido un proceso transparente,
LCAP has not been a transparent process,
ya que los padres ni siquiera saben cómo funciona este plan de LCAP.
Parents don't even know how the LCAP plan works.
Porque lo que les quiero pedir a ustedes es que simplemente y se fomente la participación de los padres desde a nivel de escuela.
I'm just asking you to please see that the parents' participation is promoted in the schools.
Porque el distrito escolar, no es, el distrito escolar de Los Ángeles, que es el segundo más grande de todo el país, no está implementando esto.
LA Unified School District is the second largest in the country, and they are not implementing this.
Time.
Solo 47 padres son los que dan sus comentarios.
Only 47 parents are those commenting.
Gracias, que tengan buen día.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leticia Aldana. Vengo como padre independiente. Soy un padre de... tengo 2 hijos en la escuela del distrito de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Aldana, and I am a parent participant who has 2 children in school in Los Angeles.
Y vengo aquí a preguntar cómo equilibramos la disciplina, valores y principios a nuestros hijos.
I'm here to see how we are going to balance discipline,
disciplina, valores,
values,
principios,
and principles in our students.
Cuando cada día quitamos el derecho a los padres,
when every day we are taking more rights away from the parents.
Hay una doble moral. Al padre se le niega la oportunidad de sus derechos de dar amor al niño.
There is a double standard here. The parent is denied the opportunity to give their children love.
A los niños se les niega el derecho de ser educado.
And children are denied the right to be educated.
Tornado e instruido.
To be turned and instructed.
Sobre la historia.
To be told of their history.
Cultura.
Their culture.
Y veces idioma materno.
And at times their language of origin.
Se olvida que ese niño un día va a ser adulto.
Forgetting that someday that child will be an adult.
Y depende de sus valores y medio ambiente.
And that child will depend on their values and what the environment that surrounds them is.
Que le rodea, el medio ambiente que le rodea. Entonces debemos exigir resultados a directores y maestros.
We must require that principals, teachers,
sindicatos,
unions, agencies,
en agencias de servicios que hacen abogacía o lobbies.
And agencies that are supposedly advocate groups or lobbies.
Time.
Okay. En la rama de la educación pública.
In public education field.
Gracias, que tengan buena tarde.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diana Guillén, soy secretaria del Comité DILAC de todo el Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Guillén, and I'm a secretary-elect of the school district in Los Angeles.
Esta mañana llegué en el bus.
I got here on the bus. I'm from the parent committee.
Porque pienso que el liderazgo de los padres independiente debe de surgir.
Because I feel that the parent leadership should be, independent parent leadership should be something that should continue to improve.
Y no debemos de ser representados por agencias de servicios disfrazadas de organizaciones comunitarias.
And we should not continue to be represented by service agencies that are disguising themselves as community organizations.
Y que traen a padres sin poder para empujar su agenda.
And who bring parents here that have no power to push their agenda.
las cuales también tienen mucha responsabilidad en el rezago académico de nuestros estudiantes,
Who also have a great deal of responsibility in the academic achievement of their children.
El CFF está dejando al mando a los directores y funcionarios del distrito
LCSF is allowing the directors and officials of the district
quienes son los responsables del fracaso académico de nuestros hijos, sin tener ninguna consecuencia.
to go ahead and be without consequences, and they are not being responsible for the academic failure in our children.
Los padres electos pensamos que ya es hora de que los padres seamos tomados en cuenta en la toma de decisiones.
We feel that it is time for us to be taken into account in the taking of decisions regarding our parents.
Y no seamos solo un número de participación y que la política debe de cambiar.
And that we are not just taken as a number, and this policy has
Time.
to change.
Agradezco mucho su tiempo.
I'm very grateful for your time. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Soy Juan José Mangandi, soy el presidente de todos los padres del Distrito Escolar de Los Ángeles.
My name is Juan Jose Magandi. I'm a president for the Parent Association for all of the Los Angeles School District.
Creo que en un minuto no puedo explicar qué es lo que nosotros queremos.
I don't think I can explain in one
Quisiéramos que nos dieran la oportunidad de que como padres viniéramos a exponerles cuál es nuestra visión
We want to be given the opportunity as parents to come and give us our vision.
y que también las agencias de servicios especializadas sean eso, agencias de servicios especializados y no que se mezclen con organizaciones comunitarias.
And we want specialized service agencies to work as such and not to be community
Y que
organizations.
suplantan la voz y la representatividad de los padres.
And to replace the voice of the parents.
Es hora de que también a las agencias de servicios se les haga una auditoría acerca de los servicios que están prestando en la rama de educación
Monitored as
y
to the
sus
services that they
éxitos.
provide in
Porque
education.
no estamos midiendo también. Acabo de terminar de hablar con los sindicatos y también les he pedido lo mismo, responsabilidad.
And I've also asked responsibility from the union.
No solamente de sus afiliados, sino también en las consecuencias de ser el estado número 49 en rezago,
And not only
en
from their
matemáticas
affiliates,
y en cuarto grado.
but because we are occupy the 49th
También
place
en el
in
rezago
maths.
que tenemos del atraso que vamos ahorita en lo que es el avance y progreso de los estudiantes aprendices de inglés.
And we're also very far behind regarding our student
Y
learner
cómo
population,
también está
English learner
afectando
population.
cómo está afectando también la participación de los afroamericanos o los hispanos en cómo podemos nosotros tener esperanza de graduar a nuestros hijos.
And it's also affecting the graduation rates of our African American students and our Hispanic.
Estoy hablando de aquellos de bajos recursos, de título 1.
We need more Title I resources.
Nosotros queremos más y mejores entrenamientos.
We need more and better training,
Queremos más y mejores agencias de servicios,
more and better service
pero que no
agencies,
suplanten a los padres.
but not to replace
Y
parents.
solamente quiero solicitarles una audiencia para hacer una presentación de nuestra visión.
And
Gracias.
I would like a hearing
Tenga buenas
to
noches.
provide our vision. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Naina Gupta, staff attorney with the ACLU of California and member of the Equity Coalition. I just want to acknowledge SBE staff for efforts that have been made in setting standards in our non-key indicator priority areas, especially since the question of how to set statewide standards in these areas has been especially challenging. But I do want to reiterate that we do see these self-assessment standards to be a placeholder and just a one-year starting point. We're concerned that self-assessments aren't qualitative or substantive and that the assessment of completion versus non-completion shows little meaningful difference between LEA performance. Even if, to Board Member Burr's comments, we are successful in actually making these assessments accessible and available to community stakeholders, we don't believe that they will be enough to incentivize and meaningfully influence local decision-making in these other areas. So our ask is that the board, in addition to convening this work group and adopting the proposed timeline with concrete dates beyond September, that it also commit to adopting more substantive standards in the remaining priority areas within a year of this September. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kurz and board members. It's after 3:30.
day one, you're almost through item 2. We very much, I'm going to make 5 points. Number one, we very much want to thank you for including a top-level display that addresses an equity report that displays subpar subgroup performance. That was one of the Equity Coalition's key asks. We think that we agree with the School Boards Association it'd probably be better to use alphabetic codes rather than numbers to refer to particular subgroups, but that's a tweak that can be made. The biggest change we would like to see around that equity report is what's the consequence of having significant subgroup performance, not just a few, here or there, but we continue to recommend that there should be no school rated overall green, good, on target, on trajectory, if in fact a majority of their subgroups or subgroup populations are underperforming at a red or orange level. There ought to be some sort of consequence to that. And conversely, we've recommended that schools could be upgraded in their rating if they're otherwise a yellow, but they're doing a great job with their subgroups, then move them up to a green overall. Secondly, I strongly support the idea of a school climate survey annually, and agree with the other comments that have been made that should not just be surveying students, but also parents and teachers. Third, the local indicators, as Nena was just saying, we're very appreciative of the fact that you've recognized the obligation of the system under the statutes to have standards set in all 8 priority areas, and that you're attempting to fulfill that the best you can with these local indicators in this year 1 interim. That said, they're very weak, placeholder sorts of met, not met. Did you carry out an activity as opposed to any sort of qualitative assessment? And so we do want to see within a commitment from this board within a year to adopt robust state standards and indicators in school climates, standards implementation, parent engagement, and broad course access within a year. And we think you could actually, there's probably some room to do something on broad course access between now and September.
Time.
We also want to appreciate the CCI indicator. That's a great add. A lot of work to be done between now and September. Thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth Robitaille on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. We support the State Board's efforts to use a wide range of measures to identify schools needing intervention. However, as outlined in the letter that we shared with the Board, we have grave concerns of the use of an AYP measure to define a school's academic status. And if you do vote to approve an AYP-like measure for now, we ask that you would direct staff to bring a revised academic measure based on scale scores that would measure the entire continuum of academic achievement for future years. CCSA also recommends a growth measure that doesn't just look at simple gains, but truly controls for prior achievement and students' background characteristics. And finally, though the current discussions are not about charter schools particularly, we do want to note that a dashboard of multiple measures can easily devolve into re-regulation, as my colleague Eric shared, and many ways for an authorizer to justify closing a successful charter school or renewing a chronically underperforming one. Therefore, CCSA asks the State Board to narrow the number of measures for renewing charter schools aligned with state law requiring academic achievement to be the most important factor in determining renewal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alejandro Sandoval with Ed Voice. We respectfully note that there is no need to wait for the final regulations from the federal department. This design does not comply with the ESSA requirement to set statewide academic goals for all districts and schools for academic achievement of students and student subgroups. As a result, this design will send mixed messages, hide data on achievement gaps, and result in a return to dueling state and federal accountability plans. We note that the state is proceeding with this design knowing status of available subgroup data, and that this proposal will exclude at a minimum key data relating to academic achievement gaps of English learners and students with disabilities. Accordingly, we urge you to reject the department's recommendation to diminish the relevance of the 11th grade academic achievement data. We recommend data on just the EAP separately be included in the proposed state college and career indicator, along with actually more career readiness information. Finally, the proposed design is not consistent with the California LCFF statute, specifically student outcomes for grades 7 to 12 in Education Code 51210 A through I, not just A through G.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, that concludes the public testimony. Okay. We're ready for, I think, board discussion. Board member Ortiz-Lacombe.
I think one of the things that was echoed is the need for us to really connect the dots and provide some timelines for when things are going to happen. And as a board member, I also have the same question about the timelines. For instance, earlier we talked about differentiating the improvement targets for different subgroups per indicator, and I'm wondering if that's something we're going to see in September. I know that we had a discussion, but it wasn't really clear to me when that will be coming up to us, to the board, to look at that. The other thing, which I know we've had conversations in the past, but there's been so many other moving parts, and I think we lost a little bit of focus, was on how do we, and earlier it was stated that, parents don't need a summary to read report cards. Well, if you have kids in the school system, you know that you probably do need a summary because some of these report cards are much more sophisticated now than they were back in the days when we were going through the school system or when we had kids in the school system some years ago. So it doesn't it doesn't preclude me from asking the question about how do we know as parents, because I do have kids in the school system now, how my child's school is doing when I'm looking at this compared to other schools. So if this is all I have, I could see how the LEA or the school is doing. But if my world is as big as my neighborhood, I don't know that there's other schools. I don't know what other schools hold, and I don't know what a good or a better school looks like. And that is the reality of a lot of our communities. They are very much mentally or physically restricted to their own space. And so they don't have the opportunity that some of us have to see how other high and performing schools look. So without that point of comparison, we can't compare. So I'm still wondering, for the sake of transparency, how a parent would know if this is your dashboard, and I agree, we need multiple indicators, but how does this allow me as a parent to decipher how my school is doing or my LEA compared to other schools and other LEAs across the state? That is still unclear to me at this point, and I bet that there's a lot of parents sitting in the audience or back home that have the same question. Thank you.
Sue Burr, you want to respond, Nancy?
I'm not sure. I mean, those obviously are important considerations. I think the concept of comparison has not been something staff has specifically looked at, again, coming from the prior system where ranking and comparing was sort of central to the model. In a multiple measures continuous improvement system, in growth and improvement is the goal. I think in a web environment, the idea that I could go online and I could look at a neighboring school's results. I could take a look in some ways at how other districts might be doing. The determination of ways to do that in a more systematic way perhaps have not been part of the discussion from staff.
Sorry, David Sapp, the Deputy Policy Director for the State Board. The methodology that the board approved at the last meeting is comparing performance relative to the entire distribution statewide. So in many respects, and of course, as some of the commenters and the questions have pointed out, the mock-up included with the addendum doesn't have a key that explains, and that's going to be absolutely critical in the final design. And as Eric Crane said, it's going to take some time for everyone to become familiar because this is new. But the approved methodology actually inherently includes that level of comparison. If a parent sees my school is in the red, that is communicating that the level of performance is at the low end of the performance on that measure statewide. So part of this is, again, we're going to have to continue to explain this and, designing the system, make that clear. But there is that element of comparison just built right into the way the measurement is constructed.
Yeah, thank you for that. It underlies the basic system. It's a comparative normative system, if you will, statewide. Now, how we convey that is really, we need more work on that. But so we're really, I think this meeting's pretty much focused on concept, and not that we're going to say that this is the finished version of how to communicate in that regard. So we just don't have answers for some of this communication yet.
And I just want us to be aware that the majority of the folks do not live our world in terms of education and even some of the jargon that we use. And so it is important for us to have something that could be communicated in a way that's very accessible to folks. And then that may not be common knowledge for everyone outside of this room. Thank you.
So I just wanted to, just building on one thing that Board Member Ortiz-Lincoln, just to clarify, because, and I don't know if Eric is still here. Eric Crane, sorry, from West Ed. You said that, Eric, not me. But I thought I understood his description of how you move up, how you make improvement. Also inherent in the system are differential growth targets.
Yes.
By subgroup.
Right.
So
I want to see that coming to us, exactly what he described.
okay, maybe I think that might also be a communication thing because it's embedded in the way the structure is set up. But I appreciate I just want to make sure I understood that. And I thought when we were having a conversation with him that he brought that out, but we should reinforce that. But I just wanted to, there are a couple things on a different topic. First, I honestly was shocked by a couple of the comments about creating two separate systems, because I kind of want to bang my head against the wall and say, from January, we have been talking about how to have an integrated system, state, local, federal. And Nancy said it 25 times, and everybody else who's gotten up here keeps emphasizing that. So for folks who all of a sudden think we've gone south, I don't know what memos they're reading, but they're not paying attention to the work that we're doing. So I just want to say once again, there is absolutely no intent to create two different systems. But we have a statutory construct that we have to implement for LCFF, and we have to do it by September. So that our focus right now is on that. But we set out an architecture, go back to the January agenda items, memos, et cetera, that have happened since then, and you'll see how that is intended to play out. So that I just wanted to make that little speech. The other thing I want to ask a specific question, this may be for Jenny or Carrick. We heard a lot of conversation about grade 11. What do we do with grade 11? Should it be in the CCI or should it be pulled out? And so I just would like to hear a little bit of the rationale for the recommendation of including it in CCI. I'll tell you what my assumption is, because grade 11 really will not have a growth measure to it, right? Because under the old system, we used to do grades 9 through 11, and you could actually be calculating student growth. We don't have that under Smarter Balance. Grade 11 sort of stands out there alone and has an English and has the EAP associated with it. But I just think it would be helpful to sort of flesh that out a little bit before we take action on a CCI with a grade 11 in there and avoiding double counting.
Thank you. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent. So you hit on one of the main points in that we want to go toward a growth system of growth and measuring growth when it comes to assessment results. And so we don't really have that opportunity right now, especially with our grade 11 scores. We could compare them year to year. They would be different groups of kids year to year to do that comparison. 2 years from now, we'll do the work of seeing how our 8th grade scores compare to our 11th grade scores. Once, 2 years from now, when those 8th graders who took it for the first time will then take it again in 11th grade, and then we'll see if we want to do something again, as we kind of opened this conversation a long time ago now, that this is a continuous improvement system, including the system itself. And so, there's every intent to look at that data, just as there's intent to look at the data of our 11th graders who took the assessment last year and how they do in terms of college enrollment and success. It just takes some time to get there. The second point would be that maybe it was not quite accurate to talk about it as using the grade 11 scores in college and career indicator and not separately, because those scores are available separately and will be available. And in fact, you heard Michelle Center say today that the new website for those scores allows you to even compare up to 3 entities of those scores. So it's not that those scores cannot be used or will not be available; they will. And then lastly, it just seems like we could. That it would not be certainly my recommendation or wise to set up a college career indicator without including the state's assessment system that is designed to identify how students are doing in terms of college career preparedness. So it seems natural for it to be included in the CCI.
Is there an additional reason that we heard last time people don't want us double counting test scores? So if we put it in the top line and the career in readiness, we're double counting the 11th grade. So but you're caught either way. You either double count, and that's a problem, or you eliminate it from career readiness, and college readiness, which seems bizarre to me. Yeah, that you don't have that assessment in there. So people have to be clear that to me it's partly as well the double counting in that regard.
Just one more point. When we were doing the simulations using the measures, if we left out EAP, there would be between 30 to 35 students who would not be able to demonstrate, would not be included in any of those other measures to demonstrate whether they were ready for post-secondary.
30 to 35%?
30 to 35%.
Yeah, okay, you said. Yeah. Okay, another question, sure.
I have a lot of questions, but the questions, going back to Member Burr's comment about the differentiated. So the presentation, as I understood, it could be done. I didn't know that it was actually going to happen. So that's my question. Next in September, when we see the methodology or our improvement targets, will we see improvement targets that look different by indicator by subgroup? So if African Americans are the ones lagging furthest behind, will we see an improvement target that looks a little bit more ambitious for them than Latino students or English learners? That's the question that I have, and that's what I'm wondering when that's going to happen.
You want to go take that?
So David Sapp again. I think we can come back and try to clarify exactly how that information is demonstrated and how that shows up in the current methodology. To answer the specific question about, or what I think you may be asking is, will there be a report that says for each group, this is the amount of growth needed to meet a specific target by a specific date certain? Because the methodology includes change as a part of performance, and that's kind of what Eric Crane's presentation started to illustrate, there are a lot of different paths to getting to that green level if that is the goal. So that report could be an infinite number of pathways to get there if it's a 5-year out or 3-year out or whatever that may be. So I think we can continue to look at and think about how that information is communicated and bring forth try to be clearer about how that information is presented. But the current methodology, actually using that table, the lookup, we can see. But ultimately, it's a question for the board of setting: is there a time horizon of what that we're looking at about we want folks to be at the green? But as Eric said, to be at the green means you need to actually keep improving. Otherwise, you're no longer going to be in the green the next year. So reaching the green level 2 years from now doesn't mean you've met the target, because you still an LA might decline or a subgroup might decline and no longer be in the green 5 years out. So I think that we can continue talking about how that concept applies within this methodology.
Sorry, last question for this. And I think that's maybe why some folks feel that we're looking at the systems as differently, because under ESSA, it does require for us to identify a timeline for meeting the expectation. It also requires that we incorporate 95% participation rate in the accountability system. It also asks for a summative 95% for testing, yes. And it also calls for a summative rating. And
in the draft regulations.
In the draft regulations, yes. And those we'll have the final regulations by the fall, I believe, by September. The final regulations will come in September. So it's right. But I'm trying to speak and translate for the audience who's submitting comments about this the approach that's so different. And so that is what they're looking at. I think that for us, and maybe we should have been very clear from the beginning, we are only adhering to the deadline that we have for September as it relates to our state ed code. And so maybe that should have been explained at the beginning, but maybe, and I'm just translating why they feel that we're approaching this as two different systems.
Okay. Any other questions? Board Member Sun.
Not so much questions, just 3 requests before September, please. Very specific. One is definitely would be great to engage a graphic designer in looking at this, and maybe even a couple of different mock-ups would be great to see, because I think that would help a lot with the information and making it maybe a little bit more accessible. The other is on the equity report. I would like to see the mock-up to include all of the significant subgroups. And just because this is an equity report, I don't feel the report is complete unless you have put all the significant subgroups, and not all schools have the same significant subgroups. So it seems that we're only getting partial information, not getting full information. And again, if this is philosophically about getting information out, sharing best practices as well as others, it seems like we need to have that. And to Member Ortiz-Lacon's concern about the purpose of the equity report is to point out the gaps in those significant subgroups. That's fine, but maybe in the design you could put a big red circle around those. But I still feel that if it's a report, it should be a report of all information, and you can maybe highlight the ones that are not there. And then the last one is please engage the UAT for feedback as well. I think we really need to get that feedback again from the specific schools with real data.
Okay, are we ready for a motion?
Well, what I'd like you to do, Nancy, is to bring back the motion that you had introduced as part of your PowerPoint and add, I believe staff has come up with some more language that's addressed the concern we all have about the timeline and what's coming.
Yes.
And let's see what's on the table based on all of the discussion we've had and the input from all the public comments. So I'd like you to bring that up.
Granicus to put it up on the screen. Hello. Yeah, Patricia, can you ask them to put it up on the screen? It's the PowerPoint that's on the. There it is. Oh, thank you.
You got it.
So would you let's review. I think the first 4 items are what was in the item, and I'd like you to review those. And then number 5 is the one we've asked for timeline with new language, and then see if the board is comfortable, and then I'll be glad to make a motion.
Right, thank you. And again, this is on the first and second pages of the item itself, both posted on the website and in your materials. So the first part of the motion is to approve a measure of college and career readiness as specified in attachment 1, and then it outlines the pieces that adopting the college and career indicator, which combines the grade 11 on ELA and math and other measures of college and career readiness together as one indicator, to use then the college and career indicator to establish standards for priority 7 and 8 broad courses of study and outcomes on those courses of study based on the approved methodology for now, knowing that there's further work that needs to be done. The other 2 parts include modifying the state indicator for student test scores, the decision that you made at the May meeting that included grade 11 as a standalone component for an academic indicator is to retain the grades 3 through 8 measures in literacy and mathematics, but remove the grade 11 because it will be a part of the CCI indicator. And then to direct staff to prepare a recommendation for the September meeting on the final technical specifications for college and career indicator. So that's the college and career portion, really linked to what was shared in attachment 1. The continuing motion is to approve the methodology for established standards as specified in attachment 2. And this takes those remaining priorities as identified on the basics, the assigned teachers, appropriately assigned, access to curriculum and line materials, safe, clean, and functional facilities, implementation of state academic standards, parent engagement, the 2 county office program priorities, priority 9 for coordination for services for expelled students, and priority 10 coordination for foster youth. And going back to this one a minute, on the methodology is the identification of a standard criteria or standard evidence and a criteria. However, it's recommending that we further develop and clarify those standards if that methodology works. It would come back in September then with some of the issues that were raised earlier, that there needed to be some more work around some of the language identified in there. 3 is to approve inclusion of a standard for the use of the climate surveys. This tries to expand for priority 6 on the indicator of suspension as a state indicator, but to then add for this interim time a climate survey to be explored in a little more detail about the Healthy Kids current modules for the first year until the broader work group is able to come forward with more robust measures that might be possible. But for purposes of having additional information on priority 6 beyond suspension, that would be included in the final approval in September. And to approve inclusion of the equity report to identify student groups in the two lowest performance categories, red and orange, as we've said, as a state indicator in the top level display. And again, that recognizing a graphic artist or some other ways to kind of develop what that might look like eventually into a website. So those are the 4 that were identified in the item itself. Here's the updated number 5 to reflect the conversation that you had earlier, and I'll just let you read that.
Let me read it out loud. So to direct staff to develop in advance of the September meeting a proposed timeline through the end of 2017 calendar year that addresses the further developmental work after approval of the initial phase of the evaluation rubrics, including but not limited to state and local indicators, standards for state indicators, and/or LCFF priorities, statements of model practice, and alignment of the elements included in the ESSA plan with the LCFF evaluation rubrics. Okay, so I guess for moving the ball down the field a little, I'll move approval of the staff recommendation as listed in the item with the addition of number 5.
Board discussion on the item.
Clarifying question about the CCI. The language is intended, I understand, from based on what we talked about this morning, that there's lots more work to be done, as we said, and it's not that we're adopting the indicator as it was proposed in the attachment. That's the only thing that's making me a little nervous.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, CCI is
yes, the idea that we want to further
define CCI for the
college and career indicator as a state indicator with further work that needs to be put into that by September.
All right. Any further board discussion? I'm asking, yeah.
I just want to make sure we keep the equity report as is. You know, I understand the concerns. This is such it's sort of like, let's give everybody a trophy. No, this is intended to highlight those subgroups that need to have particular attention given to them. This is not to minimize any other subgroup. This is to give particular attention to those that have not demonstrated performance or have significant achievement gaps. And I would like to see it maintained the way it is. Thank you.
I would like to see some different options, not that we may decide to go with just those, but I would like to see some other options. Adding all of the different subgroups in there so that we're reporting all subgroups and in performance on all subgroups, but perhaps if it's highlighting specific subgroups that have gaps in work, we could bold them, whatever it is, but I feel like an equity report needs to be inclusive of equity, all the subgroups.
Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we have clear consensus about what all the indicators are that we want to see in the top level report, including the college and career indicator. And we have an agreement that we have consensus that we do want an equity report. So this wasn't an amendment about the equity report. It was just saying we're keeping open what the report will look like. Okay, I just wanted to be sure about that. Okay, thank you, Pat.
But that's not what Member Ortiz-Lacon said. What you said, I believe, is that what we're voting on today is that the equity report will look like what we saw today, that's the final version of the equity report, and that the equity report I'm sorry, I misunderstood you then, because I do agree with Member Sung that that we do want an equity report. We wanted to clearly point out those subgroups that are not living up to the expectations of all of us. At the same time, I do believe that there's benefit in pointing out subgroups that are achieving at a high level. And I also don't like the number system. I think, so there are a number of things here that I think need to still be discussed about the equity report. So that's...
I like the idea of seeing a couple of options, but I tend to agree with you that one idea would be to have all subgroups on there, but the subgroups that are underperforming pop up to the top and they're in red, but all the rest of them are also on there, so that people are always aware of all the subgroups that we care about, and that way it's not here's all the highest, here's all the lowest. It's here's the report. And here's, if the numbers are below, they pop up to the top of that report and are in red, to send a flag, a signal.
Okay, I would just caution that in September, we're probably not going to have the final version that we're going to communicate. This is like the Smarter Balanced assessment. We didn't devise the parent report till after we approved the assessment. Yeah, and then we devised another parent report this year, which seems to have gone better. And so I think that I don't want to get expectations here that we're going to have this complete communicative package, because the staff is working on these concepts and how to communicate them clearly to all audiences and what pops up. They may not be able to complete that by September, and so I really don't want to promise the board that that's what you're going to get. We're going to approve the concepts of it. The final communication device, I think, is a ways off from September. Yes. David, do you want to speak to that? Yeah.
Yes, David Zapp, State Board Zapp. I just want to clarify that the motion, that there haven't been any proposed amendments to the motion. The motion is that the equity report would include 2 elements. There are other parts of the top level display prototype that were presented that are not addressed by the motion. So staff is free and is intending to do further developmental work, but at a minimum, the way the motion was framed, that is what would be included, that aspect. There could be additional elements that can be included. I think staff can take that feedback back. But I just wanted to clarify for the board before it considers voting the motion as framed is there hasn't been any formal action to amend or modify the motion. So that is what the motion is at this point.
Board Member Ortiz-Lacone, I think, is next.
I don't like when people speak for me, so I'll speak for myself. And I just, if it wasn't clear, let's be clear about what I said. What I meant was that I want to maintain this motion here, part 4, that identifies those subgroups that are red or orange. Now, the major subgroups are listed in the bottom here in the footnote. So those will be included, and I'm assuming that it will be a drill down function where we could see how the other subgroups are performing. This was never meant to be divisive, and I feel like it's the Black Lives versus All Lives Matter sort of dichotomy that we have here. We're not saying that other subgroups do not matter. What we're saying is that for this purpose, we need to look at those that are in the red and the orange. Now, if we had a third column that was for the subgroups that are performing, guess what? That's probably going to show the achievement gap even more, because my guess is that it's going to be the same subgroups. But for the purpose of this, not to exclude anyone else, the argument was we want to see who's in the red, who's in the orange, and this would be a way. Doesn't mean we can't drill down. I wish this was interactive, because I think that would show us a lot more information. But this was intended to be something that is for equity, not for dividing the voice here on the board. Thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so we have this board motion contemplates one particular activity, which is to develop all of the indicators. In developing the indicators, what we will not have ready in September is a narrative explanation about what they mean and how to understand, how to read or review the indicators, which is something that people have asked for. But that is separate and distinct. And I want to remind you, as Dr. Kurz pointed out, when we did the score reports and we started collecting information on the student assessment, it took a great deal of time to craft what that score report looked like and what the geography and how much space would be devoted to narrative and all this explanation. That is a separate thing that I believe will take care of itself. And while we have a need to make sure we understand what this data point is going to mean or how it'll be interpreted, that is not what is in this motion.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? All right. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I just want to know is if we take the motion as is right now, this precludes the staff coming back with looking at some other options.
No.
Okay,
No.
then I'm okay.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, carries unanimously. And at 4:10, we're done with item 2. So the board will recess here, and let's come back at 4:20. And we'll try and get to item 3.
No, you could open it. It should be one of these. Let's see, item 7, item 1, item 3.
Okay, the board will reconvene, and because of some people that have to leave and our unexpected timeline, we're going to go to the waiver issue at this point. So then we'll go back to the regular agenda, but I'm going to take up the waivers. So I have a consent vote with Board Member Ting Sun recusing herself. And so the first consent vote is for waivers W1 through W10 and waivers W12 through W17. Waiver 18 has been pulled from consent, and I announced that was on, 18 was on consent this morning, but it's been pulled. So 1 through 10 waivers 12 through 17. Do I have a motion for consent? So moved. Second? All right, is there public comment on these items?
No.
Okay, all those in favor? All right, so now Board Member Sun can return, and we are going to hear waiver 11.
Hello?
Yeah, speak loud.
Okay. Waiver 11 is a request from the Fullerton Joint Union High School District to waive the required election to establish a by-trustee area method of election for future governing board elections. Normally, these types of waivers have been on consent. In this instance, the Fullerton Secondary Teachers Association is on record opposing the waiver request. Their opposition is because they felt the process was rushed and there was not enough opportunity to get information out to the community. I would like to make it clear that the opposition is not towards the waiver request itself. It's towards the process that the district and the county is going through to establish the by trustee area method of election. And the department recommends approval of the waiver. District representatives are here in case the board has questions.
Okay, no questions from the board at this point. Public comment.
There is none.
Okay.
But the district is here if there are questions.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Motion for approval? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that waiver is approved. So now we're on to waiver 18.
Good afternoon, President Kurz, Superintendent Tarlickson. My name is Chris Druin. I'm the Interim Director of the Special Education Division, and I'm here to present waiver 18, which is a compendium of 7 resource specialist program waivers. There is 1 for the Chico Unified School District, 3 for the Pacifica School District, and 3 for the Poway Unified School District. Typically, when we receive waiver requests, we follow up by contacting each of the parties in the district. We contact the district to verify information. We contact the teacher. We contact the union representative to verify that the information that we received in our waiver package is accurate and correct. And we have done that in these cases. We do recommend approval for all 7 of them.
Okay, is there public comment?
Yes, Ken Burt.
Ken Burt on behalf of the California Teachers Association. We look on these kind of waivers with great disfavor, but in this particular case, Pacifica waiver 24206. This is the second year with the same teacher. Pacifica waiver 34206 Probationary teacher, second year, same waiver on the teacher. Pacifica, waiver 44206, second year on the same teacher for a waiver. And Poway, 24206, second year for the teacher on the same waiver. This needs to be noted for the record. And secondly, I have a concern that you go 2 years in a row, particularly 2 years in a row on a probationary teacher. This needs to be monitored where you have these repeated waivers. This is the most examples of that I've seen. Thank you.
Okay, any further departmental comment?
Yes, our research is consistent in some with the gentleman, but inconsistent with others. We see that there is, in the case of the Pacifica School District, there was only one of them that is a second-year waiver as far as our records show.
And there are others that
the
are.
others are only the first time for that. And we did note that in Pacifica that the teacher was on probation, but we checked to make sure that that teacher was not feeling coerced, as has been a comment here previously. We're very careful now to look at probationary teachers. In terms of the Poway School District, there was another teacher who was on probation, and we did check with that teacher as well to verify. But we don't see in Poway that they were, any of them, second-year waivers with the same teacher.
Board Member Rucker.
So there was a great deal of conversation about waivers like this previously, and it did involve, for the resource program, that all the teachers were probationary teachers, a factor that was not made aware, that the board was not aware of at the time. And in truth, that's not really something that we're allowed to consider in weighing the merits of the waiver application. But to say the probationary teacher felt no pressure when her boss, who makes a determination about whether or not she will retain her job or be recommended for permanent status, when districts can dismiss probationary teachers without cause, and to say that they felt no pressure, I'm not going to say it's disingenuous, but that's incredibly naive to believe that there was no political considerations like that. But again, that is not something that we can consider in looking at the merits or the issues behind why the waiver was submitted by the district. But the purpose of waivers like this is supposed to be to remedy a temporary or single incidence. I think the point that you just verified, and there seems to be some difference of opinion about whether or not these are 2-year waivers for a couple of the sites, but the fact that these same districts are coming back and asking for the same type of waiver for the same program, whether it involves the same teachers or not, that says that there are continuing conditions in that district that the district is using the waiver process to remedy rather than looking for and exploring a fix in the district so they don't have to continue seeking a waiver in their resource program. So while it is important politically to understand that, yes, those are probationary teachers who are agreeing to some really horrific working conditions concerning how they will provide services to students, the broader issue is that the employer is not addressing the problems that are leading to them asking for waivers on the same conditions in consecutive years. So I appreciate the fact that you all did look into the status of those teachers who would be involved in this waiver, and you made an effort to have a conversation with those probationary teachers. But the other element of the conversation should have been, how is the district going to make sure they are not asking for the same waiver again for their same program a third year in a row, because it's still not clear in issuing and agreeing to these waivers that they're going to fix it, because clearly they have not.
We had the same kind of conversation among our staff, and I'd like to share it with you because I think we concur with you in large measure. We have no way to, other than to inquire with the teacher about her feelings in the matter, and short of a lie detector or something like that, it might be odd. But we are concerned about repeaters as well. And we noted that there has in the past, in these situations, been an additional special condition that we think maybe you want to consider as you look at that. And it is something that says something like, the district must submit documentation to CDE's Special Education Division of the district's efforts to recruit and employ fully credentialed resource specialists for the coming year. So we think that that's an appropriate solution for this as well.
We could amend the motion if we're going to approve that waiver, that we add those conditions for those sites not sites, LEAs that are in this waiver. Since they are especially for the ones that are coming back as repeat offenders, if we could add that as a condition, is that a remedy that we're allowed to do? I'm looking at Judy.
It's not in the item now. As the item was pulled today, we soul searched and found this.
So is that something that we can do?
Is that the right term?
So this would be a modifying moving with modification of adding such a condition.
Yes. Okay.
So somebody ought to make a motion.
They're retroactive, yeah. And we would name the upcoming school year. Okay.
Okay, could we have a motion to this effect? I think we're in agreement here.
I would move the staff recommendation with the condition we just discussed.
Second.
And the condition we just discussed is that the district would be accountable for remedying the situation that arose in this waiver by making the effort to document their initiative to fill another position for their resource program.
And they document that to us.
And document that to us if they...
I have language here I could offer
Yes.
to...
Could you read that out loud? Could you read it out loud?
I could. The district or districts must submit documentation to the CD's Special Education Division of the district's effort to recruit and employ fully credentialed resource specialists for the 2016-17 school year. Is that?
Okay.
And
so now we have
can
a
we clarify,
motion.
is that for both districts?
Do we have a
It would
second
apply
on
to
this
all
motion?
7 districts, I believe.
Board Member Holliday seconded. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, now we're on to waiver 19. Need some more.
Well, I need to be able to speak into the mic. So. Bring it down a little.
Okay, we
it's
can.
over the TV set
we can
that you
see
can't
you.
see
Yeah.
me.
Go ahead.
Do you want to go to the side, Nancy, right here? Is that better for you? Can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Go ahead.
So this is a waiver from San Luis Coastal Unified School District for a sign language interpreter. It's a retroactive waiver request. They hired this interpreter last September for a deaf student they had in their district with no evidence of her skill level. She had not taken any sort of assessment of her skills. She did take in October, after she'd been working for a month, she took what's called the pre-hire screen, which is not one of the full assessments. It's a partial assessment. She did not get a clear okay to hire. She got an okay to hire / hire with caution. And until June 18th, she still had not taken any sort of assessment of her skills. So we are recommending denial of the waiver. It's retroactive. She worked last year, but we don't want to send a message that this was an okay thing to do. She also did have a remediation plan, but only called for monthly mentoring. When we do recommend approval of the waivers, we always recommend, first of all, they must take an assessment as soon as possible and report those scores by no later than June 30th, and that they have to have weekly mentoring by a certified interpreter. She didn't meet in either of those requirements. So,
May I ask a question?
Sure.
So, because this is retroactive, what is the consequence of this denial on the district?
you know, there actually is no consequence on the district that I know of, except that we send a message and to them that we do not think that was an okay thing to do. And I think to approve it would be sending a message out to the entire state that it is an okay thing to do.
I'll move staff recommendation.
There's a second by Board Member Strauss. So we have a motion. Ortiz-Lacombe.
I just had a question. So it would also state that they can't rehire her for the next year, correct? For this academic year.
They could not, unless she took an assessment and qualify, and, you know, she may get her, she took the Educational Interpreter Performance Assessment on June 18th. She may get those scores back, and she may pass and be a qualified interpreter, so they could rehire her at that time. She may get a score between 3.0 and 4, in which case they could apply for a second waiver for her, but they would have been out of compliance during the last school year.
Okay, any public comment on this? No public comment? Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, that is carried. Waiver 20.
Thank you.
As much as I'd like to sit down and lean on it, I think I'll bring it back up.
Oh, you know how to do that, Chris?
Yeah, you just push this button.
I guess I could have done that for myself.
But you have to know that there's a button there. Good afternoon, President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson yet again, and members. My name is still Chris Druin, and I'm still the Interim Director for the Special Education Division. You have before you a waiver that, a resource specialist waiver that was never put for consent because we believe there is a question that is a policy type question that the board should consider in this matter. This is a waiver that was processed for the Moreland School District. You'd think I'd know it by now. And in the same way that we process all our waivers. So we received waiver information, we made the calls. We received information from the district initially that the union representative in the Moreland area approved of the waiver. And then when we called to check, there was some hesitation and concern about it. And as we had conversation within our own staff in the CDE and with board staff, it was important for us to go back and get some information in writing about that point of view. Ultimately, the local union rep opposed the waiver. So we of course went back to the regulations to see what we should do about it. And there's a kind of a funny place in the union, in the waiver regulations. It says that basically it says that the union representative needs to participate in the development of the waiver. The union representative who was there felt that it was really important, or what he expressed to our staff and in writing was that the union representative be consulted before the caseload was increased. And our interpretation in doing these waivers so far has been that participation in the waiver really wasn't at the point that the personnel action was made, but rather in making his point of view clear in the waiver and considering that as a part of the waiver result. Because that was unclear and because we have processed waivers using the prior understanding of the policy, we are recommending approval of the waiver. But we want to bring to your attention that that union representative did have a different interpretation of that portion of the code. So we do recommend approval of the waiver.
Any public comment? No. Okay. Board Member Rucker.
I just want to be clear. You're saying that they are opposed to the waiver because they're saying they should have been consulted before the caseload was increased.
That's correct.
But what you're clear about from your conversation with them is that they did participate in conversations about the district's decision to apply for the waiver.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's something, if I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
We may want to clarify because the language is somewhat ambiguous in terms of whether you do it before or whether you do it as part of the waiver process itself. And so I was puzzled by it as well, and think maybe we should.
I mean, I think
we
the
will look
association,
at a
if I'm understanding your
solution.
conversation, I think the association president is making the point that class size or caseload is a working condition that's a mandatory subject of bargaining. And so they are saying that the district should have conferred with them before they made that personnel action.
Had
But
they been
that's
as
separate.
articulate as you.
Right, but that is separate from the decision to apply for the waiver. That's not a bargaining issue. The caseload decision and the personnel action was a bargaining issue, and they are saying the district didn't do that beforehand. That's separate from whether or not they had a conversation with the district at the point that the district decided to apply for this waiver. And so, yes, probably, you know, again, based on just the conversation you gave here, probably there was something the district should have done before they made the caseload change decision. But the district did exercise its due diligence, according to what you just explained, to consult with the association about the decision to submit the waiver. But again, let the district know we're going to watch this if they come back and ask for a repeat on this same issue, because we have a concern that they're really not doing the work to address the problem that led to the need to increase the caseload. Okay.
And so I'll, Mr. President, ask my staff to look at it, and we'll consult with your staff team to see if we want to clarify anything further in the current regs.
Okay.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second? Is there a second? Second, Board Member Williams, I think. Okay. No. Sandoval, sorry. Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all those raise your hands. Okay. Now we're moving back to item 3. We did waiver consent.
Yeah, we did.
And here's Jeff Brashears again.
There he is. Hi, good afternoon, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlix, and members of the board. I'm Jeff Brashears, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Item 3, update on the proposed revision of the Local Control and Accountability Plan template, is an action information item. The CDE seeks feedback regarding this current iteration of the LCAP and annual update template prototype. This feedback will help inform the final product to be brought before you for approval in September. The CDE, including LASSO and CDE's LCAP support team, by the way, that's the team that is our cross-divisional, cross-branch team that is made up of members throughout the department that have expertise of the 10 state priorities, as well as special education and English learners. We've worked collaboratively with the California County Superintendent's Education Services Association, SASSA, in developing this prototype, which is attachment 2 of the item. SASSA worked extensively with their steering committees to develop a draft prototype which served as a foundation to this version being presented. CDE met with the Education Coalition and equity groups on June 14 and 15 to solicit input and feedback regarding the prototype, and CDE is in the process of scheduling additional follow-up meetings as part of this stakeholder process. The CDE is working with the California PTA to schedule meetings with parents and parent leaders, again to solicit input and feedback from parents' point of view. The revised LCAP prototype was presented to the state and federal's directors meeting on June 17th. This group is comprised of representatives from county offices of education and school districts. The LASSO office also discussed the prototype with the Small School Districts Association at the Butte County Office of Education on July 7th. In partnership with the Association of California School Administrators, CDE is scheduled to meet with district leaders responsible for writing and developing their LCAP in Ontario on August 15th, and then again in Sacramento on August 16th. These two meetings will bring large and small urban and rural school districts together to provide input, and along with other stakeholder input that will help the development of an LCAP, an annual update template that is user-driven and user developed. Consistent with and responsive to the design principles approved in May, to maximize transparency and ease of use for stakeholders, simplify to the extent possible structure and language, provide clear instruction and support sufficient and effective local planning, reporting, and implementation process. The LCAP sections have been reordered, and seeking feedback from you, the CDE suggests further section order changes that will be discussed in a few minutes. A proposed required plan summary was developed with instructions that encourage LEAs to summarize the LCAP in such a way that readers can rapidly become acquainted with the key elements of the plan using graphs and subsections to promote ease of readability for the stakeholder. Instructions and guiding questions have been moved to an addendum and appendix, respectively, and changes in the wording of the instructions were made to increase readability without changing the requirements. And I would say that inadvertently during that process of cutting down the pursuant tos, et cetera, that we inadvertently omitted foster youth from the list of unduplicated pupils in the introduction part of the instructions, and that has been fixed. Instructions were also included to allow a county superintendent of schools that has jurisdiction over a single school district to complete a single LCAP and annual update encompassing the educational programs and services of both the County Office of Education and the school district. Also, consistent with the ESSA transition plan, we are working to have the LCAP template meet the ESSA LEA plan requirements and thus serve as the LEA plan. In the goals, actions, and services section, both the expected annual measurable outcomes and the planned action and services to meet a stated goal have been arranged in columns by year rather than each year being represented on a separate page. That's page 4 of the attachment 2. And also for greater clarity and transparency, the current section 3A and 3B, which is entitled Use of Supplemental and Concentration Grant Funds and Proportionality, has been modified and also renamed as you see on the slide here. CDE is moving forward with instructions and structure to the LCAP template to accommodate and reflect a 3-year inclusive plan. Making the LCAP an annual update effective for a period of 3 years inclusive will promote strategic educational planning that will allow all LEAs to articulate their educational vision and align their resources accordingly. For the first year of the 3-year LCAP period, development will be informed by a review and analysis of the goals, actions, and services included in the previous LCAP. And in partnership with local stakeholders, LEAs will develop specific goals and outcomes to be achieved within the 3-year span of the LCAP. LEAs will then, on an annual basis, identify gains to be achieved toward the outcomes, and will identify the specific actions and services to be implemented to reach their goals. In the second and third years, LEAs will analyze the progress made towards attaining their projected outcomes and the effectiveness of the related actions and services. LEAs will use their annual review and analysis section of the LCAP to report their progress and to reflect any necessary adjustments to the actions and services to be implemented. LEAs will continue to have the flexibility to revise their LCAPs during the course of a year in accordance with existing law. LEAs would then prepare a new 3-year plan beginning with the 2021 school year. A 3-year fixed or inclusive plan promotes the idea that initiating, implementing, and realizing the benefits of educational programs is a multi-year effort and encourages the development of goals, actions, and services strategically focused on long-term achievable outcomes. In addition, an inclusive 3-year plan increases the ability of LEAs to articulate to stakeholders how annual outcomes and actions will meet long-term goals and enable stakeholders to see progress made by LEAs over the duration of the plan, thus increasing transparency. Sorry about that. I was there. It was changed. In a continued effort to make LCAP easier to understand for stakeholders and the community, CDE proposes to further refine the order of the LCAP sections as it would be presented in its final form, moving from a broad overview presented in the plan summary to the details of the specific goals and the proposed actions and services to meet those goals. Then moving the current section 3A and 3B to follow the plan summary provides a description of how supplemental and concentration grant funds are proposed to be spent and explains how the use of these funds in an LEA-wide or school-wide manner are principally directed towards meeting the needs of the unduplicated pupils. The portion of the section requiring LEAs to demonstrate how they are meeting the requirements to increase or improve services for unduplicated pupils remains unchanged. As the LEAs review and analyze the effectiveness of actions or services implemented in the prior year, it will help guide the stakeholder process, which then will help to inform the development of the goals and actions and services designed to meet those goals. Following your guidance, and as discussed earlier, the CDE will continue to work with our partner organizations to solicit feedback and refine the revised LCAP and annual update template. We have developed a stakeholder engagement plan for this purpose. The current electronic template, or e-template, will be developed and modified to reflect the new LCAP template adopted in September. The current e-template users will be able to migrate seamlessly into the new system with the new template system. A critical piece, though, of the development of the e-template will be the change to a 3-year inclusive plan, and the CDE looks very much forward to hearing your thoughts and guidance regarding moving to a 3-year inclusive plan. We will incorporate suggested modifications from stakeholders as appropriate, and the CDE will bring the revised LCAP and annual update to the SBE in September for adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to receiving your thoughts and guidance.
Okay, let's see, with board member discussion, I have a question. How are you incorporating the rubric into this new LCAP format? And so we're moving along on that as we just indicated today. And so the LCAP was to look at the allocation of resources, and then the rubric was to look at how you did with that. So what is the planning on that?
So we look at the one as just all integrated as together, especially as if we move forward with electronically, excuse me. But also we look at the rubrics, the evaluation rubrics, as a tool with the LCAP to inform the development of the LCAP. Electronically, as it can be potentially linked together, but it's a tool certainly that we expect to inform the process of the goals and help them analyze the effectiveness of their actions and services to meet the goals that they've articulated.
But how do they do that if I saw your outline, I didn't see anything about rubrics in the outline.
So that they're separate tools, and we certainly
separate tools. They're to be used interactively.
Absolutely, and they would help to inform that. And we're in the process of looking. We had one meeting with stakeholder input on how to best integrate the two tools together to do that, and we'll continue certainly to work together to make that as seamlessly as possible.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that in September then, and how you do that. So, other board member comments before? I know we have public comment. Go ahead, Ortiz-Lacone, yeah. Okay. Member Burr.
I got the short straw. So I appreciate the work you did on this, Jeff. I have just a couple of questions and then a comment. First of all, I think the movement to a 3-year plan is really a good one because it matches up, and I think we want to reinforce this. It matches up with the 3-year budget planning timeline. So because as President Kirst is always talking to us about is making sure that the resources are aligning. That's what's important for us to do. That we got a lot of letters, and God bless the people who are out there trying to make money off of documents, and about whether or not the e-template will be required. And so could you clarify what the intention is around an e-template that we might make available to people?
So we believe that as we work together with the e-template, with the evaluation rubric, with the CONAP, and just bringing all these systems together, especially to service the LEA plan as well, that it would be highly desirable to have the e-template as part of as the CONAP is a singular system to serve as the LCAP. And so we would advocate for the use of the e-template to be the LCAP and the final LCAP that's adopted by the state board.
That's not the answer I wanted. I should have.
Okay, we'll try it again. I'm sorry.
Well, no. I appreciate you answered the question, but as I'm listening to this and looking at the proposed LCAP order, which I have a concern about, I worry that we're now sliding dangerously into the compliance conversation, which is what the CONAP, also another code for consolidated application for state and federal funding, has become over the many, many years. Mm-hmm. And so I think that may be also why we're getting letters about, wait, we don't want you to, mandate a template. Because and I sort of harken back to months and years ago now, when we first talked about the template, that it was meant to be a planning document. I think it sort of got lost a little bit in the local conversation, talking about what are your strategic goals, what are your actions, how's that going to happen, and it's devolving into strictly a compliance document. And I worry that if you look at the proposed LCAP order, for example, and the summary is a good idea, but then the very next thing you go into is the subset of what are you doing with your money with unduplicated pupils. You sort of lose how did you consult with people? What are your goals? How are you going to make that happen? So that's a huge danger, Will Robinson, to me, red light that we are moving really heavily into compliance, it sounds like, just based on the conversation. So that's my feedback. I hope we avoid that when we actually see some specific recommendations.
So if I may, with the proposed order, I would say that a good plan summary would actually be the last section to be written, as after the LCAP is developed. So this is, as I said, is presented in its final form as far as for ease for reading and as it's printed. I would say that 3A, 3B is actually the penultimate section that will be written after the plans and services, after the actual, I think the planning process would be the annual update, then the stakeholder engagement, then the goals, actions, and services, and then the LEAs would write section 3A and 3B. But the thought is a presenting and reading, you're going from a broad plan summary, then kind of the 3A and 3B is a little bit more narrow, but still a fairly broad description of what's being done, and then moving down into the weeds. So it's not a development requirement. It was just a suggestion, and that was out there to present it to the community as
and just for purposes, especially of can you say what 3A and 3B are?
So it's the use of supplemental funds, and it's.
One of the things I think a lot of people have advocated for, and I think it's probably a good idea, is, again, if this is supposed to be a strategic document and it's supposed to be marrying your budget and your academic outcomes, you should be talking about all the funding you have. Mm-hmm. So if you then go immediately to here's your supplemental and concentration, whatever else they've got available is sort of out there hanging, and you don't know how all the pieces fit together. So anyway, it's just troubling to me because I think it can really narrow the conversation in a way that might not be all that helpful at a district level.
Yeah, but these are important issues, so they're not only troubling. I think these are basic disagreements about what this is about. Board members.
Yeah, so first, I know that we've had a lot of stakeholder input, and I was there along with Sue and Member Burr and staff when you had one on the 17th, I believe, of June, and you'd had one earlier that week that I heard the second one went a little better as you modified and continued to work. So first, thank you for the stakeholder engagement. I know you're planning some more, and you said that. And also, thank you for all the continued modifications. But I think we made a real commitment that we wouldn't change it for a while so people could work with it and get used to it. And now that they've used it, I think districts realize that in many cases there's repeat, there's duplication, and we need to fix it. And then county offices who've used it to monitor and work with it have realized some problems as they've worked with it. And so I think those stakeholders have given input and feel like it's better, but there still needs to be more improvements. And I think we're committed, if we're going to redo it, we want to get it as right as we can the next time. The thing is, we've heard about tracking of funds. So I'm just encouraging that we continue to do the work to get the template right, because we don't want to every year, oh, here's the new template. We want to really, after using it, try to make it work. So I just want to make sure that the user groups that are using this, who now know what the dilemmas are, that those voices are important. And then the other thing is, we've made a commitment from the beginning that we, as we moved along, would start to align LCAP, SIPSA school, the school plans, the SARC's accountability. I know some of it is there's legislation and things, but what we're hoping is that things will cross-populate and it will be not all the compliance documents that districts have to fill out, LEA plans. So I just want a commitment in the process that we are continuing, and I know CD's done some work on this, continuing to look at how all the plans are going to connect to inform the bigger picture and the focused support for students. So again, I just personally don't want to approve it till we've gotten a little more input. And I know that's coming in September, but I think there's still some more work to do on this.
If I may, absolutely. And that's one of the, like I said, we're meeting with school districts in early August for that same purpose, because they're the users, they're the developers, right? And so county offices, like I said, have provided a great foundation that this prototype that you're seeing right now, certainly there's going to be changes. There will be nuances to it, and we're seeking that from the districts who are the users and the developers of the LCAP. And I think that you'll see that as we have worked and looked at the LEA plan and the requirements of the plan, that our system, California system, is, if I may, bigger than the federal system, and our requirements and our state priorities very easily envelop the federal requirements. And so as there's some hurdles, if you will, of making the LCAP meet the LEA plan requirements, that's our commitment, is to make that serve as to meet those requirements.
Okay, Board Member Son was next.
So echoing a lot.
And Pat Rucker.
Yeah. So echoing a lot of what has already been said by Member Burr and Member Strauss. Definitely, conceptually, we want this to be a planning tool, but once you put it into a form, it really does curb how it can be utilized. And there's definitely, so someone who actually puts the LCAP together for my school, it truly is an exercise of trying to fit all the work that we do through WASP, through our strategic planning, our goals from our charter, and taking all those different pieces and data that we have and trying to cram it into this format. And there are several pieces that every year Stroke was like, okay, what do they want here? Let me just get something in here to make it fit, even if it's not necessarily helpful to moving forward our goals, because it needs it. And it's a lot of trying to figure out how it all fits together. So I would be absolutely opposed to making the requirement for schools and districts to have to use the online template, because once you do that, there are many schools that don't fit, and especially in the charter world, that are round pegs or square pegs in a round hole. And once you set up a template, it tends to be a template for the average school district or the average school. And to be able to work through some of these boxes so that it actually is a useful tool for specific types of schools with different missions makes it really, really difficult. And I would guess that you would get several calls requesting changes and tweaks to the template so that it can fit with certain schools. And I don't know that you would want to be in that position to do that.
Fair enough. It's certain part of the development process, though, would be able to, as LEAs sign on to the e-template system, if they sign on as the charter schools, and there would be some unique features then would not light up, or would light up, if you will, because of their situation. An elementary school would not have then the high school, it would be adaptive in such a way unique to their situations as an LEA. But I appreciate what you're saying, and certainly taking.
I would love to see that, and if that were to happen, and I looked in, and it was a great, useful tool, I would use it. But in the case that it isn't, I would like the option not to have to use it.
So kind of, if we build it, they may come. Okay.
Right. So we're going to go to Board Member Rucker next, but could you put back the summary? I want to look at that some more. The order of it. The order of it. There. Okay. Go ahead, Pat, and then I'll think about this some more.
Well, yeah, I'm of two minds concerning the development of this template. As a former classroom teacher who worked in elementary school where we had the P-app, we had the consolidated application, we had our improvement plan, we had all these different multiple plans, including the SIPSA. It's nice to have some consistency about what are the requirements required elements common to all those plans so that some of the work can be done to populate the content of that plan. So if the purpose of a template is to identify some of those common elements that are common to what's required for the consolidated application and what's required for the LCAP, and if the purpose of the template is to create a common tool that blends those elements, I would be fine. But to Board Member Song's point, as it relates to other things that are not a common element or not a common part of the planning process for developing those two planning documents, a template may not be useful. So I think we have to be clear on what the purpose of crafting the template is for. There is an element of compliance in submitting the consolidated application. So is it easier for doing the program review for compliance purposes, or are we doing this to make it easier for the LEAs to do the report and planning development process? So if we look at what our actual outcomes are for in creating this template, there's a different purpose for doing it. I could support a template if the focus is on developing a template that blends the common planning elements for both of those types of documents that districts have to submit so that they could use that one template to do all of that work. But going beyond where it puts strictures on their ability to put the other elements that are unique to their programs into the template, if there's not a way to create that flexibility, I too would have a concern. But on the compliance piece, there is a compliance element not only for us as the state education agency or the LEA, but also for the stakeholders who are there, because that's often the hardest thing. Even in the district where I live, I have called the district office and asked for that report, and I'm told, the first response was, well, what do you want with it? And then, of course, I just pause and wait for them to calm down and realize what they just asked. And then we go to, well, here's how much it costs for us to print a copy for you. So if a template helps to shorten the size of that document, I'm in favor of it for that reason also, because it could help members of the public who think they're supposed to look at this to understand what they're reading and going through. But we do have to be careful about what we do if we mandate a template, because it creates some other problems that I don't think were considered or even were intended with the recommendation. But as I said, I have two minds on it. I just think I could support a template if we're really clear, very specific, and very narrow on what we think we're trying to accomplish with it.
Okay. So two things is I can appreciate that. And the electronic template is there's two. The template is required. A template is required, right? So the Word document or Excel document, whatever the format is there, and the e-template would be an input part and hopefully an efficiency, and then be able to blend those others. But I understand what you're saying, and the Word version, the hard copy template, is shorter, one, by moving the instructions and the guiding questions out of the main body. It has reduced it from about half. I think it's 15 to 7, right? So that's gone down. And then we have done a proof of concept with a submitted LCAP, and it reduces it about 15% outside of the pages. So we're working there. I wouldn't say we're there, and that's why we're here now, and we'll come back in September, but certainly appreciate that input and the guidance.
Okay, Ortiz-Lacombe.
I agree with you, Dr. Kurz, that we need to have more interaction between all of these different pieces. And in particular, I mentioned this earlier, I would like to see under goals, actions, and services how the equity report would fold into that. So we're identifying that there's some, and not to be punitive, because I think that uncovering the truth is not punitive unless you don't want to see what's in front of you. But for us to be proactive, for us to be able to align our resources and really move towards that concept of continuous improvement. So I would like to see that there. I also wasn't on the board when the original conversation of the LCAP happened, so maybe this was answered back then. But in looking at the demonstration of increased or improved services, it's not clear what we mean by increase. Is it increased over 1 year span, the 3 year span of the actual template? And I'm wondering how Title I and Title III funds, how we're going to tease that out to see how the services were rendered, because it's not clear on the demonstration in that template what students were served with the monies. And if we're being accountable for all the funds, I know that the AMAOs now, the accountability moved under Title I. So how are we as the SEA, how do we know how the monies were used by the LEAs for Title I and Title III?
So currently the way the LCAP, so to demonstrate increase or improved services is a percentage of increase or improving services for the unduplicated pupils in the current year over and above what's being provided for all pupils. So it's not year over year, it's this year, what do you have that you're providing as an increase for those students over and above all pupils? And as far as the Title I and Title III, as the plan is now and the instructions are now, the funds that are required to be identified in the actions and services are those funds that are being utilized to implement the actions and services to meet those goals. It could or could not be Title I or Title III, base funds, supplemental concentration grant funds, local funds. So at this point, the way it stands now, but certainly that's part of the conversation as we move forward and to develop this, as it serves for the LCAP, as the LCAP serves as the LEA plan, that's part of the conversation that we're having, is how to reflect that within the plan with, to meet those requirements.
Okay, Board Member Williams.
Well, there's a lot of kind of either this or that, or kind of contradictory kind of things. Like I certainly would, I get and appreciate the importance of reducing the number of reports that LEAs need to submit. And to the extent that there are common elements and they can use those common elements to meet several reporting requirements, that's terrific. But I would hate to see this become more for that purpose, be pushed more toward, let's make sure that what we put in it is the stuff we have to put in, everything else, because that kind of undermines the whole idea of local control funding and local control accountability plan and listening to your community and building a strategic vision and, based upon having more autonomy than you've ever had before. And and since I don't work in districts, I don't know all the restrictions, but it's all in my mind. I would rather have them do the best job. Districts, LEAs, do the best job they can with their vision and imagination with their funding, and then pull out of that what they need in order to fill any other kind of compliance report they need to submit, as opposed to forcing this one into to meet something else if it doesn't fit well. I also understand, I think, what Ting was saying in terms of, do we have to use just this format? Because I imagine that, and especially I think this is true for charter schools, they tend to develop ways of communicating with their constituents and their funders and their students and their parents what this school is all about and what their priorities are all about. And if it's too stiff and structured and they're not allowed the flexibility to kind of communicate in that way, then that also kind of makes it a less useful format for them. On the other hand, I think it's important that there be enough standard elements in the plan, in the template, that parents and other stakeholders know what to look for and know where to look for it. So the last thing I want to say is to Member Burr. When you said you were kind of concerned that it was becoming more compliance, and you mentioned the demonstration of increased or improved services, but is the plan summary, isn't that the big overview of the vision for what they're doing, and then the demonstration is just the kind of, and within this big overview, it doesn't sound like it because it says plans, like it's an executive summary of the next 4 items. That's what it looks like to me when I look at that. But if it's actually an overview of the whole LEA and what their vision is and what they're doing, and then with the next, here's what we're doing in terms of increased and improved services for unduplicated pupils, then that feels comfortable to me. Is that what when you see it, is that what they're doing?
Before you answer that, I'd like you to answer this too. I think we ought to put the demonstration of increased improved services last.
Okay.
I think you should start with your annual review and analysis. Where are you? That ought to include much more on the use of the rubric. Then you got to go to stakeholder engagement where you get the public input. Then your goals, actions, and services, and then you talk about the demonstration of increased improved services for unduplicated pupils. Would that, can you respond to both of our questions? Yeah,
Well, and
I'm
that- we're not
I'm just
changing that.
Let's put the summary aside for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
And-
That's the, you do, go
Right.
ahead.
So we would agree with, I completely agree. You start with the summary. I think your suggested order, President Kirst, is a good one and probably the correct one. I just want to clarify, my concern about compliance is when I hear we might actually mandate an e-template, and let me back up and say, we have to create a template. The statute says we do, so we don't really have a choice about that. But that we're going to create an electronic template that we would like districts to use, and it's going to be linked to the consolidated application. It's just, it sends off all these red flags because it's going back to the compliance model of check this off, check this off, check this off. There's no doubt in my mind that LEAs have to demonstrate, that's an absolute expectation, what their increased or improved services are for unduplicated pupils. So I was worried that you thought I didn't. Okay, but it's really more, if this, and we've had a lot of conversations about this, is supposed to be help with strategic planning and be a strategic communication document, I think we have to think very carefully about who the audiences are and how we're going to communicate what goals and services are. To Board Member Sun's comments, schools have stories they want to tell. And for those of us who sat here, the very first conversations we ever had about LCAP template was, how do schools tell their stories? We're now getting into a place of how do you write words in a box that, somehow satisfy somebody at a higher level? And we've lost the intent. Exactly.
Deputy Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kirst. Glenn Price, Chief Deputy Superintendent, California Department of Education. Just wanted to add in a couple of comments, and this has been a really rich discussion, and it's going to be very helpful for us as we go forward with the next evolution of this document. And our purpose here is to keep growing it, keep changing it, evolving it, improving it, so we keep coming back in the spirit of continuous improvement with something that we're all going to be really happy with moving forward. And I think then we'll keep on improving it further. So 3 points that I wanted to make, and one building on the recent interchange between Board Member Burr and Williams. When we all think about the template, right, it's important for us to keep in mind that the template is a tool. It's not the process itself. It's not the work that we're doing. It's the tool that we use to document what we want to do going forward. And as someone who's facilitated many both community-based and organizational strategic planning processes, as you facilitate and you engage your communities, whether they're teachers or classified or parents or community or others, it's not the template that's being used to do that. It's the way that you're bringing together. You're supposed to think about, based on your resources, based on your assets, based on your experiences, where are we going next to improve student outcomes in our district. So I think it's important for us to keep that in mind. Number two, just wanted to refresh all of our memories that when we adopted, when the board adopted the ESSA transition plan for 2016-17, we did commit that the LCAP would become our LEA plan. And, it actually was significant rejoicing, and there continues to be rejoicing throughout the state of California that we're doing that because people see these documents as really needing to be coming together. But to just clarify a little bit on some of the previous conversation, it's important to de-link that from the CONAP, okay? So there's the LCAP, LEA plan, and CONAP. And I think specifically, we do want to contain a lot of that compliance stuff, in the CONAP and not have it bleed over into this other process. So what we're doing is linking up the LCAP and the LEA plan together. And then thirdly, around the template. Now, obviously, we have to have a template. of some kind. So the question is, if we have that template, what's the format? And clearly there's pros and cons of having just a paper template or a Word document or a PDF or Excel, or having an online template. And there's been discussion around all of those. Just wanted to put on the table for you all, and the decision is yours, which way you want to go. The comparative advantages of having an online template would be, one, it would be much easier for us to work on the integration between the LCFF evaluation rubrics and the LCAP template. We could visualize, in using the magic trick of earlier, we could visualize having one window, LCFF evaluation rubrics, and another window, the LCAP template, so we can be looking at these going back and forth. Much easier to do that if we're able to do it in an online situation. Knowing also that maybe this next version that we come with isn't the total cat's meow, and there are some improvements and tweaks that we want to make going forward. It's a lot easier to do that in an online environment than it would be in terms of pushing out multiple forms of an attachment or a document going forward. So clearly there's pros and cons of both ways, but overall, as we've looked at it as a staff team and as we talked about it with stakeholders, there's people that feel both ways, but I think on balance, we feel that moving forward into an online template would be comparatively better. So just wanted to add in those couple comments.
Bruce is next, then Board Member Rucker.
I think part of the problem I'm having is this triangle, and the idea that this is a linear process, and that we have to agree on what order everyone's going to move through this process. The fact is that stakeholder engagement should happen throughout the entire process. It should be in the beginning, maybe before any demonstrations or analysis or setting goals and all. You've got to put the stakeholders up front. How are we going to this year bring all the stakeholders together? And then where does that happen throughout the process? If I were running a school right now, and I'm glad I don't have to write an LCAP, but if I were, I might move back and forth, up and down, and all around. So the idea of the triangle and forcing this order on people, I think that's part of the problem that we're having here. I'm also not clear about what the difference is between demonstration of increased and improved services. Is the difference between that and the annual review and analysis? Is the demonstration merely saying, we did this last year? Here's our we've demonstrated that we did this last year. Now let's go into the review and analysis. The whole notion of what were our goals is where I would start with. All right, what did we say we were going to accomplish last year, and then go into, okay, this is what we did, this is how it turned out, move down from there. This is what we're going to do this next year. But I also, one last thing, I wanted to go back to Member Burr's comment. We did get an awful lot of response from people concerned about the fact that not the entire budget is being revealed through the LCAP, and that there is evidently many LCAPs focus or are transparent in terms of supplemental and concentration grants, but not the entire budget of the school. And that presents a problem for a lot of people thinking that there is money being hidden and that it's being used in inappropriate ways or not in ways that that they would approve of in one form or another. And that, I think, really does have to be addressed at some point.
Board Member Rucker.
Well, the assistant superintendent, so I said a part of what I wanted to speak to. I think that you're hearing from the board members with some consistency and I think there's some agreement that there is a problem with not only, our intention is we need to create a template, but at the same time there's a need. The tension about creating a template is making sure that we're giving schools the opportunity to tell their story and to separate or even segregate the purposes of a template for the consolidated application and a template for the LCAP. So even if our end goal is to create some efficiencies, I think the efficiencies you're seeking can actually be invisible to the development process that schools need to have in developing their LCAP. So if we incidentally create an LCAP template when we revise the template that actually contains planning elements that can populate the consolidated application. That should just be an internal system thing that can be done, that we don't have to try to marry and mandate a template that actually puts some confinements on the ways that schools, particularly on the LCAP, are trying to tell their story. So if we focus on making the improvements that have been identified on creating the new LCAP template, and then just simply look at how to populate some of those common planning elements into an updated consolidated application, that can be invisible to the schools that are doing the planning. Maybe that might be a better way to think about doing this.
And for the LCAP LAA plan, that's definitely
Yeah.
our intent. And Board Member Holloway, to your comment around what dollars are included in the LCAP, we've identified as staff that this is something that we really need to discuss and bring back to you, as a policy item, because there is a lack of clarity right now in terms of what are the levels of resources that need to be included in the LCAP.
Board Member Sun.
And if we are going to request of districts and schools to include everything in their budget in the LCAP, then we need to have a bucket that says operations, because the electric bill, the water bill, the inspections we pay for aren't going to be related to an educational goal necessarily, or student achievement goal.
Even beyond that. Even beyond that, the budget codes and the accounting codes are in huge buckets. So I think we need to hire another group of magicians to work on this one, because the underlying budget codes are not built to link up to the kind of initiatives that are in the LCAP very cleanly, so that you could hot link the LCAP to the budget. So this is a formidable task to do this, and conceptually, I think it's going to be a very hard job.
So, if I may, in just response to the triangle, this is not a proposed development order for the LCAP. It's really a proposed output as far as readability for the community. Certainly, like I said, the plan summary would be written last. And the demonstration, just one other point if I may, is the demonstration of increased services is not last year, it is this year. What they plan to do, it is a move forward plan of what we're going to do to truly address the needs of our unduplicated pupils. Certainly, right, and that's fine, and that's how it is. It's presented. The attachment 2 is in the order that you folks are same, so that's fine, not a problem. I appreciate that input.
I think we have some public comment. Maybe we ought to take that, then we can resume our discussion.
Yes, the following people would like to make public comment: Sasha Horowitz, Terry Burns, Samantha Tran, Brian Lee, Doug McCrae, Reverend Dr. Anne Marie Irving Elkins, Sandy Mendoza, Pascuala Jamarillo, Sue Camion, Lisette Durante, Mary Lee, Paul Roback, Lisa Hegdahl, Robert Naylor, Cecilia Jaffe, Patty Scripter, Martha Alvarez, Ron Ripp, Brian Rivas, Eric Premack, Efren Mercado, and Daisy Ortiz. You each have 1 minute.
Thank you. Terry Burns, on behalf of the California School Boards Association. I want to say that we support the changes in the template as proposed. In response to Chairman Kerr's concerns, we believe the rubrics will really shine a light for board members on what's going on in the district in places that they weren't aware of and they hadn't thought about. And they will force the conversations with the community. You're going to see a lot more of that on the natural as the rubrics come out. CSBA is committed to educating our board members about the LCAP and the rubrics. We're doing that at our annual education conference, at our Leadership Institute this month, and we're redesigning our Masters in Governance program to teach our board members how to read these, how to use them, how to engage all of that in the LCAP planning process. We're committed to supporting best practices that come out, and we'll be working with the CCE to implement their rubrics training as a result of SB 871. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Samantha Tran on behalf of Children Now. We appreciate the effort to rework the LCAP, and in this context, I believe it's important to address some of the concerns that have been raised around transparency and the supplemental and concentration dollars. In particular, there are three challenges that a lot of the groups have been looking at and trying to unpack as they look at these the different plans. One, the ability to true up the amounts that districts are receiving on supplemental concentration dollars and how those are being budgeted. The ability to account for carryover dollars in the next budget year and how those are going to be used. And then action by action justification of school-wide and district-wide services, just so that's clear and transparent. We've developed a mock-up to try and figure out a way to put that in one place. We've been in good conversations with staff and happy to continue to work on this issue as the board works to refine it. Thank you so much.
Hi, Brian Lee on behalf of Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, Ready Nation, and Mission Readiness. We think this is a step in the right direction in terms of simplifying and supporting continuous improvement. I wanted to highlight one thing where it's really good, but there's room for improvement. It's on page 4 of attachment 2, and it's the idea that we have all these metrics, but it used to be divided up in the pages of what are they asking for in year 1, what in year 2, what in year 3. But here it's a simple year 1, year 2, year 3, list your data, your goals. We love that. The problem is we need a fourth column. We need a baseline year, because if you had something that just said year 1 suspension rates 10%, year 2 9%, year 3 8%, if you don't know what the baseline is, was it 5%, was it 12%, it's kind of meaningless. And now this starts in the right direction. It says the baseline is year 1, but that's not the way things work. We expect in year 1 to have an improvement, and that's what we've seen in past LCAPs. They shouldn't be setting the baseline in year 1. They should be making improvements that year. So we hope with that improvement that you can move forward. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Doug McRae, a retired test specialist in Monterey. Looking to the future, the emergence of a relatively small set of state indicators is likely to suck the oxygen out of the room in terms of attention to the LCAP template. The LCAP template material is likely to become the focus only for local district and county office administrative discussions, essentially a strategic planning outlines for that happen to have the word accountability in their title. State indicators will become the primary focus for public discussions of accountability, as accountability is widely perceived, including both positive rewards and negative consequences. In effect, attention on LCAPs will follow the same path as SARCs, which also have the word accountability in the title, essentially playing no role in district or school accountability for the past 25 years. This seems to be the future for LCAPs, now that more focused statewide indicators potentially are on the near horizon. Thank you.
Lisa Hagdahl, California Science Teachers Association. CSTA has been honored to be part of the conversations regarding the proposed changes to the LCAP template and applauds the SBE and CDE staff who have dedicated untold hours to these revisions. At this time, CSTA has a few recommendations for enhancing the functionality of the template in order to more clearly articulate that the LCAP needs to address implementation of all state board adopted academic content and performance standards for all students, student access to courses of study and student outcomes in grades 1 through 6 in English, math, social sciences, science, visual and performing arts, health and physical education, and in grades 7 through 12, English, social science, foreign language, physical education, science, math, visual, and performing arts, applied arts, and CTE. We thank you for your time, and we look forward to working on the LCAP template with you in the future.
I'll fix that. Hi, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. We appreciate the efforts to maximize ease of use, transparency, and simplifying the template. We think the inclusion of a plan summary is really important and will make it more useful for parents and community members. But we think that you've touched on one of the key issues, which is clear instructions about what should be included. That helps. When the instructions are clear and you know what's expected, it helps build trust and transparency. You've also touched on another issue for parents, which is the budget. And we suggested in one stakeholder group that at least there be a pie chart of what the entire district budget looks like, because again, it's the context, it's the transparency, it's the parents seeing the bigger picture, even if, because we don't want longer LCAPs, but having that context really helps build that transparency, that trust, that context, that understanding about why decisions are being made. We appreciate the work that's being done by staff when we point out differences in terminology from place to place and streamlining it and moving forward. Thanks.
I'd like to call the last group of speakers: Leticia Aldona, Deanna Guillen, Juan Mangati, Jason Weiner, John Affelt, and Colin Miller.
President Kirst, I'm Bob Naylor. I think the last time I encountered you in the first Brown administration, I had dark hair.
Yeah. from you were a assemblyman from Menlo Park. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm here representing Document Tracking Services, which provides support, staff support, and software for over 400 LEAs in preparing their LCAPs and their annual updates. The discussion about mandating the e-template is what I'm here about. We would object to that because we think there's value in having competing vendors, and there are several, working with districts to supplement what the basic format is, and providing staff support that the state can't provide, and innovation in how to present this program. So we hope you will allow LEAs the choice of multiple vendors. Thank you.
President Kirst, I'm Brian Rivas, speaking on behalf of the Education Trust West. I think there's quite a bit of buy-in at the highest level, maybe at the 30,000-foot level, about what we want the LCAP to be. I think most stakeholders would say they want it to be a planning document. We don't want it to be a compliance exercise. We want a broad array of stakeholders to be able to use it and understand it. I think we're going to have to keep working at it. Mr. Brashears has been great about soliciting input. Unfortunately, I think this iteration still needs more work. From our point of view, it doesn't help answer one of our biggest questions, which is, or help us see how districts are using LCF monies and supplemental and concentration funds specifically to serve unduplicated students. But we want to be a part of the process and continue working on it, and hope that we can maybe partner with some of the ed management groups like CISESA, CSBA, and come up with some useful recommendations.
Good evening, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. Want to first thank Mr. Brashears for reaching out to the smalls. He came and met with a small group of them, and we had a great conversation. Look forward to continuing those conversations. But want to reiterate the concern about making the template electronic only. A lot of smalls do use services like DTS or others to help because they don't have the capacity. They don't have an LCAP director. They're the LCAP director, the superintendent, the principal, and the bus driver. So it's really important to remember. And when you talk about expanding kind of what's on the LCAP, I think with the smalls, then you're going to force them to make a decision. Do they work on filling out their LCAP, or do they work on implementing it? So we just really ask you to think about capacity in smalls, and please don't go to an electronic only, else we can work out something relative to the population. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Marta Alvarez on behalf of ACSA, the Association of California School Administrators. So similar to the prior speaker, we would mention that it's important for the State Board to consider allowing school districts to continue to do the Excel or Word document, to not make it a requirement to use the electronic template. I would mention that the moment that we start adding the executive summary and electronic template requirement, that we start talking about making it an additional budget information on the LCAP, it might be going towards a more compliant sort of document, and that's what we're not trying to do. As board members mentioned, it's meant to be a strategic plan, long-term visionary plan, doing it with the local community and stakeholder process. And so to the extent possible, we urge the board to consider thinking about what's required in statute as the primary framework. And then also we support transparency and what's currently in the LCAP. We thank the CDE staff. It's definitely going in the right direction. And we also appreciate the clarification that it's a 3-year static plan as opposed to a rolling plan. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter School Center. Talk about some charter-specific issues relating back to my prior comments on item 2. We have concerns here about the LCAP becoming a force-fed document that is forcing charters back into a non-flexible arrangement that we're supposed to have. We're glad to see the flexibility language is still in there, but there's still lots of confusing language that implies that charters don't have flexibility, and that's a big problem. We have real concerns about going toward a statewide template, electronic. We've had big problems with the CONAP, big problems with the federal programs monitoring, big problems with CalPADS, and we still do today. And until those are resolved, we sure as hell don't trust going into this. Take off my charter hat, put on my Joe Sixpack hat. The big problem with the LCAP is not the form, and no matter how much rejiggering you do, you're going to have a problem because we've got 22 plus state priorities that are not strategic goals. There's tactical and sub-tactical, and trying to force feed a strategic planning process through a mishmash of politically selected 22-some tactical and sub-tactical does not work. And the schools that are doing it successfully are trying to do that, but it's hard.
Good afternoon, Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. I'll associate myself with Eric's comments for time, but I would also just emphasize the current instructions on the LCAP do offer some as applicable language for charter schools. It's not strong enough. We clearly, and now that we're trying to overlay rubrics, as Eric mentioned, that have a bunch of other things that charter schools are not required to comply with, the assumption that that might be required of them in this LCAP is very problematic, and that language must be much stronger now. We know it has created problems in the early implementation of the LCAP. So we would encourage maybe some specific outreach to charter school groups so that they can provide some specific input on this. Given that we're only looking at one template when the law does suggest that maybe templates might be more appropriate so that we can get to these flexibilities. For charter schools, we know the structure is fundamentally different because we have a charter that has goals and objectives aligned with the state priorities already, and the LCAP supports that. So fundamentally, the structure is different. The template probably should be different, and if not a different template, then definitely some very clear explanations of where those flexibilities are appropriate. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ephraim Mercado from the County Superintendents. I just want to say thank you to Jeff Beshears and his team for the collaboration these past couple of months on the LCAP template. Also, just want to let everyone know the draft template in front of you has most of the recommendations from CSESA, and we agree with Member Burr's comments and Member Kerr's comments regarding the order of the items. We also like the template to be practitioner-driven, and we look forward to collaborating with department staff and state board staff to help get this ready for September so we can have a true planning document that won't be compliance-oriented, that can really propel student achievement in our state. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Alicia Osore, Education Services Executive for AXA. At the end of the day, the LCAP and the evaluation rubrics are part of the LEA's continuous improvement cycle. It's cyclical in nature, it's not linear. And to that end, they support the coherence of the LEA's entire system. If you've ever seen the inside of a clock or watch, it might be able to adequately portray the complexity of coherence that we're talking about. To that end, the LEA's ability to use different tools to create their LCAP is really important for them to be able to have the supports they need to do the local work that they need. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comment. This is an information item, so we're not going to make a recommendation. The department was looking for input and advice. They got a lot. And so if board members have more comments, if not, we don't need to take an action. Trish Williams.
First of all, I didn't say this. I started off with what was confusing, but I want to say that this is a huge improvement over what we had. Huge improvement, big progress, and I appreciate it. Appreciate the staff work on it. I do want to just emphasize 2 points that I heard in the comments. One, as a charter liaison, you might imagine that I'm going to say it's really important that you're very clear every place where it may not be applicable for charters, because that can get hung up between them and getting approved and that kind of thing. And I also want to associate and repeat and emphasize the remarks that have been made by President Kirst and Member Burr and Lisa Hagel on broad course of study, and the importance of indicating as we did when we were talking about the rubric, indicating in the instructions, and maybe you've already done this, but indicating in the instructions that means all the state adopted standards. It doesn't just mean Common Core. So that will be more helpful to county offices who are the ones that review these and make a decision about whether or not they're complete and following all the instructions.
Okay, Board Member Burr.
And Jeff, I just think it would be helpful to clarify that where you had the proposed order, the first one where you talked about the plan summary, was that intended to be an executive summary?
We changed the language from executive summary to plan summary, kind of serving as the same, more of just giving it a nod to accessibility to the community. You know, executive summaries technically are written toward executives. That it is a plan summary. It's supposed to be a broad overview of the plan for the community to have access, and just as a overall read of the plan. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
One quick comment, President Kirst, and just going back to the superintendent's comments earlier this morning, and just a reminder to us all that one great thing that was included in this year's budget was a $20 million allocation to the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence to do professional learning programs around the implementation of the LCFF evaluation rubrics and the LCAP template, which is really exciting in that it's a resource that the state did not have when we did the first rollout of the template, and that we and CSESA and others are working with the California Collaborative to roll that out, because they're on a pretty tight timeline, and as we all are, to get this moving in October and going into 2017.
If I may ask one clarifying question, is just moving forward, it feels like in your response that moving to a 3-year inclusive plan is a direction that we want to move to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
And I think the plan summary is a good idea too, rather than a quote executive summary. Makes it a plan. So.
Right. Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. So now we're ready for item 4, for the update on the development of the ESSA state plan. Barbara Murchison will present this.
Good evening. Is it evening? Yes. Good evening, President Kirst, Chief Deputy Price, board members. We get going here. All right. So I'm Barbara Murchison, ESSA state lead here at the department. The purpose of this item is to provide you with an update on the development of the ESSA state plan. And we actually have 2 actions we want to take. One is in the item. The CDE recommends that the board give authority to Superintendent Torlakson to submit with President Kirst a joint response to the proposed regulations for accountability, data reporting, and consolidated state plans to the United States Department of Education on or before August 1st. That's when that one is due. And just this Monday, ED, or the Department of Education, made available, published in the Federal Register, proposed regulations for the assessment sections of the plan. So we want to modify the recommendations to include permission or authority for Superintendent Torlakson in collaboration with President Kirst to submit a joint response to those. We didn't know we were going to have them. Well, I haven't even started. Yes. We have a question?
Okay, that's just all you want to say, or?
I don't have, member.
Pat has a question on that. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, so the state superintendent and the president of the board are going to, you're asking us to authorize them to submit a response. Do you have an outline of what their response is going to say or cover?
I am planning to talk a little bit about what the first response that is due August 1st might say or cover. That's part of what I'm going to talk about next. But just because those new proposed regulations were just published on Monday, and they are due to ED, I believe, on September 9th, that we wanted to get kind of ahead of that and make sure that we had authority for both of those.
And that was the reason behind my question, because I knew that there were two different sets of regulations with two different deadlines. And so, yeah, okay, I'll stop.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So we also recommend that you take additional action as necessary and appropriate. So before we talk about the plan, we want to talk a little bit about these proposed regulations for accountability, data reporting, and state plans that were published on May 31st, and the public has until August 1st to comment on them. We haven't yet crafted the response, but it is likely that it will address some of the topics that are listed on this slide. The regulations have created some concern across the country, primarily because folks are feeling that the regulations, the proposed regs, go beyond what's detailed in the Every Student Succeed Act itself. For example, the proposed regulations require that the state system of meaningful differentiation assign a single summative rating to each school, and that's really contrary to what California is trying to do in its new system that will include multiple measures and what lots of other states are trying to do. We're really concerned that that single summative rating would risk masking equity issues if, well, there are all kinds of reasons. We talked about it a lot for item 2, so I'm not going to talk about it now. There are also some concerns around the timelines associated with state plan submissions. The law says that ED has 120 days to review and either approve or return plans, but the proposed regulations talk about 2 submission windows, the first one being in March, so that's a little different than what we were expecting. And there's also some proposed regulations requiring a single statewide accountability system that would include alternative schools. There's some concern that if they're all lumped into the same accountability system as everyone else, that may help us, keep us from identifying comprehensive high schools that might be eligible for additional supports. And as you know, we're talking about building a separate, similarly robust, but separate accountability system for our alternative schools. So there are a number of places where the proposed regulations are inconsistent with the things that California is trying to do. So that's just, again, all of this is evolving. ED is kind of responding. I went and looked on the Federal Register this morning just to check on something else, and I noted they've got kind of a running tally of the number of comments they've received. This morning they were up to 3,900 and change, right? So this is, again, we're working with other states, CCSSO, just trying to get a handle on the best way to proceed, and we are asking for authority to submit the letter on August 1st because we won't see you before then. And again, the regulations for assessment, the proposed regulations, were just published this Monday, but I think we're seeking authority to really look at those and be ready to go, even though we'll see you before that due date of September 9th. We wanted to prime you for the fact that that was coming. All right, so transitioning to the plan. Just for context, here again is our draft plan development timeline asterisk. We've actually built this out quite a bit more. And in the September item, I will bring you a much more detailed timeline about how and what you will see at each of these meetings between now and January. But in September, we do plan to bring a first draft of the draft plan in its entirety for your consideration and feedback. We will get that feedback, incorporate it into a second draft, make that available for public comment, the 30-day public comment period, do another round of stakeholder feedback and inputs, bring it to the California Practitioners Advisory Group for feedback. Again, we really want to make sure that the public is engaged and feeling like the plan really represents what we are trying to do. November, we'll bring you back CPAG. Well, we'll bring you back that second draft and CPAG comments. And then in January, we're meeting with CPAG in December so they can look at the public comment and make recommendations on which elements should be incorporated into the final draft, which I anticipate that I'll be bringing to you in January. Today, we're just going to talk a little bit about some of the elements that are in the plan or that we're proposing to put into the plan for the September meeting. But we haven't really fleshed out too much plan yet because we just finished up phase 1 of stakeholder engagement. And obviously, we want that first draft to be well informed by the things that we've heard from our folks out in the field. So on this slide, attachment 1 actually provides a lot of detail about all of the places and all of the people we've been talking to about ESSA and the plan and since I last saw you. But we think of these activities on this slide as really our ESSA stakeholder engagement strategies that we've employed. So we had 2 webinars, one in May, and that one sold out quickly, so we added another one. We had a survey open and available from June 3rd. That just closed on Friday. We had about 300 folks engage with that survey. And then we had 6 ESSA regional meetings. Well attended. We went all over the state, and I have to take a moment to just express a deeply felt gratitude to our partners at the County Offices of Education. I said, I would like to host regional meetings. Could anyone help? And they all rose to the occasion and partnered in co-hosting these regional meetings. At those regional meetings, folks enjoyed a brief presentation about ESSA and the plan development process. It was really, they were great. Oh, I'll take Eileen with me everywhere I go. I remember Strauss. And then we broke up into small groups for 60 to 90 minutes and had facilitated conversations around a number of questions about what folks wanted to see in that plan. And in order to scaffold those groups, make sure that folks came prepared, I keep saying I'm invoking Common Core Speaking and Listening Standard 1. Come prepared to conversations, ready to engage. They did some pre-writing. So we actually got to pull back all of those handouts that folks had jotted down their thoughts, and we also charted. So you can imagine between the comments that were happening in the 2 webinars, which had about 300 people apiece, and then the 300 folks who engaged with the survey, and we estimate approximately 300 people. The last one was just this Friday, so we haven't really done a good count yet. That's a lot of data points that we're going to try and pull together and take a look at. Our colleagues at the Comprehensive Center have volunteered to help us pull all of that together so we can see which themes are rising to the top and make sure that they're included in that first draft of the plan that you will see in September. We are, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about it later, but we are planning to have phase 2 of stakeholder engagement after we have that draft plan with your feedback. Draft 2 will go up for a 30-day public comment period, and we will go out and do these activities. Again, we also heard from folks it would be great to have a toolkit that they could use locally and then send us the inputs, like maybe a short video that talks about what's in there that they could do with their local folks, and then they could have their folks engaged. So we're going to look at trying to get that toolkit in place too, just to engage more folks in the plan development. So we don't know, and I think we've had a lot of talk about this, we don't know exactly what those final regs are going to look like. We don't know exactly what's going to be required in the plan. And we're just going to keep doing what we do and the best that we know and then amend and adjust as we move forward. But Part 299, Subpart G of the proposed regulations outline state plan requirements, and you can see they are in 5 sections. I put these up here. It's our plan to bring you a draft plan. It's not going to be very pretty. I'm going to manage expectations 2 months ahead of time. We're really going to just take those proposed regulations and try to address each section. We went back and looked at the NCLB template, and it was a template where it was just like, describe this, and then we described it. Describe this, and we understand that ED is building a template. We know that there are some places where the proposed regulations are inconsistent with the things that we're trying to do, And in those areas, we will just say this is inconsistent with what we're trying to do. Because again, we've had these conversations with hundreds of folks across the state, and all of those conversations have been grounded in the federal pieces are going to dovetail with California pieces. So when we talk about how are we going to support excellent educators, we talk about it in the context of greatness by design. California has done a lot of work in how are we going to support excellent educators and how can we build upon that using ESSA. When we talk about challenging academic standards and academic assessments, we're really excited about that section. We think that's pretty much written, right? We've spent years building this great system of standards and assessments, so we just describe it there. So just to give you the heads up, these are going to be the 5 sections that you will be seeing in September. Again, once those proposed regulations become final regulations, some sections may come out, other ones may go in, but that's what we know for now. So in addition to all of the outreach activities that we described in Attachment 1, CDE staff has been engaged here in reviewing the law with an eye towards opportunities in the ESSA to build upon the California way. And these opportunities are described in Attachment 2. So to be clear, all of those conversations have been grounded in the basic premise that ESSA will not define the California system, but will present us with an opportunity to align the federal work with the work that's already happening at local and state levels. So for the next few minutes, bearing in mind that we haven't yet analyzed the information from Phase 1 of stakeholder engagement, I want to share with you a few elements that the CDE plans to include, or in one case not include, in the draft plan that will be coming to you in September. Most of this information was shared very briefly. I had the same time slot with the CPAG. It was, and it was like, okay, Barb, tell them everything. I'm like, So it was shared very briefly with the California Practitioners Advisory Group at its June 22nd meeting, but I'll give you kind of the flavor of their feedback for those things. So first, in Title I, there is a 7% required set-aside for school improvement. And that's to provide technical assistance and supports to schools that have been identified for those comprehensive and targeted supports. 95% of that 7% needs to be subgranted to LEAs either by formula or on a competitive basis. So with CPAG, we had this conversation about, do you think formula is better? Do you think competitive is better? Member Sun was there. She's laughing. She remembers. And, you know, if it's a formula grant, then we ensure that all of the LEAs who are eligible for additional supports receive some. But if it's a competitive grant, then we could target the LEAs that we determine through the application process are most likely to succeed or more determined to succeed. So we asked the CPAG to give us feedback, and the response, again, this time of day, was pretty mixed. Some thought that competitive might be best. Some thought that formula might be best. And some got really creative. Let's do a combination of both. And then based on that feedback, the CDE plans to pull together just a small group of folks here at the department to really look at what we have done over the last few years. You know, we have a lot of evaluation. Again, our friends at the Comprehensive Center are pulling together some of that evidence. What happened with RISDs? What was SATE? What were the wins? What were the things that we could improve upon? And really look at some of the evidence about the kinds of interventions and supports we have provided to come forth and pull together some proposals that we will put into the draft state plan for September for your feedback and response. For Title I, there's another optional 3% allowable, not required, set aside for direct student services. And allowable activities include great things like credit recovery and support of AP and IB. But although these activities are really consistent with directions the state would like to move and programs the state would like to support, there was some concern, and this is one that didn't get brought to the CPAG, so I don't have their feedback for you. There's some concern that with the 7% already coming off, this would be another 3% of the LEA allocation, And department staff thought that it might be best for LEAs to make decisions around which programs they support at the local level. So unless we hear otherwise today, we probably won't include that in the draft plan that's coming to you in September. In Title II, there's an optional 3% allowable set aside from the LEA subgrant for state programs supporting principals and other school leaders. I think we have a lot of information. The West Ed survey, some various places have said, you know, one of the things that we really need to be looking at here in California is how do we support our principals to support their teachers and schools to be more successful. The CPAG also was, so we brought to the CPAG that we think this is worth exploring. They also thought it was a good idea. They agreed that principals and other school leaders would benefit from additional supports, but they really wanted some more information about how to do that. So as you know, our colleagues over at the Commission on Teacher Credentialing have made great strides in the last few years, strengthening their administrator preparation, administrator induction. We want to really look at that, go back to Greatness by Design. West Ed, again, is pulling together some of the evidence around what works with supporting principals to be better. And again, we'll pull together a small group and bring some recommendations around the best investment of those funds in the September draft plan. Then Title IV and Section 4101 describes the student support and academic enrichment grants. This grant can be used to support well-rounded educational opportunities, safe and healthy students' activities, and the effective use of technology. The CDE, in collaboration with state, regional, and local partners, is interested in using the Title IV state-level activity funds to support the development and implementation of Collaboration in Common, an online tool that will support professional learning community practices, facilitate online sharing of resources, and provide a platform for peer-to-peer professional learning and support for individuals and local, regional, statewide initiatives. A variety of our task force reports have advocated for an online platform for sharing best practices and resources, and representatives from a variety of statewide associations have also indicated strong support. CPAG members, again, wanted to just know more about how this platform would be different from other online platforms and how the state might encourage educators to use it, and also how we could leverage it to support the LCFF evaluation rubrics and sharing of promising practices. And finally, for this set, in Title 8, Section 8002 provides states with an option of awarding an alternate diploma to students with severe cognitive disabilities. These are the students that are eligible to participate in the alternate assessment, so it's a relatively small group of students. Currently, these students receive certificates of completion when they finish high school, but this new option, if we make that work, would allow them to be counted as graduates. So CPAG members were generally supportive of this opportunity, but they did express some concern around the potential for decreasing the rigor of California's graduation requirements. But in the plan, we want to state our intent to go ahead and develop some criteria for that alternate diploma that we want to explore this option and make sure that we are serving the needs of those students. So, in addition to everything I've described, and this one will be quicker, there are a variety of competitive grant opportunities also in the ESSA that appear to be consistent with our ongoing desire to provide kids with rigorous, well-rounded education and to continuously improve teaching and leading. We don't yet have information about funding or specific guidance regarding these grant requirements or application processes, but we do think that these bear further watching and would like to include our intent to apply for them as part of that first draft of the plan. The assessment system audit would allow us to basically identify what are we using. We'd give money to LEAs to really try and inventory what are people using at the local level, what assessments are available at the local level, what is the state level, and that would help inform our continuous improvement of our statewide assessment system. So we think that looks great. The Title II Part B Literacy for All Results for the Nation grants also look really promising. If we're successful in securing additional funds for that, that would help us update our state comprehensive literacy plan, and it also allows for subgrants by grade band. So there's a piece that would go to our youngest learners and then a couple of other pieces. And then school leader recruitment and support, that grant would do, it's in the name, it would help. And then STEM Master Teacher Corps, promoting STEM subjects, providing more high-quality professional development programs in schools around science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And then in Title IX, there's that preschool development grant that would help us to support a mixed delivery system of providers to develop and expand high-quality preschool programs across the state. So in general, CPAG members were very supportive of the recommendation to further explore these opportunities as more information becomes available. But they did, I think we've all waited to see the fine print. They did encourage careful examination of new information to make sure that there weren't any strings or unwelcome strings attached to those grants. So, in the home stretch, there wouldn't be a Barb presentation if there wasn't a plug for the listserv. The best way for everyone with an interest in ESSA to stay up to date is to subscribe to the ESSA listserv. There is a lot happening very quickly, and for folks who want to be in the know and be in the loop, if you subscribe to the ESSA listserv, you will be the first to know when new information is available and when there are additional opportunities to participate. And of course, the ESSA webpage is evolving quickly. It's a great source of clear information, and anyone with questions and comments can reach out to us at that ESSA address. So at this point, I'd be happy to address any questions that you have, and more important, hear from you your suggestions regarding.
Okay, Board Member Strauss.
So, Barbara, I want to thank you. I did attend the LA County input session, and I just want to tell you that you worked really strongly with the LA County team, and I thought the small group input sessions were really engaging. I look forward to how WestEd's going to help us synthesize all the input that you're getting, and I'm sure we'll continue to get. So I just wanted to focus for a minute on the issues of the set-aside, and again, all the work we're doing in collaboration with
Can you go back to the set-aside list?
You just go back to, I think it's one more back. Yeah. So we've been working really collaboratively, CDE, State Board, and SECESA, in looking at what we need to do to continue work on Common Core implementation, and it's around math and science, and we have no funding right now to continue the ELA, ELD work. We have history coming. So clearly, all the findings we're having there and all the research is saying that you have to invest in leaders, both at the site level and district, if you're going to expect implementation to happen in classrooms. And I think some of us would like it to go a little faster than it's going, and we know we need to do that. So again, I support that part of it. I'm a little concerned about setting aside money that would normally go to districts for another online support, but I'd like to know, who's the work group that's helping think through the set-aside part and how that's all going to come in the draft to us in September?
Right. So for the 7% required set-aside, that's a small group. WestEd is going to help facilitate. We've identified some folks in the department who both work in Title I and are familiar with intervention, but we've tried to build a group that represents folks from across the building. So we've got folks from after school, we've got folks from early ed, we've got folks from special education division. We really wanted to have a more global conversation about, based on the findings that, or not the findings, I don't even want to use that word when we're talking about federal work. Based on the evidence that WestEd is pulling together for us, we're going to pre-read that, and we're going to come together and think kind of in a brainstorm way. Well, this has worked in the past. This hasn't worked so well. That will be a small internal CDE group, which will evolve to being a board staff group, which will put together some recommendations in the plan that everyone can then respond to at the September meeting.
Will it go to stakeholders after the small group, before it comes to the board? I know you're on a short timeline.
Would you like it to?
But I'm going to say each of the areas, like leader support, I think leaders might have some ideas about what works and doesn't work. I think teacher support. I'm interested. I think we want to respond to the thoughts of a small group, but I do think we need some input process. And
Yeah, let me expand on this. I think when reading the item, I think the board has some big decisions here, and there's some options. And the department seems to be leaning one way. It was very clear in their item. For the 3%, they were indicating they want to send that out to the locals. And for the 7%, it's not clear how much they want to direct that, or the orientation maybe is around the old school turnaround stuff or intervention and so on. So first of all, there's a choice that the board will have to make as to how much direction they want to provide for these set-asides. And then second, in the 3%, the board needs to decide whether it wants to have a strong state role there rather than allocate a rather small amount of money to each local district. Now, the locals want the money, and they want it unfree, and they want it unfettered. We have had a principle of local control, of subsidiarity, and we are following that in our state money. However, this is federal money. I believe we should consider being more aggressive. During the Schwarzenegger administration, most of the leadership infrastructure for staff development and things like that was eliminated. One of our top priorities, arguably our biggest priorities, are the implementation on the ground of the 4 major subject areas that now we're working on: English language arts, mathematics, hopefully history, social studies, and NGSS, which we've also passed. So even how do we conceive this? Do we conceive this as let's intervene in these failing schools, or do we want to say this is more capacity building but with some more direction than we gave in the $1.5 billion for Common Core? These are big choices, and this is on a fast track. And so I'm a little worried about how these big choices will be made, whether an internal working group of the department can make these choices. We have strategic directions we should go. If you add up the 7% and the 3%, you get a tidy number of $130 million. This board is not going to get, again, $130 million, probably, that it has as much influence over. We are the state education agency. And so now the locals will howl if we, do control it in any way. And that's, so we may not want to take the heat. I don't know. But I'm just sort of painting this because you're going to get a draft plan in September, and if it hems us into a box of, these are your options, this is your framework for thinking about this, called a policy framing, if you will, in the policy speak. I'm just worried about these issues and the opportunity we have before us. And it's quite a bit of money, and I just want to lay that out. And so I'm concerned about the process to help us with that, and I don't know what the direction ought to be. I don't really have a specific proposal, obviously, but how do we get from here to there is, to me, the big question. So I'll lay that out at this point, because we really have choices here. And do we need a sort of like a number of policy options rather than here's the department proposal and react to it? Because we've already seen a proposal for the title for the 3%, which is essentially to grant it to the locals. You just kissed it off, and we may want to do that. The title the 7% is a regranting process, but we could put various changes after that. Sort of another thing in my mind is, do we want to work on implementing these curriculum areas that are so challenging, require so much capacity, or do we primarily want to go back to the sort of older era where, and we already have the CCE here, which is, this is all about intervention and turnaround and, you know, fire the principal, I don't know, that kind of stuff that went on in the Duncan regime. So that's sort of the way, a stream of thought. I wish I had a better layout for you in terms of where to go. But we have options. These are big choices. The money is big. I doubt this board will have another shot at this kind of money. Once you file these plans, and it's going to be hard to do another state plan in the interim. So with that, I'll stop. Board Member Rucker. Yeah.
Okay, so, and I know that this was covered when you did the study group with the CPAG and the joint session with the CPAG and the board, but in the totality of writing the state plan, there are 53 distinct decisions that the board has to make, or that the state is called upon to make in crafting this plan. And so these are the decisions about setting aside just, and I am going to say, I'm using the word just on purpose, just 7% of the entire Title I appropriation, and just 3%, and then a just 3% of the entire Title II appropriation. The difference between what's in ESSA and what was in NCLB, there were 16 identified state-approved activities that were allowable uses of those funds under NCLB. That list has now grown to 23. And it does include a focus on professional development for implementing your state standards and those programs for your curriculum. And so I agree with Dr. Kurtz that we need to take a look at and understand what it means to set aside, and that really is a small dollar amount of money that's going to be coming into the state for the entire Title II program. But also Title II is Part A and Part B. And so there are other types of sub-grants in Part B of Title II that have to be considered. And so I think that it's hard for me to look at this and see this in a vacuum without really understanding how the other elements of all the other decisions in that grid of decisions the state plan has to articulate. It would be important to understand how all of those fiscal decisions fit into those other elements. I think that would be important to consider. And so in looking at the state plan draft in September, I think it would be a good idea to have an overview about what all of those decisions are that are being articulated in that state plan, to look at a grid of what those decisions are, because I think we will better understand what these 5 priority decisions actually mean in the context of that full state plan. And then I'm going to go back to the question I started with, because I did read ahead and saw your slideshow, and I saw what the issues were that you're saying that we will respond to. So I understand what the issues are. My question is, and what are they going to say? Because that is a big question, particularly in the conversation we had with regard to item 2. So it's nice that you have identified and recommended the topics that the letter from the board president and the superintendent should cover. We have left a number of items that are directly related to those points kind of up in the air for our September meeting. So I'm still back at the question, and what are they going to say? Because what they submit in that letter in some ways is going to presuppose or even pre-state decisions that the board would like to make or implement at the September meeting. And for me, there's actually an issue missing. And so I'm going to ask that you consider this, and you may have made a conscious decision not to consider it. But the other big sticking point and the other big spitting contest that's going on are the rules concerning supplement, not supplant. And so there is some controversy there, because there is a specific change in the way the supplement not supplant requirement has been implemented by ESSA, and there are some additional changes that the secretary has implemented that linked it to comparability. There's 3 elements on the fiscal reporting requirements in NCLB and ESSA: maintenance of effort, supplement not supplant, and comparability. The secretary has made some explicit reporting requirements that link the supplement not supplant regulations and the comparability requirements that really have some serious implications in this state. So even though that's not on your list, and I wasn't privy to the decision the staff may have made in compiling this list, I would like to ask you to also look at that particular issue as well in crafting whatever the response is that the superintendent and the board president are going to write. But I would like to know, what are they going to say?
Yes, we folded the reporting issue into the broader state LEA and school report cards.
Okay. You put that supplement not to plan in the report
Well,
card?
supplement not to plan, we don't have proposed regulations for that yet. Those haven't yet been published. But I believe the issue around comparability and per pupil expenditures, and that is subsumed for the purposes of this item, which is intended to be relatively broad as we try to learn more about the best ways to respond to this first set of proposed regs within the next few weeks, is subsumed in that state LEA and report cards reporting.
And you're saying supplement and not supplant comes later from the department?
Those proposed regulations have not yet been published in the Federal Register. So the first set that came out were the ones we need to respond to August 1st on the accountability, state plans, and data reporting. The second set was just released on Monday. Those were on assessment and innovative assessment pilots. We have till September to respond to those. And then there's the final set, which didn't make it through negotiated rulemaking successfully, so
That's where the supplement not to plan
that's
is.
supplement not to plan. But there, I agree,
But I want to
there
make
is
sure that
little-
is added to our list.
Yes, we're aware of.
But I don't know what we're going to say about it, given
I don't know what you're going to say about any of this.
I mean, well, I don't know what we can say. I don't know what their regulations are.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to. We have not focused on this at all because we haven't seen them. So
I think it's going to be a separate letter.
yeah,
Yes,
it'll
it's a later.
Yes.
with another deadline. So
Yes,
From the
yeah,
time
but
of
I'm
our
just saying
week.
on these topics you have identified, I know what the topics are, and I still want to know what are they going to say. So that's important to understand too, or figure out.
yeah, super.
Well, I sort of wanted to build on what President Kirsch said about the opportunity with the federal money, but also make a request going forward when we do these items. Because being the recovering budgeteer that I am, I want to see the actual dollar amounts in the fiscal analysis. Because we don't, we're talking about this kind of in a vacuum. And I continue to believe that we're talking about this in an old mold where we thought that the federal money was driving what was going on with respect to students that are disadvantaged. That is so far from the truth now. So I just think I want it to be in context, and I would just make a request that when we get the items, we see how much money we're talking about, both for the overall and in relation to what LEAs are getting with respect to LCFF money, because again, it just sort of dwarfs it. I really appreciate the comments that you made about that you're looking at this through the California lens, and we're not going to be driven by the federal government, but it sort of doesn't feel that way to me, just because of the attention and the big outreach and all of that. So I kind of want to caution about that. And one thing that I think might help is, and some folks raised these in comments to item 2, is that going forward, to the extent we can, and I know this complicates it, but the accountability conversation should be married. We should not be talking about them as two separate pieces, right?
Yes.
So going forward, and I think this is part of our if I understood our revised motion in item 2, that will happen anyway. But I really wanted to put that out there. And I want to circle back to, I think, the issue that Board Member Strauss brought up. With respect to input on all of these, to me, I think it's really important that there always be field involvement. And I'm just a little nervous, Barbara, if it's just a work group within the department that's sort of thinking about, well, did we like it or did we not? And did it work or did it not? It isn't an authentic conversation with what the field thought about it and was it helpful to them, was it not? So I'd really make a request that you include them. And 2 actors specifically, one that's the new one, which is the collaborative. We've had a lot of conversations about this already. We had a lot of money to do professional development about rubrics and LCAPs, also to pick pilots. And so I think we have to pull the collaborative in, if you haven't already done that in this conversation, and the counties. And you may have intended to do that anyway, and you didn't mention them. But just want to emphasize the need for field input.
Any other comments by board members? Feliza Ortiz.
I too would like to see what we're submitting. I really trust in the leadership of the superintendent and President Kirst, but fundamentally, this is a civil rights legislation. This is not just an education bill. ESEA was meant to be civil rights. And for that reason, there are some things in the draft regulations that I personally do support and others that are also incompatible with what we're hoping to do, but also just my own philosophy. So for me to just make a blanket statement that, yes, I support whatever is submitted without ever seeing what's submitted, and I'm still reflected in that vote, makes it really difficult. I like to be aware of what we're submitting, whether it be something that I support or not. So it's not a doubt on the leadership that we have here, but there are some things that right now do not reflect who I am or what I believe that may be something that California doesn't support.
Okay, other board member comments? All right, we have public comment.
The following speakers: Martha Zaragoza Diaz, Samantha Tran, Doug McCrae, Jessica Sacco, Andrea Ball, Martha Alvarez, Eric Premack, Tim Hamill, and Cindy Lederer.
Good evening, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing CABE and Californians Together. First of all, I'd like to thank CDE staff for their excellent inclusive process of seeking stakeholder and public input. It's been very good to date. Based upon our preliminary review of the proposed ESSA regs on accountability and assessment, we have the following recommendations. Inclusion of the primary language arts assessment and its procedure for use in the state plan, inclusion in the state plan. Inclusion of a description of and use of the supports and accommodations made available in SBAC for our English learners, and inclusion of other EL indicators besides EL proficiency growth and attainment, such as their access to the core curriculum. Thank you.
Good evening. Samantha Tran on behalf of Children Now. I had planned to elevate some of the issues that were discussed, supplemental NOTSA plan, English learners and early learners, and some of the teacher equity provisions. But in light of how this item connects with item 2, I thought I'd pivot because we have more time to talk on those issues. And just raise the reason why we see this potential around two systems. Essentially, there are some key provisions in ESSA statute that apply to schools. For example, differential growth rates for students who are far behind, the ability to break indicators down by subgroup, which priorities 1 and 2 and 3 aren't currently being operationalized in that way. Having academic indicators have a predominant weight, and that the practical implications are that what was adopted by the board in item 2 will apply to LEAs, and then for the state plan, we're going to have a different configuration for schools. And so that's going to be really confusing to explain to the public. And for those 200 small school districts that are both a single school and a small school district, as well as a charter and an LEA, how we explain that is going to be really challenging. We're just really concerned and worried about the path we're on. So, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Doug McCrae, retired Monterey. ESSA regulatory guidance has been pretty doggone shaky this summer, and options for state plans are hard to evaluate. To describe the situation, let me paraphrase a remark by Winston Churchill many years ago on U.S. politics. That is, America always seems to get it right, but only after exhausting all of the possibilities for getting it wrong.
Oh, God.
That being said, it seems that one of the more likely outcomes from the current discussions in Washington will be a one-year delay in the effective implementation date for ESSA, in particular for the accountability provisions of ESSA. That would be a welcome happening for California in the light of the current immaturity for many of the metrics we'd like to use in the new statewide accountability system. Such an outcome would leave us with another year with no accountability, but such an outcome may well be a stitch in time saves 9 and favorable to the eventual quality of ESSA and LCAP implementation.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Ball with Early Edge, California.
And as I noted in my comments on item 2, we joined with partners from K-12 and pre-K to provide some recommendations to you on the rubrics as well as on ESSA. We urge you to take the opportunity to promote greater pre-K grade 3 alignment, and that effort does support the state LCF priorities as well as the many provisions throughout ESSA that really encourage that kind of collaboration. We sent a letter in May that had a great amount of detail, and we attached a copy of that in our July letter. But one thing we did note in the July letter is that the state plan must address how the state is going to support local education agencies and schools that do choose to use Title I funds to support early childhood programs. So we really think providing schools and districts with some good information and encouragement on what to do that's effective will help you advance the LCFF as well as ESSA, and that's a good thing for kids. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter Center. Due in part to a healthy and perhaps profound skepticism about the capacity of the state and county folks to drive system improvement and being a strong fan of local control, I would urge with all of the discretionary funds, push it out. And with the 7% mandated set aside on school improvement that we seek a secretary's waiver to allow that money to flow out as well. Our experience on this front is not a good one. And the state and date process did not work well. I don't hear a whole lot of brilliant ideas on how to fix that. We've had a lot of difficulty with state-driven efforts at collaboration and websites and so on and so forth. Frankly, what we're hearing from our membership is they're not useful. And it's possible that we'll see some ideas come forward that are really, and I don't want to eliminate that possibility, but I would, if I were you, have a rebuttable presumption that we're better off pushing it out. Thanks.
Good evening, Board. My name is Tim Hamill, and I'm a faculty member at the Department of Kinesiology at CSU Fresno, and I'm speaking on behalf Fresno State, on behalf of CAPERD, which is the California Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance, located here in Sacramento. As you well know, the well-rounded education definition has included health and physical education, which is a very big step for our professions. To me personally, it's also scary because now we have to compete with the funding with other academic areas. And I'm a realist, so I understand the science, technology. I get that, okay? But I would also like to add that it is scary as well because the $40 million for the PEP grants is getting sucked into that Title IV Part A portion. So I would respectfully like your support for health and physical education for kids across California. We can talk about what indicators there are, but if they're not healthy and safe and physically active, what good are the indicators? Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Cindy Letter, and I'm also a CAPERD member, but I'm here as a physical educator, which I have been for 35 years. With No Child Left Behind, physical education and health has been the stepchild. We have not been able to get any funding on the district level whatsoever in our schools for staff development. We see special ed students. We haven't been able to get Title I funds. I tend to disagree, sir, with one of your comments about it being 4 major groups, because if all of you believe, which I truly hope that you do, that a healthy child and an active child academically thrives, there are 5 groups, subject matters, and the 5th one is physical education and health. So I request that physical education and health get listed under Title I, Title II, and Title IV in the ESSA Act and our California plan, so that we can do our jobs.
Time.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Kirst, Deputy Price, members of the board, Jessica Sacco, representing California Science Teachers Association. We sincerely appreciate the CDE's inclusion of the intent to apply for the ESSA competitive grant under Title II, Part B for the STEM Master Teacher Corps. This is a critical component as it would replace the funding sources that were lost when ESSA was passed for the Math Science Partnership grants. And as those play a critical part in the implementation of the California Next Generation Science Standards, we're pleased to see that included. Looking forward, we would encourage that they take a look at the options under ESSA to use federal funds to refine the science assessments in order to integrate engineering design skills and practices into the assessments, as California is currently engaged in updating its statewide science assessment system to support the implementation of NGSS, which automatically incorporate engineering design skills and practice. It seems only natural to look to this potential source of funding to be explored by the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Marta Alberto on behalf of AXA. We thank the staff at CDE and the State Board for the robust discussions with stakeholders over the past 6 weeks regarding the ESSA state plan. We also support the staff recommendation for the board president and Superintendent Torrexen to submit a joint letter to the U.S. Department of Education, providing some input about the regulations that are currently out pending for public comment. AXA and CSBA will be are collaborating on writing a joint letter for the federal government. We hope to have a final draft by the end of the week that we'll share with staff and the board members with the hope that it can inform some of the comments that you'll be providing to the federal government. We can be helpful in the discussions about the Title I, Title II, and other funding sources of what happens in California. Let us know. We are willing to help you out. And we also look forward to reviewing the draft plan at the September meeting. Thank you.
Me again, Alicia Osere with AXA. However, we haven't had an opportunity to engage our members in this conversation. I do want to speak to the large transformational change that's occurring in schools and in education in California, in that we have local control, which was long awaited, and once we got into that, we realized there's some support and some capacity building that needs to be done within the leadership. So I want to speak to Title I and Title II and Title IV in that it is our responsibility to make sure that leaders know how to build capacity. If you can refer back to the inside of the clock or the inside of the watch, my mom's an 8th grade education, but she can take a clock apart and put it back together, all those little circles with no problem. Me, on the other hand, I have no idea. And that's kind of what some of our leaders are looking at, having to put this clock together without really having any learning or support to do that. Though both Title II and IV can help support that. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm Efraim Mercado from the County Superintendents. I'd like to build on Member Strauss, Member Burr's comment earlier. We have a strong model in place under the leadership of Glenn Price, Karen Steph Walters, Brent Malicote, Carrick Ashley, Nancy Brownell, Dave Gordon, Peter Birdsall, to help with standards implementation. And this would be a great opportunity to leverage the Title I, Title II, et cetera, to maximize that for our state. So we have a great opportunity to bring the agencies together and to bring in the CCE and really move the idea forward across the state to help all the educators. So I want to put that out there for you guys. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comment. So I think we're ready for a motion and then some more discussion. Do we have a motion?
I would move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Now, so Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe brought up the point of...
Sorry, just to clarify, there's an addition noted at the beginning of the presentation to also include in the delegation of authority the assessment regulations. Just wanted to clarify if the motion included that.
It does. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, but Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe brought up the point of the board members seeing the letter before it goes out. And I think that's certainly a reasonable request. So is there a way of doing that? Could we discuss, adding that to the motion in some way?
I'm asking for purposes of information, because the vote would authorize you and the superintendent, and I would just say that's past practice. That's what we've done, particularly when things are occurring in between meetings. So certainly, I'm happy to include in the motion that includes providing a copy of the letter to all of the members.
No, but, but also, I think she was talking about before it goes out.
So
Well, I mean,
that would,
yeah, I don't.
that,
Go ahead.
Davis Happ, Counsel for State Board, that would require posting the copy of the letter as well as any email communication or anything else that goes along with it because of the Bagley-Keene Act. So it's something the board could do, but we'd have to figure out how to ensure that any of that information was made available to the public as well.
Okay.
10
All
days
right.
in advance.
A board member.
And then the what would be the purpose of sending out the letter to the board members in advance? Because, and I'm not going to rephrase or interpret what I think her intent was, because if the purpose of sending the letter to us is to answer my question of what is it he's going to say, then sending the letter out to us is just fine. But if the purpose is to send it to us so that we can respond, that's a totally different reason.
Yeah, and that violates Bagley-Keene.
Yeah, that's a
We'd
totally
have to have
different
a meeting,
reason
so,
for
okay.
amending the motion.
All right,
So if
so,
the purpose of sending the letter is just so we know what you said,
What we said,
that would
okay.
be the amendment I would ask for.
Okay.
So say the amendment again.
If the purpose, I'm going to say, if the purpose of saying that we would like to receive a copy of the letter before it is actually turned in is to answer the question I raised, what is he going to say? That's the friendly amendment I'm proposing, just to answer that question so we know what was submitted.
I don't think we need to add that in the motion. We
Yeah.
can just say that we
Yeah, but
will
I'm just
agree
saying
that
that
we'll
that's-
send you the letter
Yeah.
as soon as we submit it. Yeah. Okay, that's common practice. All right, I'm sorry, I confused that. Pardon? We're not amending the motion. Okay. Yeah, all right. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that carries. Okay, one abstention, thank you. And now we're going to do, I will read that we will not do the item 5, the San Francisco Flex Academy, considering issuing a notice of intent to revoke pursuant to the California Education Code. That item has been withdrawn and the charter is defunct. We have done the waivers, and so we're now on to SBE priorities. So I guess I need approval of the minutes. Usually, yes, okay. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? All right. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, now I'm on to the board member reports. IQC Mathematics, Rucker Strauss.
So I'll just kind of follow up on what Efren Mercado and Brent Malakot have been leading in collaboration with state boards. So CDE, SESESA, and CDE, SESESA, and State Board have been working together, and we have been very fortunate they've been very fortunate to get a $1.3 million grant from Bechtel for the next year to continue the work of math and science in rollout in communities of practice. So it's a really exciting process with so there'll be a steering committee group that works on it, and then some activities during the year to build capacity throughout the counties to continue the rollout. So I just wanted to really support that math and science work and tell you how excited it was to be part of the process and how lucky we are to have very thoughtful people, very active in thinking about that work. So we had some updates on the early implementers, continuing to grow information and identify areas of need, one of which is building leader knowledge and capacity to help improve the rollout and implementation at sites. So that's my one comment about math and science. Looks like Trish, you wanted to make some comments about that? Oh, okay.
Okay, ELA, ELD, Strauss, IQC.
Well, so the next piece is that CDE did convene a meeting on stakeholders to say, after the rollouts we've had in ELA, ELD, what should we do next? And there was a feeling that the people who've been volunteering their time to help do the rollouts feel like we need to go to the next step. That's been lots of information, and we need to go more in depth. We're going to connect the CDE work to SECESA and State Board as well. And also we're looking for some funding to continue the work, because the Bechtel Grant just funded the math and science for another year, but they don't have an identified funding to continue the rollout. And we feel like it's really necessary to continue to focus on ELD and ELA strategies. People are starting to do adoptions now of materials, and in many cases, haven't even looked at the framework and don't understand what our shifts are. And so that's really clearly a need on that. So the CDE has been working really hard, and there's a survey going out now on what the next levels of needs are. So I think that's really important to know.
Okay, IQC history, social science, I think we'll hear a lot about that tomorrow. So you will report tomorrow. IQC science, Strauss Williams.
All I would say is to repeat what Superintendent Torlakson said this morning, that the NGSS curriculum framework is out for its second and final round of review. Once that is completed, it's near final now. Once that's completed and the revisions, any remaining edits are completed, it will come to the State Board this fall. I think it's coming in September 1st for a presentation, and then November hopefully for board adoption, and I'm excited about that. Also, just quickly, Member Strauss and I did a joint presentation together to the Californians Alliance for NGSS in May, and that was fun and interesting to see all those excited people about NGSS. I talked about what was happening with NGSS in terms of the state summative test and pulling it into the accountability framework, and Member Strauss talked about the critical importance of ongoing teacher professional development in science.
Okay, computer science, Williams.
Okay, this is going to be just a little bit longer because I want to set you up for a potential fall presentation by CDE to start some discussions about computer science. So some things that I want you to know that are going on, since we've never had a full board discussion about computer science. One of those things is that has been ongoing a national effort that's referred to as the K-12CS framework. It's by K-12CS.org to develop a framework, broad concepts and practices by grade span for bringing computer science education into K-12. Keeping in mind that this computer science has never been a discipline in K-12. It is offered right now in high school, but only 10% of California's high schools. And there's been quite a bit of momentum at the federal level and even in the state to make a case for why it's now more important than it has been in the past, based upon how the world has changed. So on the national group that is developing the framework, there's a steering committee that includes the Computer Science Teachers Association, that's the national group, the National Math and Science Institute, the Code.org, the Association of Computer Machinery, and the Cyber Innovation Center. Most of those were brand new to me. This was like 2 years ago, way over my head, but these are all the prominent people nationally that are in this field, and that's why they're the steering committee. There have been like maybe 150 advisors, writers, and stakeholders that have been participating over the past year in this process. I'm excited that 38 of those people were from California. We have more people participating on some level in this process than any other state has. That, by the way, includes me, representing the state board as a stakeholder, Tom Adams representing CDE, and Dean Reese representing the Ed Tech subcommittee of the Instructional Quality Commission in this process. And on May 20th, the full IQC heard a presentation about this process from Pat Young-Pradit, who is the Chief Academic Officer of Code.org, but also the lead for this CS K-12 framework process. He gave a presentation. Member Strauss was there. The full IQC, it was actually an adjourned section of the meeting at the end. Any of them could have left except the Ed Tech Committee. Every single one of them stayed and were very engaged with the process and the description and the people. And Pat was followed by the lead at San Francisco Unified that is developing a scope and sequence to bring computer science into their district from K through 12, and by the lead at Los Altos Elementary District, K through 8, and with visuals about how they bring computer science now into all their students, not with screen time, but with hands-on activities, computer science and computational thinking. That framework is going to be finalized in late September and published in September, and there will be an official launch in early October of the framework nationally and publicly. In the interim, besides the framework, you may not know how many districts and LEAs in California have been moving ahead, ignited with excitement by the campaign that Code.org initiated and by all the conversation around this. Code.org has raised enough money. They are a national nonprofit. They've raised enough money to, one of their strategies to break down barriers to schools bringing computer science in is to provide free curriculum and professional development to districts that sign up for partnerships. So they've been working in California for 2 years, and they have 25 facilitators for their professional development in the state, in California, and have trained 4,132 teachers so far in 2 years at the elementary, middle school, and high school level. And also to date, they have 50 California school districts that have received their free professional development and curriculum on the high school courses, the computer science AP course, and the new computer science principles course, which will be offered probably as both an AP, the exam has already been approved by the College Board, as an AP as well as potentially as an honors course. And so the existing hubs for this professional development in California by Code.org have been Alameda, Los Angeles, and Riverside. They have indicated to me that they have an interest in exploring the expansion of their hubs to San Diego, Sacramento, and Santa Clara. And I have been working with them to identify potential nonprofits or county offices of education in those 3 counties that would like to be the facilitator and the host to help them get this free professional development available. So it's happening nationally as a framework, and districts, including Oakland Unified, including LA, San Francisco Unified, Riverside, are beginning to take action on their own to pull it into their curriculums.
Okay, Advisory Committee on Special Education and the Summer School for the Arts.
The Advisory Commission on Special Education will be meeting on August 10th and 11th, and I know one area that commissioners will be following closely is the development of the Next Generation Science Standards Assessments, and in particular those for students with significant cognitive disabilities. So I'll have more to report at our next meeting. And then the California State Summer School for the Arts is in session right now at Cal Arts in Valencia. We have more than 500 California students representing 47 counties in the state, which is phenomenal. And now in its 30th year, there are 15,000 alumni. Yeah, so a lot to be proud of. And I also want to acknowledge the school leadership. Michael Fields, the executive director, and also the foundation is doing phenomenal work to ensure that new applicants in historically underrepresented communities are being reached. And specifically, they're meeting with teachers and arts leaders in different communities throughout the state. They've developed Spanish language recruitment materials, and they're engaging using social media networks. And they are now in the second year of using an online application process. And what that does is it helps identify applicant patterns and helps maximize the recruitment efforts. So really excited about that. Thank you.
Okay. California Teacher Commission, Strauss.
So let me just say, just to support some of the conversations we've had about additional training for special ed and for science, just quickly, the CTC is in the process of updating the subject matter requirements to align to NGSS and what we need to do in science. So they'll have enhanced constructed responses and new structure that is going to address that. So that's really aligned to the kind of work we're doing. And they had a long discussion and continue to talk about special ed, tied to the special ed task force report, and looking at what other states are doing with the difficulty to fill special ed positions. And we know we need more teachers, and looking at a variety of different subject certification processes, particularly about whether you should have a general preparation first and then special ed, as we do. We switched that, like, I think 40 years ago or so, when we had a hard time filling the positions. And so there's quite a bit of discussion. They haven't made any decisions on, but they're really taking a big kind of scan of what's going on nationally, and really taking a look at what the issues were in the task force report. So those are going on as well. They have a lot of stakeholder input. They're looking at lots of pathways. So and lots of talk about teacher recruitment, leader recruitment, and all linked to the kind of things we're talking about. I do want to just add Concurrence Commission, that meets twice a year to deal with the subject matter projects and implementation of Common Core, that a lot of the districts actually reach out to the subject matter projects to get support. And my colleague Tom Adams is we do this work together, as well as Tom, actually I didn't say this, but Tom is the CDE leader who's been working with the Successa work in the math and science rollout, and also works with me on the subject matter project with the Concurrence Commission. So thanks, Tom, with all the things you have, that you stay involved in the rollout and implementation. In the Concurrence Commission, they are really moving toward deeper teacher practice investment and investment in leader practice. And so they really are sharing some very exciting projects in all the subject matters around California. They don't get that much money. A lot of it is fee for service now. They used to have a lot more budget. But it's a service that really provides us, because a lot of districts in the recession lost their curriculum leadership. They cut back in the departments. And so the subject matter projects and the universities have really been helpful in helping districts have resources to implement math standards and all the work that we're doing. So I just wanted to share Concurrence Commission as well.
California.
Last comment.
Sorry.
Common Core Stakeholders Group meets a couple times a year to take a look at what the next steps are. And so it's been really exciting. And actually CTA has been hosting the meetings, and it's just been lots of energy, just like what Member Williams said about the science meeting that we went to. And we're going to look in August to have a small planning meeting to say, what should the next steps Common Core-wise across the state look like for our work in implementation. And when President Kurz and I have talked about, when we get through some of the accountability and ESSA planning, we'd really like to come back and hear at the board level some updates on where are we on Common Core, what's happening in some of the implementation. And so hopefully the fall or mid-year, maybe we'll begin to hear again some of the updates we used to have on where people are in implementing some of the initiatives that we adopt in policy. Thank you.
California Commission for Educational Excellence, Burr.
So the collaborative met in early, I feel so rummy, I don't even know what month we met in.
You're the acting
June.
chair.
It was
so
June, I know, exactly, early June. And we've talked a little bit about the major work that's underway, and I'm going to come to that in a second. But I first want to acknowledge that our chair, Sandy Thorstensen, who was the superintendent of Whittier High School District, retired. And so as such, because she's no longer a sitting superintendent, she had to leave the collaborative. So her leadership was incredible and really instrumental in getting the collaborative off the ground. So we were very sad to see her go. I think it's 24 million, Glenn, that we got in the budget for the collaborative. We kept saying
correct.
20 million
24.
earlier, but it's $24 million, and the collaborative is directed to create a statewide professional development program on the evaluation rubrics and on the LCAP, and also to identify pilot districts and counties with which we will work to sort of test out some of this technical assistance. In order to implement the collaborative, staff has engaged in wide stakeholder outreach. They have had 3 regional meetings to collect all the input they possibly could. They've got a couple of conference calls coming up, and they presented a draft plan, but based on the input, there will be many changes. And the final plan will come to the collaborative for those of you who are interested in what that's going to look like and what the conversation will be at our August 4th meeting. And the collaborative board is required to approve it by August 15th. So we've got very tight timelines, and we expect that the professional development will begin in October probably. So it's a very tight time frame. And they're anxiously awaiting what we approve in September, because then they will know what they're supposed to be training around. So all the dominoes have to fall in exactly the right order. So that's the collaborative.
Okay, thank you. All right, the board is adjourned for the day.